The concert at the Los Angeles Forum took place on the same weekend as the giant Woodstock Festival in upstate New York, where Jimi Hendrix delighted an audience of close to 400,000 with a solo rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, riven with contempt for his country's laying waste of Vietnam. As if in reprisal against rock lovers everywhere, the Forum show was stopped twice as police dragged dozens of fans outside and worked them over. Rumours were already circulating that blind faith couldn't last much longer, and significantly, only Greg was put up to deny them. "We'll be together as long as things are good," he said, and tonight they were way up there. News had just come in that the album had gone gold. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends' last date on the tour, the Memorial Coliseum in Phoenix, Arizona, was the most chaotic yet. When Eric tried to join the duo on stage, his path was blocked by crash-helmeted cops. "I'd never seen him so angry," Ginger Baker remembers. Bonnie suffered injuries, for once not at her husband's hands. When blinded by the lights, she fell off the stage and plunged 10 feet onto concrete. The police treated her like another troublemaker, locking her in an office and refusing all access to her. When Delaney finally brought her out in his arms, he accidentally dropped her onto more concrete, and she had to be hospitalized with a broken vertebra. After the tour ended, in Honolulu on the 24th of August, Eric flew back to Britain to see Bob Dylan headline at the Isle of Wight Pop Festival. Deciding it was time to get clean of heroin again, a task even harder in Hawaii than LA, Baker moved on to Jamaica, sending for his wife and children and having his car brought from the UK at phenomenal cost. "When I finally came back home, I went to see Stevie, taking him a big bag of grass as a present. He told me Blind Faith was over, and Eric was off with Delaney and Bonnie." On the 7th of September 1969, Eric and Alice Ormsby Gore announced their engagement. A widely syndicated photograph showed them seated on a curbside, she in her haute bohème maxi skirt and boots, he giving a double peace sign and wearing the kind of short, sculpted beard known as a balbo, favoured by Delaney Bramlett. It would be 2 months before the arrival of Delaney and Bonnie for the British and European tour, on which he'd volunteered to join them. In the meantime, one Beatle helped to keep him occupied, and another kept him deeply preoccupied. The following Saturday morning, according to his autobiography, he received a phone call from John Lennon, asking if he was doing anything that evening. He said he wasn't, expecting an invitation to some party or club. "Then how would you fancy playing at a rock and roll festival with the Plastic Ono Band in Toronto?" Lennon asked. The Plastic Ono Band were the latest step in Lennon's repudiation of the Beatles and promotion of Yoko, by now his wife, as his musical equal. As much art installation as band, its only permanent fixtures were a set of perspex columns, but a shifting cast of sympathetic superstar friends were to augment it, as and when required. This Toronto Rock and Roll Revival Festival would be its first live appearance. Eric's show of support for Yoko in the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus had put him on automatic call. The idea of flying 3,500 miles for a one-night gig was irresistible, and a few hours later he was Toronto-bound with the Lennons, their entourage, and 2 fellow recruits, bass player Klaus Voormann and drummer Alan White. They rehearsed en route, playing acoustic guitars in their seats in the first-class cabin. Yes, air travel really once was that relaxed. Togetherness proved to have a limit, however, when the plane touched down in heavy rain. An enormous limo was waiting for John and Yoko, but none had been provided for the 3 sidemen, who dropped everything to accompany them. Eric, Voormann, and White could only hitch a ride in the baggage truck. The troupe were accommodated at the home of one of Canada's richest men, the financier Cyrus Eaton. The house was besieged by journalists, but John and Yoko, atypically, refused to come out and talk to them. Eric took their place, and despite being severely jet-lagged, and lagged by a few other things too, won praise for his articulacy and good humour. It was Lennon's first appearance in front of a large audience since the Beatles' farewell tour 3 years earlier. He was almost paralysed with stage fright that increased still further when the Plastic Ono Band were programmed to appear between Chuck Berry and Little Richard. Toronto's eagerness to see him produced the first recorded instance of what would become a rock concert ritual, a flickering forest of candles and lighted matches. Backstage, he and Eric did so much cocaine together that he threw up and Eric had to lie on the floor. Going on after midnight, they performed 8 songs. The rehearsed in-flight rock and roll standards first, then John and Yoko compositions, the climax a Yoko vocal, John, John, Let's Hope for Peace, during which Eric and Vorman leaned their instruments against amps, turned to the maximum to create a complementary howl of feedback. This successful solo foray gave Lennon the nerve to do what he had long been postponing. On the homeward flight, he admitted to British journalist Ray Connolly that he was leaving the Beatles, but asked Connolly to sit on the story for the present. Eric was paid for his services with some Lennon drawings, which he subsequently lost. He would be less casual with artworks in the future. Of all the Plastic Ono's band's elite auxiliaries, he was the only one whom Lennon asked to join a more permanent lineup that was to follow the Great Defection. Nothing ever came of this, but he did play on Cold Turkey, Lennon's harrowing evocation of heroin withdrawal symptoms, with which he himself would become all too familiar. He was also back working with George, who, unbeknown to him, had been Lennon's first choice for the Toronto trip, but had dismissed it as laughable. The two played together on Leon Russell's debut album. Then George, in producer mode, enlisted Eric's help to plan a solo album for Blind Faith's bass player, Rick Gregg. Getting engaged to Alice had been a perverse impulse, for Eric remained totally infatuated with Patty Harrison, yet constrained by his friendship with George from giving the slightest sign of it. He could only watch from the most uncomfortable of front seats as the Harrisons' marriage staled, and reflect how differently he would act in George's place. As he would later write in a song lyric, he tried to give Patty consolation by small attentions that George no longer bothered with, admiring her clothes or extravagantly praising the meals she cooked. With the stoicism of her mother's generation, Patty had come to terms with George's coldness, the meditation mania that often made her feel invisible to him, and the infidelities he no longer tried to hide. Left at home in their psychedelic bungalow in Esher, she tried to manufacture a life of her own by learning to fly, attending art classes, running an antique stall with her sister Jenny, taking photographs with a professional camera George bought for her. Never once did she imagine it could ever include Eric. Patty knew Alice, as she did the whole Harlech family, and had visited their Welsh ancestral home, Glyn Cywach. Her youngest sister Paula, like Alice, was 17, and the two were friends. Alice was a wonderful girl, she recalls, so young and innocent. Delaney and Bonnie and friends arrived in Britain several weeks ahead of their UK and European tour. Their new friend wanted plenty of time to rehearse and had invited them to stay at Hurtwood Edge before they took to the road together. He had done up a whole floor of the house to accommodate them and paid for a set of expensive new amplifiers to be sent from New York for their use. As several of the other friends wore bushy beards, he grew an identical one, rather in the spirit of a welcome mat. Being under Eric's roof did not inhibit Delaney's physical violence against Bonnie. Indeed, one of the worst assaults she suffered was at Hurtwood, with the tranquil Surrey woods all around. The troupe's British concert debut at the Royal Albert Hall had to be postponed until the swellings on her face had gone down. None of the band made any move to stop it, although they were right outside the door, she recalls. The only one who tried to help me was the guy from Polydor Records. He told Delaney that if he wanted to fight somebody, he ought to fight a man. Eric's living couple, Arthur and Iris Egby, saw what was going on and went out of their way to be kind to Bonnie, but didn't feel they could intervene. She also found two wonderful girlfriends in Patty Harrison and young Paula Boyd, while letting neither of them into her humiliating secret. But Eric didn't get involved, perhaps for fear of jeopardizing the musical plans he had with Delaney, and because such was always his policy. I knew he felt bad about it, Bonnie recalls. When we met, I told him jokingly that I'd wanted to be a singer so I could earn enough to buy myself a purty red dress. So he got me a red dress. Patty attended the Albert Hall concert with George, who was keen to sign Delaney and Bonnie to the Beatles' Apple label. Then, backstage, he too volunteered to join their friends and go on the rest of the tour as a mere sideman. Or are there too many guitars, he asked, showing the depths to which his self-esteem as a musician had sunk. Afterwards, there was a party at the Speakeasy, where Patty hardly saw Eric. Her main memory of the evening was Denny Lane, formerly of the Moody Blues, singing his old band's greatest hit, Go Now, and receiving what she thought was a sisterly kiss from Lane's girlfriend, only to feel a tongue thrust into her mouth. Going on the road with Eric and a group of sympathetic musicians was perfect therapy for George after the turmoil and anger within the Beatles. In their shared conspicuous anonymity, Eric reintroduced him to the exhilaration of playing to live audiences, something which, like John, he thought he could never feel again. There would also be positive reverberations on the debut solo album he was currently assembling. He became fascinated by Delaney Bramlett's slide guitar style and, with Delaney's help, worked out the swooning riff for its keynote track, My Sweet Lord. The song itself emerged spontaneously in a backstage jam with Billy Preston and Bonnie. By the time the troupe reached Liverpool, George had lightened up so much that Patty was allowed to come and see the show for a second time, accompanied by her youngest sister, now turned 18. As the baby of the Boyd family, Paula had received the affection withheld from her three older siblings by their mother, Diana, and escaped the physical abuse inflicted on them by their stepfather. Consequently, while just as beautiful as Jenny and Patty, whom she resembled the more, she had none of their insecurity, caution, and self-restraint. Too short, at 5'5", to follow her sisters into modelling, she had gone to drama school and subsequently landed a couple of parts in children's television series. At 16, she accompanied Patty when the Beatles and their consorts cruised around the Greek islands, looking for one to buy and turn into a refuge from their ravening fans. From that moment, she had wanted Patty's rock and roll life and resisted all her and their mother's efforts to keep her on the rails. She was totally enamored with the idea of fame and glamour, and at 17 was hanging round with people of my generation, all of whom took drugs, Patty recalls. But she'd always wanted to grow up quickly and be like Jenny and me. George had already shown more than a brother-in-law's interest in Paula, not bothering to hide it from Patty. Quite the opposite. One day, as the two of them were walking around George's precious garden together, he deliberately put an arm round Paula when he saw her sister watching from a window. Now in Liverpool, he'd decided to seduce Paula, but needed to get Patty out of the way first. He therefore offered her to Eric for the night to keep her occupied while he himself went to work on Paula. Patty herself knew nothing of the proposed arrangement at the time, and half a century on is more amused than anything by this minxy behaviour on George's part, which Eric would later surpass many times over. Because they'd been famous from a youngish age, without growing up first and having any experience of normal life, they'd had too many toys too quickly. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. However, the plan misfired. It was not George, but Eric who ended up with Paula, unable to resist her because of her resemblance to Patty. In January 1970, George purchased Friar Park, an immense red-brick Gothic mansion near Henley-on-Thames, Oxfordshire, that was half stately home, half early theme park. Built by an eccentric Victorian horticulturalist named Sir Frank Crisp, the house had 25 bedrooms, a ballroom, and a library. Its 12-acre gardens contained such novelties as a maze, a replica of Capri's Blue Grotto, caves walled with distorting mirrors, and a lake with stepping stones just below the surface to give an illusion of walking on water. Patty loved Friar Park and its multitudinous peculiarities as much as George did, and hoped the two of them might rediscover some of their old togetherness in planning the major renovation that was needed, inside and out. It had been some time since she'd seen Eric, who she understood was in Los Angeles, making his first solo album. Then one day in March, a letter arrived at Friar Park, addressed to her and marked Express and Urgent. Inside was a single-page letter in the italic script used by anyone who'd ever been at art college, with the Greek E, but no capital letters save in the name of its addressee. Dearest L, I am writing this note to you with the main purpose of ascertaining your feeling towards a subject well known to both of us. As you have probably gathered, my own home affairs are a galloping farce, which is rapidly deteriorating day by intolerable day. It seems like an eternity since I last saw or spoke to you. However, all of this is not the point. What I want to ask you is if you still love your husband, or if you have another lover. All these questions are very important, I know, but if there is still a feeling in your heart for me, you must let me know. In fact, you must let me know whatever your feelings are. Don't telephone. Send a letter. That is much safer. Please do this. Whatever it may say, my mind will be at rest. All my love, E. The writing was tiny and crowded into the middle of the page with white space all around. It was quiet, Patty recalls, yet bursting with passion. She had no idea who her correspondent was, beyond thinking it might possibly be some overspill from George's demented postbag. But that evening, Eric phoned her and asked her, "Did you get my letter?" She replied in all honesty that she'd had no idea it was from him, and its contents had come as a total shock, and the call ended in mutual embarrassment and confusion. His solo album was being produced by Delaney Bramlett, the next step in what Delaney envisaged as a long and profitable collaboration with himself in the joint role of performing partner and mentor. During the sessions at LA's Village Recorder Studios, Eric and Alice Ormsby Gore had stayed at the Bramlett family home in Sherman Oaks, hosted by Delaney's mother, a formidable matriarch known as Mammo, who acted as a buffer against much of her son's violence against Bonnie. Alice had not enjoyed the trip. Though she got on well with Delaney and the Bramlett family, she soon tired of hanging around the studio, watching Eric assemble tracks with his celebrity sidemen Stephen Stills and Leon Russell. He, in turn, had little time for Alice's aristocratic friends, who might share his fondness for dope, but had none of his relentless work ethic. The tensions were worst back home at Hurtwood Edge, where Alice had been living with Eric since the previous autumn. Having grown up surrounded by domestic servants, she tended to treat his living couple, Arthur and Iris Egby, in what they regarded as a hoity-toity manner, even insisting on being addressed as Lady Alice, as she was entitled as the daughter of a lord. In contrast, Eric's grandmother Rose did not find her a bit hoity-toity, and adored her. One day, after Alice had offended both Egbys together, the normally placid Iris went to Eric and threatened to leave unless he took her hand. He and Alice had a tempestuous row, which ended with her jumping into the Radford Mini George Harrison had given him and roaring off at a supercharged speed. "I think she meant to commit suicide," Arthur Egby says. "She got as far as London, then crashed the car. It was a total write-off, though she wasn't hurt. With Eric's customary luck, no mention of the incident appeared in the media. Such was the domestic life he called a galloping farce, that had made him confess to Patty how he'd felt about her for so long. And on trying again, he found her by no means unreceptive. For the fact was that Friar Park had not brought her and George closer together, as she had hoped. In planning refurbishments to the house and grounds, he preferred to consult with his Liverpudlian personal assistant, Terry Doran, and with specialist craftspeople, so she never felt it was really her home. She and Eric began what she initially viewed as just a flirtation paying George back, mildly and in secret, for his own numerous infidelities and coldness towards her. Along with her unwillingness to endanger her marriage and the unthinkability of cheating on George with his best friend, there was a powerful reason for keeping it on that level. Ever since Delaney and Bonnie's UK tour, Eric had been having an affair with her youngest sister, Paula, as a substitute for her, while also living with, and supposedly engaged, to Alice. She now found herself talked into a series of random trysts with Eric, though she made sure they led to nothing further. One was in central London to see Kes, Ken Loach's poignant film about a boy's friendship with a kestrel. Walking down Oxford Street afterwards, Eric rather gauchely asked her, "Do you like me, or are you just seeing me because I'm famous?" "I thought you were seeing me because I'm famous," Patty replied. Friar Park was only 90 minutes by road from Ewhurst, and Eric frequently dropped by there during George's many absences, albeit for no more than a chaste glass of wine or cup of tea. But Patty was unable to visit him at Hurtwood Edge, because, following the blow-up over the Eggbys and the totalling of his Mini, Alice had left and Paula might be staying there. So the secret Surrey rendezvous tended to be in Guildford, under the town clock, like a platformed-heeled, flared-trousered brief encounter. One cold day, Patty tramped through Hurt Woods below Eric's house to meet him at a prearranged spot. He was wearing a wonderful wolf coat and looked very sexy, she recalls, but I resisted. There was always a double feeling of guilt, both for straying from George and being indirectly responsible for her baby sister being in a relationship with Eric, which she took far more seriously than he did, and which was causing her family increasing concern. For in her impatience to grow up and follow Patty and Jenny into the rock and roll life, Paula had taken to drinking heavily and using drugs. My mother tried to get her away from Eric, and both Jenny and I tried to guide her, but nothing we said had any effect, Patty reflects now with unquenched sadness. She was tremendous fun to be with and very funny, so easy to forgive for anything, and if someone is that determined to go out and play, there's nothing you can do about it. 15. The Domino Effect. Among Delaney and Bonnie's backing band, Eric's closest rapport had been with the keyboard player Bobby Whitlock, a diminutive 22-year-old whose impoverished and brutalized childhood in Arkansas had given him a boundless optimism, an appetite for life that the cautious, uptight Surrey boy found infectious, up to a point. Their friendship had deepened on the road in Europe, then in Los Angeles when the D&B band had joined the illustrious Sidemen, including two of Buddy Holly's former crickets, on Eric's debut solo album. Shortly afterwards, Whitlock left the Bramlettes amid mutual reproaches and made his way back to Britain, with almost no money, but a promise from Eric of board and lodging at Hurtwood Edge whenever he might need it. Whitlock soon settled into a household that had greatly diversified since Eric's initial camping out period. In addition to his living couple, the Eggbys, there was now a Weimaraner dog named Jeep, a golden retriever named Sunshine, a reminder of the black Labrador that had been his boyhood companion, and a misanthropic green parrot named Maurice. It had formerly belonged to Rose, and echoing her life's preoccupation, had only ever been taught to say, "Where's Eric?" The outdoor amenities of what Arthur and Iris Egby always called the mansion had been extended by a swimming pool with a mosaic of a guitar on the floor of the deep end, and a Native American totem pole like the one owned by Eric's old Ripley Scoutmaster, Stu Pace. Whitlock had a practical bent possessed by few rock musicians, especially the master of the house, and earned Arthur's approval by professionally felling a diseased tree in the garden. Soon, there was a second long-term American house guest, from somewhat deeper in Eric's past. This was Catherine James, the beautiful wanderer from California with whom he'd enjoyed a brief affair during Cream's first visit to New York. Since then, she had had a son by Denny Lane, formerly of the Moody Blues, later to follow Clapton cast-offs Ginger Baker and Stevie Winwood into Ginger Baker's Air Force. Meeting Catherine by chance at the Speakeasy and learning she was currently homeless, Eric invited her and her toddler son, Damien, to Hurtwood for as long as they wanted. Damien loved being there, she remembers. He was allowed to ride his tricycle all through the house and scribble on the walls as much as he wanted. Whenever Patty Harrison came by with George, both Catherine and Bobby Whitlock were acutely aware of Eric's feelings for her. And one evening, which did not necessarily end with a good night at the top of the stairs, he poured out the whole story to Catherine. Whitlock, by contrast, provided uncomplicated male company that came as a relief from his ever more complicated love life. They enjoyed many blokey nights out, drinking at the Windmill, the pub at the end of Eric's front drive, roaming Surrey's wooded roads in his Ferrari, eating in the greasy spoon transport cafes he still preferred to expensive restaurants, and seeing films at small-town cinemas little different from the Ripley bug hutch of his boyhood. The pair soon began to write songs together and talk about forming yet another band, in anticipation of which Eric made Robert Stigwood put Whitlock on a generous weekly retainer. And one day, he disappeared off to London, returning at the wheel of an orange Porsche, which he presented to Whitlock, with the services of his own personal mechanic thrown in. In March, Delaney and Bonnie's On Tour with Eric Clapton, recorded live at the Fairfield Hall, Croydon, with L'Angelo Misterioso, aka George Harrison, became the Bramlets' most successful album ever. The couple had already heard that Eric might be starting a new band, and each of them was independently phoning him, volunteering to join without their spouse, unaware that to him, individually or together, they were now history. I fielded the calls for a while, Bobby Whitlock recalls, then we stopped answering the phones altogether. Meanwhile, the furtive visits to Patty at Friar Park could have ended in headline-grabbing disaster, but for the seemingly infallible Clapton luck. Driving home one night, euphoric after having won a first kiss from her, Eric took a corner too fast and flipped his lilac Ferrari onto its roof. Since he still didn't have a driving license, he decided to abandon the car, make his way home on foot, and report it stolen. He jog-trotted for a couple of miles, then realized he was headed in the wrong direction, and after hiding out in a cemetery for a while, returned to the capsized car to find a crowd gathered around it and an ambulance already at the scene. He was taken to Guildford Hospital for a checkup, pronounced unharmed, and collected by Bobby Whitlock, miraculously without the police ever becoming involved. Eric was not the only one to have a debut solo album on the way. In March and April 1970, with the Beatles all but dissolved, George went into Abbey Road Studios to record some of the large backlog of his songs that had been excluded from their albums by the irresistible Lennon-McCartney axis. The resulting triple-disc collection would be titled All Things Must Pass, a Hindu precept equally appropriate for what felt to George like recovering from acute constipation. He produced the album jointly with the legendary and legendarily weird Phil Spector, aided by an impressive cast of top musicians affirming the respect in which he was held outside the Beatles. Eric was his session man-in-chief, not only playing but providing background vocals with Bobby Whitlock, credited as the O'Hara Smith Singers. Whatever suspicions George had about Eric and Patty, and whatever guilt Eric felt, were put on one side when there was music to be made. News of the All Things Must Pass sessions travelled far and wide, and many American musicians came to London in the hope of participating. Among them were two more former members of Delaney and Bonnie's Friends, bass player Carl Radle and drummer Jim Gordon, who had gone on to a temporary billet with Joe Cocker's Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Thus, at a stroke, Eric could complete the band he'd been discussing with Whitlock. Radle and Gordon were hired for All Things Must Pass, and in spare moments the four of them began playing together, using Abbey Road's facilities to cut two exploratory tracks under Phil Spector's supervision. When George's triple album wrapped, Radle and Gordon joined Whitlock at Hurtwood Edge to begin rehearsing in earnest. Even with a new musical project to absorb him and the gorgeous Catherine James under his roof, thoughts of Patty continued to gnaw at Eric. After a few weeks of rehearsing at Hurtwood, he decided his new sidemen would be happier in London, where there was more to do of an evening than get stoned and listen to owls hooting in the trees outside. To help him find a flat there, he approached George's American PA, Chris O'Dell, whose hippie robes and corkscrew curls belied her formidable efficiency and seemingly infinite tolerance of British rock stars' little ways. As one of the few females in George's orbit to repel his advances, despite which he later paid tribute to her in a song, Miss O'Dell had become a close friend and confidant to Patty. This was what we both look back on as George's bipolar period, she recalls. Patty used to ask me, "What's he got his hands in today, the prayer beads or the cocaine?" If he was in his spiritual place, he was off on his own. But if he was doing coke, he'd want to drink and party. Now temporarily transferred to the Robert Stigwood payroll, she found Eric and his musicians a rented flat in South Kensington, opposite the Underground station. She knew how things stood between Patty and Eric, but was unprepared for the intensity of his frustration, often at the flat's expense. He was obviously going through a lot of pain at that time. He was heavily into throwing glasses at the wall. One night, when we all went back to the flat after having Indian food, he picked up a glass ashtray and hurled it. Then the other guys joined in. When all the glasses were smashed, the TV screen got it as well. The whole floor was covered with broken glass, but only in that one room. The rest of the flat was fine. When the renting agent next paid a visit, it still hadn't been cleared up. She went in there and then I heard her go, "Oh my God!" "Don't worry," I said, "we'll pay." The new band made their live debut on the 14th of June at a benefit concert for America's Civil Liberties Defense Fund at London's Lyceum Ballroom. Just for that one night, they expanded to a five-piece with Dave Mason, formerly of Traffic, and another ex-friend of Delaney and Bonnie, on second guitar. Not until they went on stage did they know for certain what they were to be called. Still backing away from the limelight, Eric had wanted to use a pseudonym incorporated into a pastiche of late 50s teen vocal groups, like Dion and the Belmonts, or Danny and the Juniors. He chose Derek, not as a tease on his own name, but as the quintessence of un-rock-and-rollness. Whitlock, Radle and Price had agreed on Derek and the Dynamics, but the evening's MC, Tony Gardner, misheard and introduced them as Derek and the Dominoes, always henceforward spelt without an E, like some Greek philosophical concept. Rock and roll pastiche went no deeper than the name, however. With months to go until they found their signature song, Derek and the Dominoes were mainly about big, fat boogie, with Bobby Whitlock's voice shadowing Eric's, as Eric's once had Jack Bruce's, but in this case energizing and expanding it, not so much backing vocal as bicycle pump. Their repertoire was made up of the songs Eric had written with Whitlock at Hurtwood, like Tell the Truth and Roll It Over, advanced previews of his forthcoming solo album, and the odd blind faith remainder, like Presence of the Lord. There were also two blues covers unequally close to his heart. One was Nobody Knows You When You're Down and Out, a reminder of busking days at Kingston Art College. The other was Albert King's Have You Ever Loved a Woman, which he used to do with John Mayall's Blues Breakers. never dreaming what anguished relevance the words would one day acquire. Have you ever loved a woman so much that you tremble in pain? In the extremity of his obsession with Patty Harrison, he even sought help from the supernatural. With Derek and the Dominoes at the Lyceum benefit was the white blues singer-pianist known as Dr. John, a sinister-looking figure who performed in the Mardi Gras costumes of his native New Orleans and was said to be endowed with the powers of voodoo. After the show, Eric went to Dr. John, explained the Patty situation, and requested a love potion number 9, just like the one in the Coasters song, that would make her leave George for him. The supposed witch doctor gave him a small box made of woven straw to carry in his pocket and written instructions for a secret ritual warranted to cast the necessary spell. Eric believed totally in the charm and did exactly as I was told. In fairness to the powers of darkness, they were not given much time to do their stuff. A couple of weeks later came the West End premiere of O Calcutta, a review celebrating the end of British theatre censorship with frank depictions of sex and nudity, whose producer was Robert Stigwood. George and Patty were invited, but he had other unspecified plans, so she was escorted by Peter Brown, a former Key Beatle aide now employed by Stigwood. Unbeknown to her, Eric was also at the O Calcutta first night. When she returned to her seat after the interval, she found him in the adjacent one, having persuaded its rightful occupant to exchange places. Whatever George's suspicions by now, he had been indifferent to Patty's absence that evening, but as it wore on, in a syndrome common among faithless husbands, a pang of possessiveness returned to him. He drove to Stigwood's house in Stanmore, where the after-show party was in progress, and found her in the garden with Eric. He asked what was going on, she recalls, and to my complete horror, Eric said, "I have to tell you, man, that I'm in love with your wife." George made no response, probably because it was no real surprise, but merely asked her which of them she would be ending the night with. Resisting whatever voodoo power might be emanating from Dr. John's straw box, Patty replied, firmly, "I'm coming home with you, George." However, back at Friar Park, among the Gothic towers and gargoyles, there was to be no rapprochement. George disappeared into his recording studio with the tapes of All Things Must Pass, and Patty went to her lonely bed. Eric's first eponymous solo album was released in August 1970. The cover showed him in a fancy Western-style white suit, slumped in a chair with his Fender Stratocaster Brownie beside him. He was back to being bearded yet again, and had a wary, reluctant look as if not totally convinced this was such a good idea. It was not easy to change the deep-rooted perception of him as a brilliant contributor to albums, rather than somebody able to carry a whole one on his own. And although purchased in large quantities by his God constituency, Eric Clapton failed to make either the British or US top 10. The music press, which had always been so kind to him, was almost unanimously dismissive. Melody Maker found depressing monotony in a forced white version of soul and gospel as performed by Ike and Tina Turner and the Stax label artists, while Fusion magazine called it warmed over Delaney and Bonnie with a little leftover Leon Russell. A few tracks were singled out for praise, like Easy Now and Let It Rain, a staple of his live shows ever afterwards. Nor did it help that at this moment of bidding for solo recognition, he was back in a band that didn't even mention his name, and instead of promoting himself on the international stage, was playing venues specially chosen for their smallness and obscurity. His way of launching Derek and the Dominoes, that same month, was a club tour of the UK on which, at his insistence, all tickets cost only £1. In London, rather than the Albert Hall or the Lyceum, they played the Speakeasy and his long-ago stomping ground, the Marquee. If any club owner slyly slipped his name onto a poster, he was furious. To interviewers, he insisted that in Bobby Whitlock, Carl Radle, and Jim Gordon, he'd finally found his true soulmates, and that Derek and the Dominoes could never go the way of Cream, Blind Faith, or Delaney and Bonnie. The only thing that might step in our way is that I'm English and they're American. They've come to my backyard and they might get homesick, but musically I think there's every reason for us to go on forever. He continued to steal moments with Patty Harrison while continuing his affair with her sister Paula, between a larger-scale UK tour immediately after his quixotic Pound-a-Nighter and the band's departure to make their first, and it would prove only album, in Miami, Florida. But while more and more overtly attracted to him, Patty still refused to give up on her marriage. All George's coldness and neglect had not killed off her love. She also shuddered to remember into what outer darkness another Beatle wife, Cynthia Lennon, had been cast after John's obsession with Yoko, not so dissimilar from Eric's with Patty, drove Cynthia to seek a divorce. Now he had a visual aid to feed his obsession. In late August, Derek and the Dominoes travelled to the south of France for a one-off engagement and found themselves billeted in a beautiful Provençal farmhouse belonging to the Franco-Danish painter Emile Theodore Franzen de Schomburg. The artist himself was not in residence, but his son, Emile Jr., ministered to their visitors. Among the paintings on display was La Fille au Bouquet, Young Girl with Bouquet, a secretively smiling face in a heart shape of golden hair and white flowers that to Eric was the image of Patty. The gig was cancelled after revolutionaries wrecked the stage, and in frustration Eric started throwing eggs in the farmhouse kitchen, precipitating a battle in which only Carl Radle refused to join. Nonetheless, at checkout time, despite the trampled eggshells and yolk-smeared walls, the painter's son presented La Fille au Bouquet to him. His pursuit of Patty had become common knowledge among Britain's rock elite, and now brought forth a rival with little experience of losing such contests. Mick Jagger had recently broken up with his long-term partner Marianne Faithfull after her descent into heroin addiction, and had returned to playing a field that for him stretched around the world. After some byplay with Eric's house guest, Catherine James, the insatiable Jagger eye fell on Patty. In late September, the Rolling Stones' live album, Get Your Ya-Ya's Out, was launched in Paris, with a party at the Hotel George V. Patty happened to be visiting Paris, and Jagger asked their mutual confidant, Chris O'Dell, to invite her to the party, but she declined. Eric was also in town to jam with the Stones' two guest stars Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, and they'd seized the opportunity for another of their less and less secret trysts. I think they showed up at the Stones' party together, O'Dell says, which really annoyed Mick. Jagger was consoled by being introduced to the Nicaraguan actress and political activist Bianca Perez Mora Macias, whom he would marry the following year. It hadn't been the last time that he and Eric would compete for a beautiful woman's favours, but it was the only time that Eric came out on top. Since that excruciating scene in Robert Stigwood's garden, George had remained strangely passive, never seeking any further explanation from Patty, which she would have welcomed as a sign that he still cared, nor forcing any confrontation with Eric. The closest he came was a rock and roll version of the Pistols at Dawn a wronged Victorian husband would have demanded. In this case, Guitars After Dusk. One evening, he asked Eric to come to Friar Park for what Eric expected to be a cards-on-the-table discussion about Patty. Instead, he was waiting in the house's front hall, a cavernous space doubling as a living room where the cloistral fantasies of its creator, Sir Frank Crisp, extended even to the light switches. These took the form of miniature friars' faces and were turned on and off by their noses. However, the expected glum Liverpudlian tirade failed to materialize. Instead, George had 2 guitars and 2 amplifiers set up as if for a show, although the only audience consisted of his wife and the actor John Hurt, who happened to be staying with them. Scarcely exchanging a word, Eric and he began to trade licks. It had the semblance of a jam, but on George's part at least, was clearly a duel, one which, in his minxy, to quote Patty, way, he had carefully weighted against his opponent. Even John Hurt's unpractised eye could see he'd given himself much the better of the two guitars, and he kept plying Eric with brandy while himself drinking only tea. Although no result could be declared, it was as plain as the nose on the Friar light switch's face. Even full of brandy, and almost as full of confusion, Slowhand still couldn't be beat. Derek and the Dominoes' debut album was his answering challenge to George, as well as a last-ditch appeal to Patty. What he never expected was for it to trigger a musical love affair, which, in contrast with his problematic physical one, would find instant, total fulfillment. The sessions took place at Miami's Criteria Studios, a little-known facility whose most notable previous user had been the godfather of soul, James Brown. At the helm was Tom Dowd, the Atlantic Records producer who had done so much to develop Cream. Unfortunately, Miami offered too many distractions in the form of swimming and sunbathing, as well as those perforce enjoyed with the shades drawn. Drugs were more freely available than anywhere Eric had ever been. One simply placed an order with the motel gift shop, and they were delivered in little brown paper packets. Consequently, after 2 days' work, only 3 tracks were finished. In Clapton terms, a snail's pace. The canny Dowd did not scream or sulk, as most producers would have done, but instead suggested that Eric and the others should go and see Florida's own Allman Brothers Band, who were giving an open-air show at the Coconut Grove Convention Center. Eric already knew of their leader, Dwayne Skydog Allman, as a session musician who had contributed a brilliant solo to Wilson Pickett's cover of the Beatles' Hey Jude. Allman and his younger brother Greg had since formed a lineup, unusually employing both the terms brothers and band, whose super-smooth country rock most persuasively answered the burning question of where music in the 70s could possibly go next. When Eric's party reached the Coconut Grove, they found the only available car parking space was about half a mile from the stage. Even at that distance, Dwayne Allman's slide guitar cut through the warm velvet night like a siren. The Allman Brothers Band were all long, lean, and bearded, but he was the longest, leanest, and beardiest, with blonde hair that somehow wrapped itself around his face like a Victorian motoring veil. When he looked down and saw Eric, Bobby Whitlock recalls, his mouth fell open and he just quit playing. After the show, Eric, Whitlock, Radel, and Gordon went backstage, and the two bands got on so instantaneously well that they adjourned to Criteria Studios for a jam session. The result was that Dwayne Allman became an unofficial fifth domino, giving the stalled album such a boost that its 4 sides took only 10 further days to finish. His rigidly structured guitar style could not have been more different from Eric's spontaneous freeform one. Dwayne never went out of the box, Bobby Whitlock says, and Eric never went into it. Yet the blend of them created something verging on magic. 11 of the 14 tracks featured Allman as a joint lead, playing a Gibson as a softer, warmer counterpoint to Eric's edgy, angular Fender. There had to be some sort of telepathy going on because I've never seen such inspiration on that level, Tom Dowd remembered. It was like 2 hands in a glove. Between sessions, the two became inseparable. Eric envied Allman's solidarity with his brother Greg, so different from the usual vicious rivalry of siblings in the same band, and the way he maintained his leadership without singing. All in all, Eric later said, "He was like the musical brother I never had, but wished I did." Sadly, their partnership would have no chance to develop further. A year later, Allman was killed in a motorcycle accident a month before his 25th birthday. In Miami, their empathy peaked with the song Eric had originally sketched out as a slow ballad loosely based on Albert King's and Cream's Born Under a Bad Sign. Calling it Layla, after the heroine of a Persian love fable, and recording it under the name Derek represented only token camouflage. It was plainly all about Patty, his adoration of her and longing for her to dump his best friend for him. Under Duane Allman's influence, its tempo upped and its tone changed from love letter to passion loudhailer. Allman providing the famous bass riff, like sexual tumescence made audible, followed by a right-angle key change into Eric's now unrestrained confession. This most guitar-ridden track ever made then segued into an extended piano coda, contributed by the Dominoes drummer, Jim Gordon, a change of pace as complete as a post-coital drink and cigarette. That autumn of 1970, two events intruded into Eric's preoccupation with Patty and the album to be entitled Layla and Other Assorted Love Songs that would unveil it to the world. While he was in America with Derek and the Dominoes, Robert Stigwood phoned him to tell him that his stepfather, Jack Clapp, had been diagnosed with a brain tumor. The taciturn working man had done much to steady Eric's destabilized childhood, as well as being the best of husbands to his beloved Rose. For the past 2 years, Jack had been partially paralyzed by a stroke and bedridden, and Eric was stricken with guilt at how little time he had spent with him. Rushing home at once, he found Jack in hospital in Guildford, a pitiably shrunken figure, unrecognizable as the master craftsman who could once lay a row of bricks in immaculate symmetry or plaster an entire wall with a few deft broad brush strokes. He died soon afterwards, aged only 60. For years to come, Eric would be tormented by the thought that by moving Rose and him away from Ripley and into their luxurious cottage in Shamley Green, he had taken away Jack's dignity and so accelerated his decline. Then, on the 18th of September, Jimi Hendrix was found dead in a London hotel room, the first in a flurry of drug-related fatalities that would also add Janis Joplin and the Doors vocalist Jim Morrison to the so-called 27 Club, founded by Robert Johnson. This extinction of the only rival who had ever seriously worried Eric was also the loss of a friend whose sweetness and modesty, so different from his incendiary stage presence, endeared him to everyone in the business. It happened that while browsing through a West End guitar store not long before, Eric had come across a left-handed white Fender Stratocaster and bought it as a gift for Hendrix. On the night of the 17th of September, they had been due to meet up at the Lyceum to watch a performance by Sly and the Family Stone, when he intended to hand over the Strat. Hendrix failed to show, and a few hours later was discovered, choked on his own vomit, after an overdose of sleeping pills. When Jimmy died, Eric was very deeply affected, Chris O'Dell says. I remember him saying, "How could he leave me like that?" By his own admission when he heard the news, I went out into the garden and cried all day, not because Jimmy had gone, but because he hadn't taken me with him. Another brief encounter tryst with Patty took place under the clock in Guildford High Street, where Eric handed over a pair of the bell-bottom jeans known as landlubbers, which he'd asked him to bring her from Miami. She thought he looked tanned and gorgeous, and felt an even stronger pull towards him, yet still fought against it. When the album was mixed, he asked her to go to the Dominoes flat in South Kensington, where they'd also been wont to meet platonically. There he produced a cassette of Layla and played it 3 times over, studying her face carefully for her reaction. As she recalls, it was a mixture of awe that the most powerful, moving song I had ever heard should have been written about her, and consternation that its lyric would be instantly decoded, not only by her husband, family and friends, but by the tens of thousands of strangers who would buy the album. I tried to give you consolation when your old man had let you down. Most discomfortingly of all, her sister Paula, she knew, had been with Eric in Miami. He must have played Layla to her out there, and Paula must have realized at once that it wasn't about her, but Patty. She really believed Eric was in love with her. She really believed it. And then finding out that he had written a song about me and not her, and finally getting to understand how she'd been used, I think it broke her heart. As bad as she felt about Paula, the song got the better of me, with the realization I had inspired such passion and such creativity. I could resist no longer. But her surrender, she made clear, had been just a momentary lapse. After all that effort, Layla seemed to advance him no further than its first 3 letters. Not long afterwards, he turned up unexpectedly at Friar Park, while George was away and Patty was alone in the house. He told her he couldn't live without her, and she had to come away with him this very minute. When she refused, he took a small packet from his pocket and said it contained heroin, which he'd take if she didn't do as he asked. Horrified, she tried to grab the packet, but he held it in his clenched hand in his pocket. Rejection had the same effect as always, however kindly or regretful. He said, "Right, that's it, I'm off," and left, presumably to plunge into a deadly habit for which Patty would be to blame. 16. Fanfare for Eric. The threat was emotional blackmail of a particularly shameless kind, since he'd already been taking heroin for months. Before Derek and the Dominoes, while indulging unrestrainedly in pot, LSD, cocaine, and every kind of pill, he had always held back from smack, aka junk, or Henry, or H. As a film buff, he was all too familiar with Frank Sinatra's horrific portrayal of an addicted drummer in The Man with the Golden Arm. An equal deterrent was his mistaken belief that it could be taken only by shooting up. Self-injection in the arm. Ever since his immunization against diphtheria as a small boy, he'd had a horror of needles. Playing in a band with Ginger Baker, one of British rock's pioneer smackheads had revealed that it could also be snorted like cocaine or swallowed as a jack or pill. But far from trying to turn him on to the habit, Baker had always warned in older brotherly fashion that he'd have his balls if he ever tried it. But Cream's drummer had been belligerently living proof that it didn't necessarily lead to writhing on the floor like Sinatra, that one could take it and still appear to function normally. Eric himself explained how his initiation came about to Keith Richards' drug dealer, Spanish Tony Sanchez. "The guy I was scoring coke from would only sell it to me if I bought smack as well, so I kept stashing it away in a drawer. I just didn't want to know about it. Then, one day there was no coke around, so I thought I'd have a snort of smack, and it was quite nice. A lot of fuss about nothing, I thought." Quite nice is actually not a bad description, for heroin does not carry out its deadly seduction with the mind-numbing of pot, the unpredictable thrill ride of acid, or the goggling hyper-energy of coke, but with a sensation of total calm, self-confidence and comfort inside one's own skin that Eric had never really felt in all his 25 years. Nothing bothers you whatsoever, he discovered. Nothing will phase you out in any way. Bobby Whitlock remembers him taking it in the cafeteria at Abbey Road Studios during the All Things Must Pass sessions, something the Beatles would never have dared. It was not its usual white, but pale pink. He told me he felt warm all over, as if there was a cotton wool cushion under his head and soft pink cotton wool all around him. The Layla album sessions in Miami had been saturated in drugs, including heroin, and repeated pleas from the producer Tom Dowd and even Atlantic Records boss Ahmet Ertegun had been unable to check that brisk traffic via the motel gift shop. Ertegun, who had seen Ray Charles almost destroy himself with smack, actually wept as he begged Eric not to jeopardize his career in the same way. But as many others had discovered, no ears could be more deaf when they chose. For several months, he showed none of the instantly recognizable symptoms that his friend John Lennon had a few months earlier. The chalk-white face, the blurred speech, the tendency to vomit at inopportune moments like the middle of a TV interview. Quite the opposite. During Derek and the Dominoes' American tour at the end of 1970, he looked the picture of health, clean-shaven once again, barbered in the new unisex layered style, and deeply tanned by the Miami sun. The American media pandered to his almost schizophrenic dual role of star frontman and just one of the guys. When the band appeared on Johnny Cash's television show, Cash introduced them one by one with Bobby Whitlock first and Eric last. Then, after a single ensemble number, Chuck Willis's It's Too Late, he left the lineup to join Cash and the great Carl Perkins in an incandescent version of Perkins's Matchbox. Layla and Other Assorted Love Songs had been released in time for Christmas 1970. Its front cover image was Emile Theodor Franzen de Schomburg's La Fille au Bouquet, the sleepy heart-shaped face so much like Patty's, which Eric now owned and insisted must be reproduced to art gallery standard, unsullied by any title or artist credit. His name appeared in small type on the back cover. His picture was buried among a montage of band snapshots on the double envelope gatefold. The title track was not the only one aimed directly at Patty. Bell Bottom Blues pleaded to the point of grovelling for another rendezvous under the Guilford town clock where he'd handed over her landlubber jeans from Miami. I Looked Away declared that, if it seems a sin to love another man's woman, baby, I guess I'll keep on sinning. I Am Yours adapted a poem by Nizami, the Persian author of the tale of Layla and Majnun. However distant you may be, there blows no wind but wafts your scent to me. To say nothing of It's Too Late and Have You Ever Loved a Woman and Why Does Love Gotta Be So Sad? Heart on sleeve melancholia with guitars on fire. Today, the album is generally recognized as Eric's greatest achievement, but at the time, it was seen as a commercial failure, reaching only number 16 in America and failing to chart in Britain. Most of the tracks were unsuitable for radio play, the 7-minute-long Layla most of all, and so many people did not recognize the Dominoes leader that stickers reading "Derek is Eric" had to be hurriedly pasted on thousands of copies. A single version of Layla, cut to 3 minutes, reached only the low 50s in Billboard's Hot 100. The critics were uniformly tepid. Melody makers Roy Hollingworth complained that it veered from the magnificent to a few lengths of complete boredom. Eric spits and licks, bumps and grinds into 7-minute strutting boogies, then dawdles into love songs, and pretty atrocious vocal work. Consequently, when Derek and the Dominoes reconvened to make a follow-up in April and May of 1971, they felt they had both too little and too much to follow up on. Eric made no secret of thinking they would never again match Layla, for Duane Allman was not available to sit in with them this time. "We didn't have the fire anymore," he would recall. "We'd burnt out on one album." By now, too, there were beginning to be tensions within the band, mostly centered on their drummer, Jim Gordon, a curly-haired Californian with a touch of Ginger Baker ferocity in his playing. Unusually for a percussionist, Gordon was equally skilled on string instruments, as well as an aspiring songwriter, and his bandmates suspected him of plotting a solo career on the quiet. Bobby Whitlock resented being usurped on keyboards by Gordon's extended piano coda to Layla, feeling it to be totally out of keeping with the first part, and claiming ever afterwards that it had been filched without acknowledgement from Gordon's then-girlfriend, Rita Coolidge. Bass player Carl Radle kept an uncomfortable low profile, much as Eric used to in Cream whenever Baker and Jack Bruce were scrapping. Tempers became increasingly frayed until one day, according to their sound mixer Ron Nevinson, Eric was taking forever to tune his guitar and Jim said something like, "Why don't we do a song about tuning?" Whitlock recalls it as, "Do you want me to tune that damn thing?" A far more serious piece of lèse majesté, Eric put down his guitar, and walked out. That was the end of Derek and the Dominoes. Despite his dramatic exit from the last meeting with Patty, he had not given up the pursuit. A couple of months after the incident with the heroin packet, she received a letter in instantly recognizable art school handwriting without capital letters, posted from the tiny village of Llanddewi Brefi in West Wales. He was staying there in a cottage belonging to his old Chelsea friend, the hoodlum aesthete David Litvinoff. Written on the torn-out title page of a book, John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, the letter began, "Dear Layla," and was couched in the same apocalyptic style, with the same disdain for capital letters, as the first she'd had from him. "For nothing more than the pleasures past, I would sacrifice my family, my God, and my own existence, and still you will not move. I am at the end of my mind. I cannot go back, and there is nothing in tomorrow, save you, that can attract me beyond today. I have listened to the wind. I have watched the dark, brooding clouds. I have felt the earth beneath me for a sign, a gesture, but there is only silence. If you want me, take me. I am yours." Patty replied encouragingly, "Oh, I long to be with you there," signing off, "Moons full of love, L," and enclosing a poem by Charles Baudelaire, which seemed to tell him just what he'd been wanting to hear for so long. "Cast bridle, spurs, and reins away, and let us race on steeds of wine to skies enchanting and divine, as though two angels overcome by fever's wild delirium." Having sent it, she was overcome with embarrassment and wrote a hasty postcard. "Please forgive and forget my bold suggestion. Love, L." Eric's reply came by return of post, on another torn-out flyleaf, this time from a book of Scottish ballads, and was written in green ink. He had received both her letter and postcard by the same delivery, an experience, he said, like watching a boomerang in flight. In a sudden but very typical fit of pessimism, not to say second sight, he continued, "I don't think, even if we were the last ones left alive, that you could be happy with me. And as for me, I think I am content to remain alone until someday I am free to be discovered. I love you even though you're chicken." That was the last she would hear of him for another 8 months. The collapse of Derek and the Dominoes, allied to the continued impasse with Patty, marked Eric's transition from occasional heroin user to serious addict. At his habit's appalling height, he could very easily have gone the way of Robert Johnson, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, well before the fatal age of 27, but for the people who, as always, rushed to the aid of that wounded child. Like all great seducers, heroin bides its time, in his case for about a year. At first, he felt the need of its pink cotton wool swaddling only every couple of weeks. Then it was 2 or 3 times a week, then every day. "It took over my life," he would recall, without me really noticing. Throughout the experience, he was to feel a perverse pride in emulating jazz legends such as Charlie Parker and Billie Holiday, who had always maintained that heroin enhanced their performance, even as it was shredding their bodies and souls. There was a touch of his innate competitiveness in there too. I wanted to prove I could do it and come out alive. At a time when the physical effects were first starting to show, George happened to drop in at Hurtwood Edge, accompanied by Leon Russell. Seeing the state Eric was in, Russell became very angry, something few of his British friends would have dared, and asked what the hell he thought he was doing. He replied that he was on a journey into the darkness and had to see it through and find out what was on the other side. His affair with Patty's youngest sister, Paula, had ended after Paula realized she was not the inspiration for Layla, and she was now living with Bobby Whitlock. In March 1970, he'd picked up with Alice Ormsby Gore again, although there was to be no further talk of their getting married, and he would later deny that they'd ever been engaged. Alice, now 18, had developed theatrical aspirations, and during their separation had won a part in an Israeli production of the tribal rock musical Hair, which Robert Stigwood had originally brought from New York to London. Consequently, for most of that summer she was learning Hebrew for her role, then on stage in Tel Aviv, and living in a fishing village beside the Sea of Galilee. When the show's run ended, she returned to the very different milieu of Hurtwood Edge, where she was soon keeping Eric company in his heroin habit. He frankly admits in his autobiography that it never crossed my mind it was wrong to bring her into my nightmare. He always had people to do things for him, and keeping him in pink cotton wool was no exception. Alice took on the job of scoring their heroin, travelling up to London to rendezvous with their dealer, usually in Gerrard Street, Soho, at constant risk of arrest by the police and much else besides. Snorting, as they did, Eric, with a golden spoon he wore around his neck, used up much more than injecting, so Alice's scoring trips had to be very frequent. They always took care to overlap their supplies, so there was never any danger of running out. Like most newcomers to heroin, Eric believed himself to be in complete control of his habit, able to stop whenever he chose, and not in the slightest danger of becoming like those poor teeth-chattering junkies on the cinema screen. The first inkling of how seriously he was hooked came when he'd arranged to drive to Wales to see Alice at the Harlech family home, and suddenly realized he was in no condition to pilot a Ferrari 200 miles. Postponing the visit for 3 days, he went cold turkey and experienced all the terrifying symptoms John Lennon had sung about on the record they'd made together. Sweat-soaked yet deathly cold, every muscle and nerve in his body in cramp, he could only curl in a fetal position, howling in agony. No one knew about it at the time but his gardener handyman Arthur Egby. Eric hadn't come downstairs, so I knocked on the bedroom door, and a strange voice told me to fuck off, Egby recalls. I wondered who it was, never thinking it could be Eric. I entered the room and there he was, all curled up, looking horrible and so pale. During 1971, he and Alice were still to be seen out and about together, an enviably cool-looking couple, charmingly spanning the class divide. It was impossible to imagine them at home on the occasions when their heroin supplies simultaneously ran out, and they'd literally go berserk, banging their heads against walls or burning themselves with cigarettes. One such escape was the premiere of Trouble in Malopolis, the art film directed by Philip Mora, which Eric had financed, with a cast including Germaine Greer and the editor of Oz magazine, Richard Neville. The premiere, at Chelsea's Paris Pullman Cinema, was a fundraiser for Oz's defense against obscenity charges following its School Kids issue, when Neville had turned the whole magazine over to a gang of predictably lewd-minded juveniles. The evening reunited Eric with many old pheasantry acquaintances, notably John Ivor Golding, the enigmatic tramp said to have inspired Harold Pinter's The Caretaker, and now playing his one and only movie lead role. True to past form, Golding fell asleep in his front row seat, then defecated there in the cinema in front of everyone. George Harrison's triple album, All Things Must Pass, had been a worldwide hit, momentarily overshadowing the solo careers of both John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Its main single, My Sweet Lord, alchemized George's usually heavy-handed Hinduism into a sweetly unspecific hymn, equally relevant to every religion. The Indian subcontinent had done much to bring about his transformation from underdog Beatle, and in August 1971, he found a way to pay some of it back. Former East Pakistan, now renamed Bangladesh, was stricken both by a terrible famine and genocide at the hands of the militaristic West Pakistan government, from which it had seceded. Together with his sitar guru Ravi Shankar, George put together a giant rock concert to aid Bangladesh's millions of starving refugees, staged at New York's Madison Square Garden and featuring fellow superstars like Bob Dylan and Leon Russell. Thinking it might bring some relief to the smaller disaster area he still regarded as his best friend, he also asked Eric to participate. Initially, Eric's addiction made the idea seem quite impracticable. He could not risk trying to smuggle heroin through US customs, nor could he hope to do without it during the week of rehearsals before the Saturday show. I guess it was a dumb idea to put him on a plane when there was such a strong chance of him going into withdrawal and not being able to appear, says Chris O'Dell, who was helping to organize the event. In the end, George had to promise to have a supply waiting for him in New York. Even then, it was far from certain that he'd turn up. While he and Alice had briefly been absent from Hurtwood, a friend of the Eggsby's son, Kevin, had stolen several of his most cherished guitars, including one he had built himself from vintage Fender Stratocasters, painted black and given the name Blackie. Although the thief had been caught and all the guitars recovered, they were being held as evidence by the Surrey police. But he knew how important this concert was, O'Dell says, and he wanted to be there for George. Unfortunately, when he and Alice reached their New York hotel, the heroin supply laid on by George proved to be street cut, i.e., mixed with talcum powder or baby milk formula, and only about a tenth of the strength his body now demanded. The next 3 days he spent in his hotel room in sweating convulsions, while George's people and Alice ran around town trying to find a dealer with merchandise of the proper purity. Help eventually came from Alan Klein, the Beatles' last manager, who was still clinging to George as some consolation for their breakup. Klein gave Eric a medicine for stomach ulcers, containing the heroin substitute methadone. That got him to rehearsals, and by showtime, some of the real stuff had been found. His condition was such that he barely noticed when Patty arrived from London to join George just before the concert. Whenever she saw him, he was usually surrounded by people and she was unsure whether he even saw her. I think she regarded the thing with Eric as over, Chris O'Dell says. He was back with Alice and she was really trying to make things work with George. In all the time we were together that week, I don't remember her even mentioning him. Although not the first time leading musicians had donated their services to charity, the concert for Bangladesh, actually 2 concerts in the afternoon and evening of the 1st of August, was a genuinely historic event in its size and the attention it drew to its chosen cause, both in live performance and the album that followed. It was a personal triumph for George and the model for many future displays of collective conscience by what now recognizably became a rock community. Eric, moustached yet again, a rather bitty-looking Zapata, took the stage with George in a popular supergroup, also containing Ringo Starr and Leon Russell, with a second lead guitarist, Jesse Ed Davis, from Taj Mahal's band, very obviously shadowing him in case he should falter. "I just wasn't there," he would recall. "I wasn't there at all." This isn't how it looks in the concert film footage, when George gets to "While My Guitar Gently Weeps," and the two of them play a single-string duet full of mutual esteem, unlike their former duel over Patty in the Great Hall at Friar Park. Safely swaddled in pink cotton wool again, Eric gives a beatific smile, and millions of young men all over the world forget the human tragedy that has brought him there and simply yearn to have his life. George's well-meaning attempt to coax him back to work seemed to have the opposite effect. When he walked off stage at Madison Square Garden, it was into a self-exile whose hellishness only the unfortunate Alice would be allowed to share. The next 3 years of what should have been the best time of his life were not just ruled by heroin, but lost to it. However much the drug may have sharpened Charlie Parker's or Billie Holiday's creativity, it obliterated Eric's. Or, at least took away the work ethic that had driven him from the first moment he picked up a guitar. He sought no new musical partners, wrote no new material, and released no new records, just stayed holed up at Hurtwood Edge in the semi-comatose state between fixes that the Chinese call chasing the dragon. "What were you doing for all that time?" a journalist asked him later. "Nothing," he replied, "watching TV, building model cars and aircraft." But hadn't he been bored? You don't get bored on Smack. That is something you do not get. His appearance, in which he'd always taken such pride, rapidly went downhill. His face not only developing the heroin user's chalky pallor, but also crops of belated acne. Alice nominally did the cooking, but he lived mainly on junk food and the sweet things junkies tend to crave, with the results that his weight ballooned. He became chronically constipated, and his libido, that once relentless engine, all but disappeared, though paradoxically, despite almost never going out, he retained his obsession with clothes. He deliberately cut himself off from all his friends, particularly those on whom he'd once relied for advice and guidance. As the front gates of Hurtwood were always left open, he would simply not answer their ring at the front door and wait for them to give up and go away like some lurking, alternately bearded and non-bearded Boo Radley. The same treatment was even meted out to Ben Palmer, his old mentor and asylum giver, who, worried by the rumours he'd heard, drove all the way from Wales to offer help. Though Eric was clearly visible through an upstairs window, Palmer received no reply to his repeated rings. He tried again on another day. That time, Alice opened the door, but Eric made him feel like an intruder. As ever, his small store of consideration for others was spent on his grandmother, Rose, to whom he was guiltily aware he ought to be a support in her too early widowhood. Rose knew nothing about heroin or any other drug, and was told nothing of his problem. On his visits to her at Shamley Green, she thought he looked tired out, and, in her innocence, presumed he was just drunk. Then his birth mother, Pat MacDonald, happened to be visiting from West Germany, where she still lived with her Canadian Army officer husband. She called at Hurtwood, but Eric was too self-conscious about his appearance to come downstairs and see her, so she spent several hours talking to Alice in the kitchen. It was from Pat, who otherwise knew so little about him, that Rose finally heard the awful news. "He's on drugs, Mum." True to the relationship they'd had since he was a lost, spoilt little boy, she never spoke a word of reproach, nor even tried to discuss the matter with him. But "I used to really pray," she would recall, "get down on my hands and knees and say my prayers for Rick." Some of the heroin supply came via an addict Alice had got to know in London, who received it on legal prescriptions in pill form. But the effect was nowhere near that of the snorting variety that came in soft brown nuggets, like Demerara sugar, and had to be ground to powder with a pestle and mortar. So institutionalized was the trade that its clear plastic packets had uniform red paper labels with Chinese characters and the logo of a white elephant. By now, Eric's craving had become so powerful that Alice had to give him almost all that she scored. She compensated with neat vodka, soon getting through 2 bottles per day. The cost of the smack rose exponentially as the dealers discovered whom the aristocratic teenager was servicing, and before long was running at £1,000 per week, equal to £10,000 today. Arthur Egby became accustomed to the sight of Eric laying out 4 lines on the kitchen counter as meticulously as his step-grandfather Jack used to lay bricks, and inhaling them through a tightly rolled £50 note that he would then toss into the waste bin. Since the notes had officially been thrown away, Egby felt justified in covertly retrieving them, sponging off the heroin, and hanging them up to dry in the kitchen for use on his and Iris's next holiday on the Isle of Wight. Robert Stigwood had always been aware of what was going on with his biggest client next to the Bee Gees, and even occasionally dispatched an employee to score for him when Alice could not. Like Rose, Stigwood never uttered a word of protest or censure, although it was noticeable that in the whole 3 years of Eric's retreat, his manager never once set foot inside Hurtwood Edge. Now, as his drug expenditure rocketed, with no new income being generated, a message came from Stigwood's office that the bank balance, of whose size he had not the faintest idea, was running low, and he might soon have to consider selling off some of his possessions. As news of his situation spread through the business, various plans to help him were mooted, some more serious than others. Ginger Baker wanted to transport him by Land Rover into the middle of the Sahara Desert, one place he, or rather Alice, would be guaranteed not to find a drug pusher. In America, Bonnie Bramlett and Bobby Whitlock often discussed returning to Britain to kidnap his ass. Ironically, the fellow musician who began the process of putting him back together was the one with an unrivaled reputation for smashing things up. Eric had always admired The Who's Pete Townshend, British rock's most conspicuous art college alumnus, even if Townshend's ritual onstage trashing of guitars in the name of auto-destructive performance art struck him as gratuitous vandalism. Townshend had a similar regard for Eric, and hearing about the bad scene at Hurtwood Edge, with a sympathy not easily read in his long, contemptuous face, decided it was down to him to help. Throughout 1972, he became almost the only visitor Eric allowed into Hurtwood. They reminisced at length about their shared history, Townshend with one band that, however explosive, had always managed to stay together as against Eric's 5, and made some tapes together in the small recording studio in the garage. Townshend was at no risk of being drawn into chasing the dragon, having given up drugs when he became a follower of the guru Meher Baba in 1967. He was, however, drawn deeply into Eric's claustrophobic and tempestuous domestic life. He recalls getting almost nightly phone calls from Alice, begging him to come and mediate between them. It was an hour and a half's drive away, and always at awkward hours. Eric would be asleep somewhere, and she would be running round hysterically. She was giving him all her heroin supply, most unselfishly, and then she was having to deal with Eric's extremely selfish outbursts, accusing her of doing the reverse. Townshend himself, an alcoholic even though drug-free, was too opinionated and volatile to be a perfect therapist for Eric, and there were sometimes blow-ups between them. In the aftermath of one, Eric Egby found a full bucket of water on a bedroom windowsill overlooking the front door. "Leave that alone," Eric told me. "It's for Pete when he arrives." He emptied it over him too. Otherwise, 1972 contained little but pink cotton wool clouds or the terrible hunger for them. At Townshend's invitation, Eric and Alice went to see The Who perform in Paris, taking enough heroin to last them through the day, but obliged to get home by midnight like two smack-headed Cinderellas for their next snort. Alice briefly regained some life of her own when she went to New York for the 4th anniversary celebration of the Hair musical, in whose Israeli version she had appeared. Atco in the US and Polydor in the UK put out a double compilation album entitled The History of Eric Clapton, as if his career was over, chronicling his appearances with the Yardbirds, Cream, Blind Faith, and Derek and the Dominos. Its cover a shot of him on stage and Pink Cloudy at the concert for Bangladesh. The tracks included Layla, which now finally charted as a single, reaching number 7 in Britain and 10 in the Billboard Hot 100. Yet even at this nadir of self-degradation, the Clapton luck still held. The father of the 20-year-old whose life he seemed intent on ruining was a peer of the realm, a former government minister and ambassador and a public figure of unimpeachable respectability. Had the press discovered that Lord Harlech's daughter was not only a heroin addict, but scoring the stuff on Soho streets, the scandal would have been tremendous, and the severest penalties visited on the rock star responsible, but it never happened. In addition, Harlick was a man of great kindness and sensitivity whom Eric, in his eternal quest for male role models, had come to regard almost as a stepfather. So now, rather than use the big stick at his disposal to protect Alice, he attempted to reform his erstwhile son-in-law through music. He had met Pete Townshend at Hurtwood one day while pleading fruitlessly with Eric to try to kick the habit. Townshend recalls that when Alice was out of the room, Eric told Harlick he was afraid that giving up heroin might change his feelings for her. Afterwards, the peer contacted the guitar wrecker with a plan to bring Eric back to the public arena as a working musician and hopefully motivate him to get straight for good. This was for him to headline an all-star concert as part of the Fanfare for Britain events, marking the UK's entry into what was then known as the Common Market in early 1973. Robert Stigwood gratefully embraced the idea, and Eric himself proving surprisingly unresistant, Townshend assembled a backing supergroup including Stevie Winwood, Rick Gregg, Jim Capaldi, and Ronnie Wood of the Faces, to be billed as the Palpitations. There was a week of rehearsals at Wood's house, the Wick, in Richmond, scene of so many Yardbird memories. Eric turned up punctually for every one, looking in not too bad shape, and seemed to have lost none of his old touch. His supposed comeback took place at the Rainbow Theatre, an all-rock venue recently conjured from the old Finsbury Park Astoria, on the 13th of January. Among those in the VIP seats were George and Patty, Ringo, Jimmy Page, Elton John, Joe Cocker, and Ahmet Ertegun. Never had so many top people in his profession united to support and encourage the wounded child. But as the minutes ticked away to showtime, there was no sign of Eric. Backstage, Pete Townshend encountered an agitated Stigwood, who suggested he should pray their headliner would turn up. "You pray," snapped Townshend. "He's your artist." "Look, if I pray, he won't listen," Stigwood replied. So Townshend went to a deserted stairwell and 3 times over said, "Please God, make Eric come before the show." He did, very late and stoned, although that wasn't what had held him up. Thanks to his junk food diet, he'd been unable to get into the white suit he wanted to wear, and Alice had to let out its waistband. Wearing his recovered Fender Blackie, he received a tumultuous welcome and, shadowed by Townshend and Ronnie Wood, went straight into a 10-minute version of Layla that made Patty's blood run cold. He might have been wrecked for 3 years, but he hadn't forgotten how to tear at the heartstrings with his guitar, she was to recall. All the emotion I had felt for him when he disappeared from my life welled up inside me. But this fanfare for Eric portended nothing in the way of cleaning up or getting back to work or even trying afresh with Patty. Afterwards, he and Alice returned to Hurtwood Edge and their private purgatory for another 7 months. 17. The Black Box. It might have continued even longer but for the presence of the Lord. In August 1973, Alice's father wrote to Eric with an ultimatum. If they didn't stop what they were doing to themselves and each other, Lord Harlick said, he'd have no hesitation in turning them over to the police. But with the evidently serious threat came the offer of a lifeline couched in terms of extraordinary sympathy and affection, especially towards a young man Harlick had good reason to hate. For all that you can do and all that you can have in your lives, please let me help you. I will probably never know how much courage it will take, dear Eric, but for your own sake, please do it. Through the violinist Yehudi Menuhin, Harlick had heard of Dr. Meg Patterson, a Scottish neurosurgeon who claimed to be able to reduce heroin withdrawal symptoms by a treatment of her own invention called neuroelectric therapy. It was a form of acupuncture widely used by the surgical profession to control post-operative pain, but said to be equally effective in combating the horrors of cold turkey. With his aversion to needles, Eric recoiled from the idea of acupuncture. Nonetheless, he agreed to meet Dr. Patterson at the Harley Street clinic she ran in partnership with her husband, George. The couple had only recently returned to Britain after 10 years in the Far East and had no idea who he was. The consultation got off to a shaky start when Eric arrived with Alice half an hour late, both of them stoned. He announced that he didn't want to give up heroin and had come only because Lord Harlech thought the treatment might help Alice. However, he quickly warmed to Dr. Meg, a dynamic, smiley woman with lustrous coiled-up hair, and was fascinated by her stories of working among heroin addicts in China and Hong Kong, where she had developed her treatment. At the end of half an hour, he said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." The case history that he and Alice related between them was as serious as any in her experience. Once, in an attempt at self-medication, Eric had swallowed enough of the illegal Mandrax sedative to kill most people. In his quest for stronger, quicker results, he'd even been ready to forget his needle phobia and try shooting up. But Alice managed to talk him out of it. By the time he found Dr. Meg, her son Lorne recalls, it was a question of when, not if, he would die. Neuroelectric therapy was administered by a small black box sprouting electrical leads attached to acupuncture needles, which were inserted around the contour of the patient's ear. These transmitted a mild electric current simulating the nod or euphoric stupor of heroin. Withdrawal could thus take place without the body realizing it was happening. For both Eric and Alice, Dr. Meg decreed, 3 or 4 one-hour sessions per day would be necessary over a period of at least a month. Since the treatment could be given only by its inventor, she and her husband and professional colleague George had to move into Hurtwood Edge, accompanied by a full-time nurse, hired from an agency. The Pattersons' therapy had a strong religious dimension. Dr. Meg had combined her medical practice with missionary work in post-partition India, for which she'd been awarded an MBE in 1961, and George had pursued the same vocation in China and Tibet, while variously employed as an engineer and journalist. The nurse they brought with them shared their beliefs to an even stronger degree and had to be dismissed after Eric complained she was too blatantly trying to convert both him and Alice to Christianity. He had expected to be weaned from heroin by slow degrees, but Dr. Meg's first act was to order its total banishment from the house. Afterwards, she found him and Alice crawling around the floor, trying to snort up any last remnants from the carpet pile. To begin with, they received the treatment together in the small ground floor room known as the Den. They were not the easiest of patients. A side effect of their addiction was chronic insomnia, yet their body's tolerance to narcotics made them immune to the sleeping tablets Dr. Meg would have prescribed, and the mildness of the electric current flowing into his ear convinced Eric it couldn't be possibly having any effect. After a week, the Pattersons realized that the cure had no chance of working unless he and Alice were separated, especially as she also needed treatment for alcoholism after the 2 bottles of vodka per day she'd been drinking to compensate for giving him all the heroin. Eric therefore moved into their Harley Street clinic, while Alice went to a nursing home on the other side of Regent's Park. For the rest of their respective treatments, there was to be no communication between them. The Pattersons did not normally accommodate patients and had only a tiny flat without even a spare bedroom. Like their 2 sons, 14-year-old Lorne and 12-year-old Sean, Eric slept in the sitting room, while their 10-year-old daughter, Mer, slept in the consulting room. He was as model a houseguest as he'd been long ago with John and Ruth Mayle, though nowadays even more domestically incompetent. One day when Dr. Meg was busy with other patients, she asked him to make some coffee. "Meg, I don't know how to make coffee," he confessed. Away from his woodland mansion and his usual protective human screen, he opened up to them as never to anyone before. confessing his fear that heroin had robbed him of his talent, as well as his friends, his career, and most of his money. Yet he only had to strum the small acoustic guitar he'd brought with him to show how brightly that talent still burned. Dr. Meg believed that part of his trouble was deep spiritual trauma, and back in Harley Street, the question of faith was raised again, with rather more delicacy than it had been by the agency nurse. Like the vast majority of British children in the 50s, Eric had received a Christian upbringing from which the 60s had brought an immediate lapse. But he'd felt some renewed stirrings of faith thanks to a Scottish DJ he'd met on an American tour, though in no sense could he be considered born again. Ever responsive to potential father figures, he tended to talk more to the white-bearded George Patterson, usually while he prepared the evening meal. For the first time in any kind of therapeutic context, he spoke of his feelings about his illegitimate birth, his abandonment by his mother as a toddler, the childhood-long pretense that Rose was his mother and Pat his big sister, and how far that might account for his drive to be the best blues guitarist in the world and have sex with every woman, ditto. Patterson was no zealot, having struggled at length with his own faith, and he took care to avoid anything resembling missionary work on Eric. Rather, he focused on dispelling any romantic association of heroin with the likes of Charlie Parker and Billie Holiday, reiterating that talent comes from the spirit, not drugs. Only once, late at night, when Eric knocked on his bedroom door in the grip of a black scene, i.e. mood, did he suggest they should pray together, which they did. He was allowed the occasional visitor, like Lord Harlech, Robert Stigwood, and the ever-solicitous Pete Townsend. Though the media was kept in total ignorance of his whereabouts, he gave one remarkably candid interview to the freelance journalist Steve Turner, admitting his former enslavement to what he coyly termed the naughty powder. He said he hadn't touched a guitar for 3 years, an exaggeration, fearing he could never again reach the heights of the Layla album. Whatever he came up with, he said, would be an insult to music. Turner also received his confession that Layla had been inspired by a woman I felt deeply about and that turned me down. It's the wife of my best friend scene. She was trying to attract his attention, trying to make him jealous, and so she used me, you see, and I fell madly in love with her. What had she thought of the song, Turner asked. She didn't give a damn, but if she was to come in this room right now, I'd fall down at her feet. At another point he volunteered, I have this death wish. I don't like life, and I'm not going to live very long. He was occasionally allowed out alone, on his honour not to go near anyone who might lead him astray. Dr. Meg's supervision extended to checking his room, and after one such exeat, she found he'd brought home some Vispatone, a methadone-based syrup. In front of George and the children, she gave him a dressing down such as he hadn't received since primary school, accusing him of betraying her, and then poured the Vispatone down the sink. He seemed set to make the promised complete recovery when this instinct for self-sabotage kicked in again. He announced that he had to have some heroin and was already in touch with one of his former dealers about getting it delivered to him. But the dealer was a friend who knew all about the treatment he was receiving and refused to supply him without Dr. Meg's permission. She not only gave it, but allowed him to take the heroin on her premises, rather than see him walk out and straight back into addiction. Anyway, by that time he'd passed the point of no return. The snort, he told her later, had been good but not as good as before. Hence, after less than a month, Dr. Meg's black box could claim its first success from rock's top echelon. And in years to come, this pioneering example would be followed by Keith Richards, Keith Moon, Pete Townsend, when he fell back into drugs again, and Boy George. Eric would always speak about the Pattersons in the warmest terms, despite a lingering resentment of that public dressing down from Dr. Meg. They gave me love, and I found that was the medicine I needed far more than the actual treatment. The day he left, He presented Dr. Meg with the 24-carat gold snorting spoon he'd worn on a chain around his neck for the past 3 years. "Thanks, Meg," said the handwritten note that accompanied it. "I won't be needing this." Many people who succeed in getting off heroin are soon undone when they return to their social circle of fellow addicts and dealers. Lord Harlech and the Pattersons had therefore formulated a second stage to Eric's rehabilitation that would remove him from all such temptation and provide an extended breathing space in the healthiest possible surroundings. The Harlech family's estate included a farm near Oswestry in Shropshire, close to the Welsh border, managed by Alice's younger brother Francis, known as Frank. It was thither that his joint Harley Street and House of Lords support team dispatched Eric early in 1974. The idea had been that he should semi-work on the farm, but mainly just soak up the fresh air, quiet, and privacy. However, once there, he rediscovered the pleasure in manual labour that had almost turned him into a bricklayer like his stepfather, Jack Clapp. The rock star who seldom got up before afternoon took to rising at dawn, and the farm being virtually unautomated put in a full, strenuous day of mucking out animals, digging ditches, and baling hay. He had known and liked Frank Ormsby Gore since Frank was a schoolboy, a reminder of how long he and Alice had been together, on and off, and meshed in perfectly with the farm's two workers, Di and Mike, neither of whom showed the slightest tendency to regard him as God. Indeed, it was therapy in itself to stop being Eric Clapton and become just one of a group of mates, working and playing together with equal uncomplicatedness. After finishing the day's chores, they would go straight into Oswestry to make a round of the pubs, listen to jukeboxes, and drink until we could hardly stand up. Frank would cook dinner back at the farm, then they'd hit the pubs again until closing time. In this way, Eric would claim, he segued with hardly a beat from a heroin addiction to the alcoholism that would rule his life just as powerfully, but for much longer. Actually, it had always been there, lying dormant through eras when acid or coke seemed to deliver the biggest kicks. As an art student, he used to drink himself insensible in the hope of impressing some girl, or to drown his humiliation at being chucked by one. A specially clear advance warning had been his bender at the Bewley Jazz Festival, aged 16, when he was abandoned by his friends, woke up in the woods without a penny in his pocket, slunk home dishevelled and unshaven, with pissed-in and crapped-in pants, and couldn't wait to do it all again. On the positive side, the farm made him fitter than he'd ever been since those long-ago bricklaying days with Jack, and mindless physical labour in the fresh air broke his long creative block. Odd lines for songs would suddenly come as he humped sacks around or sat on the tractor, and he'd rush to find chords for them on a guitar, which it was no longer a struggle to pick up. At this point, fortuitously, he heard from Derek and the Dominoes bass player Carl Radel, the most thoughtful and least rowdy of their American personnel. Radel was now playing the clubs back in his native Tulsa, Oklahoma, and sent Eric some tapes he'd made with a keyboards man named Dick Sims and a drummer named Jamie Oldacre. The tapes were impressive, and with them came a simple message: "We're waiting for you." From then on, Eric began writing new songs with the trio in mind, and even imagining their possible running order on an album. He continued to have a faithful friend and tireless would-be benefactor in Pete Townshend. The Who were currently filming Townshend's groundbreaking rock opera, Tommy, with Robert Stigwood as producer and the outrageous Ken Russell as director. Townshend asked Eric to join the several big names with cameo roles. The others included Tina Turner and Elton John, as a thank you for organising his Rainbow Comeback concert a year previously, when he'd so signally failed to come back. Eric's cameo in Tommy was the weirdest postscript to the Christianity he'd lately absorbed with Dr. Meg's neuroelectric therapy. It showed him robed as a priest, performing Sonny Boy Williamson's Eyesight to the Blind, from the pulpit of a church dedicated to Marilyn Monroe and filled with people in wheelchairs. But that helpful gesture, too, backfired when Eric spent much of the day's filming getting smashed with Keith Moon. Even after all his recent training in the Oswestry pubs, Moon the Loon made him feel like a lightweight. A surprise visit to the farm by George and Patty Harrison did not promise to aid his recuperation. George knew by now that Layla had been about Patty and a direct criticism of himself, and might well have been monumentally offended. She, in her turn, might be under the illusion Eric had tried to feed her, that he'd taken to heroin when she rejected him. However, the encounter brought no recrimination from any side. The three just had a drink in a local pub. Eric was touched by George's supportiveness, but couldn't help wishing Patty had come on her own. Though they were evidently still a couple, Eric said she was looking at him with more than mere friendly concern. Towards the end of his time at the farm, Alice completed her treatment for alcoholism and came to join him. Dr. Meg's instructions were that they should not share a bedroom or be intimately involved in any way, lest they should pull each other back to where they had been. Alice might have started out by being posh girl cool to Eric, but she'd ended by risking everything for love of him, including her life. Nonetheless, the third stage of the plan made by others for his survival was that he should break up with her. He didn't argue. For the Ormsby-Gore family, who had been so instrumental in his succor, survival was to be more problematic. Later in the year Alice split from Eric, she found her 22-year-old brother, Julian, dead from gunshot wounds apparently self-inflicted in a bout of depression aggravated by drugs and alcohol. In 1985, her father, the kindly and forbearing 5th Baron Harlech, was killed in a car crash, just as her mother had been 20 years earlier. But Alice herself, the once enchanting sprite who seemed to have flown straight out of Wonderland, would come to the saddest end of all. At the age of 17, Patty had received an object lesson in how women ought to behave when their husbands were unfaithful under their very noses. Her tyrannical stepfather, Bobby Gamer Jones, was openly carrying on with a family friend named Ingrid. But in those days of female subservience, her mother, Diana, resolutely turned a blind eye, even when Ingrid scrawled an erotic message on the windscreen of Bobby's car with her diamond ring. Now, history was repeating itself for Patty in a Gothic mansion near Henley-on-Thames, whose light switches were like the faces of miniature friars. Since Eric's revelation of his obsession with her, George's swings from Hindu spirituality to coke-fueled promiscuity had become more blatant and frequent. When he began sleeping with Ronnie Wood's wife Chrissy, they also began to involve women she'd previously looked on as friends. Eric's obsession, in fact, had left a permanent scar on Patty's family that would have justified recriminations in their brief pub encounter. Her younger sister, Paula, whom George had originally planned to seduce, ended up with Eric apparently as a substitute for her, and had begun taking heroin in consequence. Paula was now with the record producer Andy Johns and the mother of a baby son named William. But she still remained hooked, sometimes to the extent of not being able to remember whether or not she had fed William. On a trip to the Bahamas with Patty, she'd carried smack in her bag, which she persuaded her sister to try at the airport, and miraculously got away with it. At Friar Park, Patty had come to feel increasingly isolated, even though the vast house was always full of people. Among them was an entire troupe of Hare Krishna singers, whom George had invited to move in with their spouses and numerous children. When one of the children fell into the lake, the Krishnas did not react, saying that God would rescue it, and George's PA, Terry Doran, had to turn lifeguard. After it happened a second time, the local doctor refused to answer any further calls for emergency resuscitations. It was around the time of the visit to Eric that George broke the most sacred principle of the Beatles' once indivisible brotherhood. he began an affair with Ringo's wife Maureen. None of his liaisons could have seemed less likely. A former Liverpool hairdresser, Maureen had been married to Ringo since 1965 and was always the least noticeable of the Beatle wives, small, mouse-like and publicly mute. To the other Beatles, she was like family. As George later acknowledged, seducing her had been incest. Patty found out about it when she returned from visiting her mother in Devon and chanced on some photographs of Maureen taken at Friar Park in her absence. She further discovered that a necklace Maureen often wore in front of her had been a present from George. But as always, he denied everything and accused her of paranoia. Before long, he abandoned any attempt at secrecy. Late at night, when Patty was alone in the great hall with its friar-faced light switches, rather like the newspaper tycoon's lonely wife in Citizen Kane, Maureen would arrive on the pretext of listening to George in the studio, and would still be there the next morning. Her attitude was very much that she had the right to spend the night with George if she felt like it. Patty put up with it for a while, just as her mother had with her stepfather's mistress, still clinging to the hope that one day George might revert to the sweet, considerate person she'd met on the set of A Hard Day's Night. But then the affair moved to daytime. He disappeared with Maureen into one of Friar Park's many bedrooms, while musicians were waiting for him in his studio. "I thought, this is being deliberately rubbed in my face," Patty recalls. "He and Maureen want me to know this is happening." Pushed beyond endurance at last, she sought out the guilty bedroom and hammered on the door. George opened it to reveal Maureen on a mattress on the floor, but still would not admit any guilt. "Oh, she's a bit tired," he explained. "She's having a rest." A French or Italian wife at this point might have resorted to a loaded revolver. Patty's milder English response was to attack Maureen with a brace of water pistols and then give 2 fingers to George's so very malleable Indian religiosity. From the roof of Friar Park flew an Om flag, signifying that meditation was carried on there. She remembered that downstairs was another flag, left over from some fancy dress party in happier times, a pirate skull and crossbones. With the help of 2 sympathetic studio engineers, she hauled down the Om and ran up the Jolly Roger. In late April, Robert Stigwood held a lavish press reception at Soho's China Garden restaurant to announce Eric's second comeback. The friends who turned out to support him included Pete Townsend, Elton John, Ronnie Wood, and an unidentified Scotswoman with coiled-up hair and her white-bearded husband, who seemed to have nothing to do with the music business. The Revenant was deeply tanned after his recent agricultural exertions and wore his hair cropped shorter than in any era since the Yardbirds. He was clean-shaven, but as Melody Maker's indefatigable Clapton watcher Chris Welsh reported, had the beginnings of a beard and a moustache that were just enough to make redundant all photographs of him for the past 10 years. No explanation was given for his absence from public view since 1971, and none was demanded. Stuffed with Chinese food, then treated to an all-night booze-up at Stigwood's house, the press happily swallowed the line of a 3-year battery recharging layoff. Under Stigwood's aftercare program, the album he had become mentally planning at the farm was already set up just as he'd pictured. It was to be made in Miami, where Derek and the Dominoes had reached their brief apotheosis. The Carl Radel trio, whose tapes he had liked, would be his sidemen, and the brilliant Tom Dowd once again his producer. He was to stay at a beach-fronted mansion whose address, 461 Ocean Boulevard, provided a ready-made title. But the sessions back at Criteria Studios were no rest cure. Radel's 2 sidemen, keyboard player Dick Sims and drummer Jamie Oldacre, were both young and as opinionated as they were talented. Eric had been out of the loop for 3 years, and moreover was now pushing 30. in those days still a milestone every rock star dreaded. Working with Sims and Oldacre put him on his mettle, thereby doing him more good than all Stigwood's feather bedding, and resulted in a minimalist, almost austere sound at the opposite extreme from Derek and the Dominoes' passionate superabundance. The only reference to his recent ordeal was, "Give me strength," words he had jotted down in the early stages of the Pattersons' treatment, when success seemed hopeless, now transmuted into a slide guitar spiritual showing their Christianity had sunk in deeper than they could ever have imagined. "Lord, I've done so much wrong, but please give me strength to carry on." The rest of the tracks were mostly cover versions chosen less to reflect what he'd been through than to help him forget it. Johnny Otis's Willie and the Hand Jive, Robert Johnson's Steady Rollin' Man, Elmore James's I Can't Hold Out, Mainline Florida, a reference to trains, not needles, by the local guitarist George Terry, one of his several auxiliaries in the studio. Another was Yvonne Elliman, an actress and singer of part Irish, part Hawaiian descent, who had played Mary Magdalene in Stigwood's Broadway and film versions of Jesus Christ Superstar. She was beautiful and flirtatious, and, Eric's libido having returned with his other faculties, the two began a passionate affair that spilled over into the album. Their duet in the raunchy Get Ready, his first ever vocal coupling with a woman, felt almost like eavesdropping outside the bedroom door. During the sessions, George Terry suggested a last-minute addition, I Shot the Sheriff, from the Wailers' 1973 album Burnin'. But there was little enthusiasm from Eric. Reggae was a form of black music with which he felt little affinity, and the Wailers' moving spirit Bob Marley had not yet emerged as a genre-busting genius. He saw nothing for him in a Wild West song with a surreal dimension of Jamaican Rastafarianism. To please Terry, he recorded I Shot the Sheriff, but felt so uncomfortable with his version that he almost had it held off the album. Released as a single in July 1974, it went to number 1 in the US, an achievement Eric was never to repeat, made the top 10 in Britain, and charted around the world. It played a major role in bringing reggae into the mainstream and propelling Bob Marley to the superstardom he would enjoy for the tragically brief remainder of his career. The album from which it came, 461 Ocean Boulevard, performed just as spectacularly, reaching number 1 in the US and the British top 5, and again charting worldwide. The Miami beach house it was named after became a tourist attraction, creating such a traffic hazard that the street number had to be changed. The crucial test of Eric's recovery was to be the first tour he'd ever made under his own name, which would keep him on the road until December. Starting in Scandinavia, playing 48 cities across the US, circling back via Japan and sundry European capitals, and ending in London at the Hammersmith Odeon. Before setting off, revitalized as he felt, he made another attempt to carry off Patty Harrison. He had heard about George's affair with Ringo's wife and the skull and crossbones episode, and hoped that Patty might now find his blandishments irresistible. So one evening, after working with Pete Townshend on the Tommy album, he persuaded Townshend to drive him down to Friar Park. His plan was that Townshend would engage George's attention by talking about music in his studio, leaving the coast clear for the re-wooing of Patty. That day, as it happened, she had gone to Devon for her stepbrother Boo's wedding. She arrived back to find George, Eric, Townshend, and fellow musician Graham Bell together in a weirdly charged atmosphere which, in her practical way, she tried to normalize by making soup for them all. Afterwards, Townshend talked music for 2 hours to George in his studio, while Eric canoodled with Patty over the empty soup plates. Even now, she wasn't ready to give up on her marriage, but they went back to brief encountering. Not long afterwards, they joined Townshend and some mutual friends for dinner at a London restaurant, both arriving in gorilla masks in case any press photographers should be lurking. Townshend noticed that when Patty took off her mask, She smiled more than he'd seen her do for years. The tour rehearsals took place on Barbados, where Stigwood had hired a luxurious beach house with a full domestic staff. Eric's first evening there brought conclusive proof of his being back to his old self. The staff had prepared him and the band a welcome dinner of spaghetti bolognese. As they took their seats, he picked up his heaped plate and threw it. His musicians followed his cue, and the furnishings were soon covered in spaghetti and lumps of meatball. Stigwood's increasing involvement in film and theatre projects was leaving him less and less time to be a pop manager, so to supervise Eric's comeback on the 1974 tour and afterwards, he turned him over to a senior member of his organisation named Roger Forrester. Born in Grimsby, Lincolnshire, Forrester had worked variously as a butcher's delivery man for the Pontins Holiday Camp organisation and for London's poshest grocers, Fortnum and Mason, before drifting into pop promotion, then being hired by Stigwood as a booking agent for acts like Jimi Hendrix and the Bee Gees. With his combed-over hair and outsized 1970s glasses, he resembled an elongated, hyperactive Elton John. Eric was quite happy about the handover since Forrester, as well as being highly competent, possessed a laconic wit that had been known to crush even Ginger Baker. He proved his worth a week into the tour's American leg. In daily touch with London, he heard that Patty had finally left George and was currently in Los Angeles, staying with her sister Jenny, who had married Mick Fleetwood of Fleetwood Mac. Why didn't Eric give her a ring, Forrester suggested. He did so, albeit without much hope, inviting her to meet him in Boston on the 12th of July when he was to appear at the Garden. But this time, she said yes. 18. E and P. Patty's long resistance to Eric had melted into an intoxicating, overpowering passion, utterly different from the deep, gentle love she'd felt for George. She realized the awesome extent of it that first night at the Boston Garden, as she watched him perform Layla to an audience of 15,000, whose flickering forest of candles and cigarette lighters in the darkness seemed to wish them joy. For it had been achieved as much by a plectrum as by a man. With Eric, the reverse happened. The obsession he had nurtured at a distance for 5 years began to ebb away the moment he won her. So it had been with his first acoustic guitar in Bell's shop window in Surbiton, and anything he'd ever obsessed about. When he got it, he no longer wanted it. Patty had never been allowed to go on tour with George, and at first life on the road with Eric seemed liberating after her mausoleum existence at Friar Park. The constant motion, the living out of suitcases, the freedom from responsibility, the juvenile jokes and pranks and non-stop partying. Almost every city brought forth legendary names wanting to play with Eric or just hang out with him. Stevie Wonder, Freddie King, the band. Nor was the ultimate one to be left out. In Memphis, an invitation arrived to watch a movie with Elvis Presley. Patty had met Presley when she was with George, and now was shocked by his bloated appearance just 3 years before his death, aged only 42. The screening did not take place at his Graceland mansion, but in a regular cinema specially hired for the evening, where instead of sitting with the king, she and Eric were firmly ushered to places 5 rows behind him. When that film ended, he moved on to see another on a different screen and invited them to come along. It was a 5-screen complex, and we had visions of being there all night, 5 rows behind Elvis, she recalls. So we made our excuses and left. The drinking to which Eric had turned after giving up heroin was already well on the way to an addiction equaling and ultimately surpassing it. The night Patty joined him in Boston, he had been out on a boozy spree with some members of the band just before the show. and took to the stage heavily under the influence. Also half-blind from conjunctivitis, caught from his backing singer Yvonne Elliman, with whom he'd gone on sleeping until the very last moment before Patty's arrival, he collided with an outsized pot plant that was part of the stage decor. Whereas heroin had kept him in a generally docile, biddable twilight, alcohol made him touchy and aggressive and prone to picking fights in public, often with the wrong people, like airline officials, hotel concierges, and even police officers. He developed a mania for arm wrestling, that hallmark of the pub braggart, enjoying a surprisingly high rate of success for one so unfit, provided he used his left arm. It was far stronger than his right one, as though galvanized by the power that flowed down it to his guitar fretboard. Most seriously, alcohol made him break the first rule of performing. He rounded on audiences who expressed disapproval of the state he was so often in. After one shambolic duet with his great idol Freddie King on Hideaway, that easy-fingering old favourite from his R&B years, a disgruntled spectator wrote a letter of complaint to Rolling Stone. Eric Clapton stunk when he came to Buffalo. He walked out so drunk he couldn't sing worth shit. He was constantly cursing the crowd. Many of the fans left before the show was over, only to miss the band lift Clapton up and carry his drunken corpse off stage. Swept away by adoration as she was, Patty went along with everything. Thrilled to be included in Eric's circle after being so long excluded from George's, she did her best to keep up with the drinking. She stayed with the tour only until the end of its North America leg. After she'd gone, Eric continued to sleep with other women as if nothing had changed. True to the rock business's oldest axiom, it doesn't count on the road. Roger Forrester has a simple explanation for the success of his professional partnership with Eric over almost a quarter of a century. I did my job and he did his, and neither of us ever tried to muscle in on the other. That is grossly selling himself short. For the man with the combed-over hair and Elton John glasses went far beyond the bounds of normal pop star management, as only Brian Epstein previously had with the Beatles. And Epstein had 4 demanding individuals to look after, while Forrester had just 1. Just as Epstein called his doted-on charges the boys, no matter how far into manhood they advanced, so to Forrester in conversation with third parties his sole client was always the boy. From the mid-1970s to the late 90s, he came closest to being the father Eric had never had. Under Forrester's aegis, as under Stigwood's, the principal objective was to prevent him ever having to confront practical realities, such as money. Whenever he bought anything, be it a new shirt, a new Ferrari, or a mansion in the Surrey woods, the bill was sent to Forrester's office and paid without demur. In addition, Eric received £200 per week in cash from the Stigwood organisation, even though the act of paying for something himself had long since become almost unknown to him. It came in a brown envelope, such as manual and office workers used to receive every Friday before the days of monthly bank transfers, and, if he was in the UK, would be delivered personally by the Stigwood organisation's bookkeeper, Gladys Bates. He seldom spent any of the cash, yet it had huge significance for him as a connection with the world of real working men like plasterers and bricklayers, embodied by his step-grandfather, Jack Clapp. But while Stigwood had largely been content to leave him to his own devices, and look where those had got him, Forrester was at his beck and call around the clock, 7 days a week, regardless of his own personal affairs, privacy, or peace of mind. On tours, his remit extended far beyond the 1,000 bureaucratic, logistical, and hysterical human problems that every day, every hour, threw at him. I always drew up Eric's running orders. He played brilliantly, but he couldn't compile a program for a 2-hour concert to save his life. Forrester watched every performance from the side of the stage, his outsized spectacles irradiating enthusiasm and encouragement. Willing Eric to get through everything on the list, he'd keep looking at me like, I can't be bothered to do this. I got a couple of table tennis bats which I'd use to signal to him how many songs he still had to go. A non-drinker himself, Forrester had instantly recognized the problem his charge was developing and devised a system to control it without confrontation. Eric's tipple of choice was Courvoisier brandy, one of the more expensive makes, so much diluted with 7-Up that its flavour all but vanished. He would start on it soon after breakfast and continue all day, regardless of how it might impair his performance that night. Forrester had calculated that if Eric stopped drinking by 4 p.m., it left enough time to sober up before going on stage at 9 or 10. He therefore took charge of mixing the brandy and 7-Up, like some medieval royal food taster, but after 4 would substitute cold, milkless tea, usually without Eric noticing any difference. The ruse sometimes failed, and he'd go on stage blind drunk in weird mixtures of clothes, staggering around barely able to form a coherent sentence or chord, sometimes playing while lying flat on his back. The non-boozing, even non-swearing Forrester nonetheless brought with him a flavour of the East End underworld that had made David Lipinoff such a fascinating companion to Eric at the Pheasantry. In his booking agent days, he'd given employment to 2 members of the Cray gang, and as a result had met, and even done some business with, their bosses Reggie and Ronnie before the twins were put on trial for murder and each sentenced to life imprisonment in 1969. Reggie, the non-gay, non-insane one, even ran a merchandising company for me. We used to have business meetings at Knockcutt's Garden Centre in Bagshot. He came into Stigwood's office once, and Stigwood rang me and said, "Have you got a Cray sitting in reception?" People used to wonder why no one ever owed me any money. That was because the twins had their own notepaper, headed The Cray Agency, with a picture of a bass drum, and I used it for letters saying, "Awaiting the favour of your remittance." The payment always came immediately. Eric didn't know them, but he knew they were around. He always liked the idea of there being gangsters in the picture. Eric had long been in need of a personal bodyguard, and one of Forrester's first acts was to hire Mark Bolan's former chauffeur, Alfie O'Leary, whose brother Laurie had run various front establishments for the Crays prior to co-managing the Speakeasy. 6'4" in height, with a skull cap of curly hair, O'Leary was not the tough guy he looked, and whenever called on to use muscle, would suffer agonies of remorse for days afterwards. Like many EastEnders, he was outraged by the twins' incarceration, regarding them as local heroes who never harmed women or children and kept the streets safer than the regular police. When they went inside, Eric sent each of them something, an album, I think, Patty recalls, and he got the most beautiful thank you letters back. Another bond with Forrester was created by his instant, unfeigned fondness for Eric's grandmother, Rose, and the royal treatment he extended to her whenever she came to a show. She was a wonderful character. I always had her sitting next to me at the side of the stage, and Eric told the audience she was there. One night, at the Hammersmith Odeon, she suddenly took off, ran on stage, put her arms around his neck and started kissing him. I had to go out there and pull her off him. Afterwards, I asked her what had happened, and she said, "Just overcome, dear." Rose liked to drink as well. She'd often ring me up and ask me to do things for her like, "Can you get someone to come and retune my piano?" The guy I sent to her said to me afterwards, "Do you know why her piano was out of tune? It was full of bottles of beer." After the huge success of I Shot the Sheriff, it seemed only sensible to pursue the reggae theme, and to gain maximum authenticity, Eric used an extended break in the 1974 tour to take the band to Jamaica to record at Kingston's Dynamic Sound Studios, where his latest role models, Toots and the Maytals, often worked. George Terry, who had steered him to I Shot the Sheriff, now a permanent band member, had written a sequel to it entitled Don't Blame Me. Among the local reggae legends brought in to help was Peter Tosh, aka Step-In Razor, a core member of Bob Marley's Wailers, and like Marley, destined for an early death. In his case, tortured and murdered by a gang of housebreakers in 1987. Tosh, and everyone else at Dynamic, constantly smoked ganja in huge conical roll-ups known as trumpet spliffs. Eric needed little persuasion that joining them would not compromise his recent detoxification. He was staying at the luxurious Ocho Rios resort, where Patty joined him for what was supposed to be a real honeymoon. In fact, after what she'd seen on the road, she was already having serious misgivings about what lay ahead. Even though I was madly in love with Eric, I realized what a wreck he was. I thought, what have I done? Joining this group of mad people that he led. George had said I could go back to him whenever I wanted, and I was starting to feel I really wanted to. A visit by her friend Chris O'Dell, George's former PA, only stirred up thoughts of what she might have thrown away, and one day, with O'Dell's encouragement, she decided to phone him. Eric came into the hotel room unexpectedly and caught her. There was a furious row which ended with Patty locking herself in the bathroom and him kicking the door so violently that he broke a toe. In any case, the honeymoon was cut short by news from Canada that Eric's half-brother Brian had been killed in a motorcycle accident, just as his guitar blood brother Dwayne Allman had been 3 years earlier. He could not in any way be called close to this oldest of his birth mother Pat's 3 children by her Canadian husband Frank MacDonald, the lucky ones allowed to call her Mommy, when he had to pretend she was his big sister. Nonetheless, he insisted on flying to Canada for Brian's funeral and that Patty should accompany him. One of the things that alcohol does is heighten the emotions, she says. I believe that if Eric hadn't been drinking so much, he would never have gone. Without a single conviction for his former massive drug use, he was free to pop in and out of North America at will. But Patty's small fine for possessing cannabis with George in 1969 was as repugnant to the Canadian immigration authorities as to the American, and at first it seemed as if she wouldn't get in. I remember Eric screaming drunkenly at the immigration people while I was put in a special holding area. Luckily, when we got on to Robert Stigwood, he knew someone at the Canadian Embassy who managed to sort it out. Thanks to MacDonald's senior army rank, Brian's funeral was conducted with full military honours. It was a big deal, with guns being fired and the Canadian flag folded up and placed on the coffin. Eric's mother was devastated by the loss of the son who'd filled his place. But hardly knowing her as he did, he could only offer the most stilted sympathy. And even now, neither she nor he felt it was the moment for her to become mum. He went on calling her Pat, Patty remembers. In contrast, joining Eric at Hurtwood Edge meant a new identity for Patty. He stopped using her first name, which for him was still too bound up with George and reminiscent of the ever-unreachable Pat. Instead, he took to calling her Nellie, Nello, or Nell, an odd choice for the former ravishing Layla, with its comic, smutty echoes of Nellie Dean, Eskimo Nell, and Nellie the Elephant. He would later rationalize it as a way of feeling less in awe of her. Patty didn't object, especially as he paired Nell with a rhyming nickname for himself like the signs on either side of a loving couple's car windscreen. In the Cockney style that shortens Derek to Dell and Terry to Tell, Eric became L. After the vastness of Friar Park, Hurtwood's mere 6 bedrooms and couple of acres of garden felt positively bijou. The many musicians who'd stayed there over the years had left their mark on the house's fabric, and the carpets were spotted with dog feces no one had bothered to clear up. Books and LPs out of their sleeves lay everywhere underfoot. Eric's living cleaner, Iris Egby, made much of her position up at the mansion, but had little impact on its general chaos and grime. He took just as little care of the clothes that were so important to him. The dozens of pairs of designer boots and shoes in his wardrobes were scuffed and dirty, and all his shirts and sweaters lay in a tangled heap in the bath. As Patty explored the house, rather like Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca at Mandalay, she came upon drawers and boxes full of mail Eric had never bothered to open, even when it contained payments which had been sent directly to him rather than to Stigwood's office. She realized his naivety in money matters when she found a cheque for £5,000, but he refused to let it be paid into his bank account. "Just having the cheque is enough," he said. In these first months, when touring was on hold for the present and his drinking was still under some kind of control, Elle's whole attention was focused on Nell. With the aid of his record collection, he gave her an intensive course on the history of the blues, with frequent spot tests to see how much of the latest lesson she remembered. He'd sit me down and put on Robert Johnson or Ma Rainey and ask, "Who's this? And who's this?" And he could be so funny. When I was cooking, he'd make me put all the kitchen gadgets like the blender on at different speeds and then write music from the noise they made together. When he was too drunk to drive, and I insisted on doing it, he'd simply move over and sit on my lap. For a long time, he remained fearful that at any moment she might decide to return to George, or that he himself might be cuckolded, as he had done to his best friend. He was suspicious of every man I spoke to, Patty recalls. Even if it was only someone coming to the house with a delivery. Eric would say, "Who was that? Do you know them?" and imagine I was secretly seeing this person. If I went into Guildford to do some shopping, he'd follow me in his car and park and just watch me. With the only other woman in his life, Patty never had any problem. Rose instantly adored her for her looks, warmth, and charm, seeing her as a symbol of his return from the frightening, unspecified place where he'd been for so long. His grandmother, even now, had little idea of what heroin addiction meant, even though Eric made a full confession to her during the family's 1974 Christmas party at Hurtwood. "Naughty boy, don't do it again," she said, as if he were still her little Rick in trouble for kicking his football through a neighbour's window. From Rose, Patty heard the full story of how her daughter, Pat, had left the 2-year-old Eric to marry her Canadian soldier, how Rose and her late husband Jack had brought him up to believe they were his parents and had tried to compensate by pampering him. When I met his old school friends in Ripley, they said the same thing, Patty recalls. He had more toys than any other child in the village, and he'd never let anyone else play with them. I got on fine with Rose. She was adorable, a sweet, sweet lady, but when Eric was growing up, she'd let him get away with anything. He didn't know how to behave because she didn't teach him. At mealtimes, when he'd finished eating, even if we had guests, he'd just get up and go and watch TV or play his guitar. All that mattered was that he'd finished. Another legacy of Rose's laissez-faire approach were the discoloured teeth which contrasted so strangely with his fastidious personal grooming. She'd never made him clean his teeth, and he still didn't, or hardly ever, so they were dreadful. He would have had halitosis if it hadn't been masked by the alcoholic breath and the smoking. Things were not so easy with Patty's family, all of whom had experienced the most charming, considerate side of George. Her mother Diana never liked Eric, blaming him, rightly or wrongly, for her youngest daughter Paula's descent into heroin and alcoholism. The middle-boyed sister Jenny also had her reservations, having been like an elder sister to Alice Ormsby Gore, but out of loyalty to Patty, established a reasonable relationship with him. Eric, on his side, viewed Diana as a rival for Patty's attention, and the whole genteelly spoken family with a touch of working-class chippiness. He hated any of them phoning me, Patty recalls. Hurtwood Edge was crying out for refurbishment, both house and garden, and after helping George with Friar Park, she was more than equal to superintending them. Only when she drew up a list of what was needed including a modern kitchen to replace the old four-sink horror, did she fully realize Eric's disengagement from his own financial affairs and the power wielded by Roger Forrester over his private as well as professional life. Anything Patty wanted to buy for the house had to be approved by Forrester. Roger was like Eric's father, she recalls. He even talked about him like a father. When he phoned the house and I answered, his first words were always, "How's the boy today?" Despite Forrester's executive omnipotence, Robert Stigwood remained in overall charge of Eric's career and Eric's money. He was also a favourite target of the elaborate, often wantonly destructive pranks that Eric so enjoyed. He never complained, not even when Eric and an accomplice methodically trashed a luxury villa on Barbados that he was renting, while he watched from a hammock, whimpering, "I've never been so humiliated in my entire life," almost like some participant in a sadomasochistic sex game. Scoring each other off turned into a kind of duel, increasingly heedless of expense or consequences. One Christmas, after Eric sent him a life-size stuffed camel, Stigwood had 3 cattle delivered to Hurtwood. When we went to stay with him on his birthday, we took him a live piglet in a box, Patty says, and he always organised lots of silly games. I remember hiding behind a shower curtain while he ran around the house firing a child's cap pistol. Forrester proved a japester of the same no-holds-barred type, and the duel between Eric and him would continue throughout their 24 years together. Once, when I was mixing him a drink, I put Sarson's vinegar with the Courvoisier instead of 7-Up. He takes a big gulp, then starts spluttering and gagging. Another time, he tells me we're invited to dinner at Robert's with Patty and my wife, Annette, and it's fancy dress. She and I go along in schoolboy and schoolgirl costumes, and when we get there, we're the only ones in fancy dress. The success of their working partnership owed much to Forrester's total unmusicality and ready acknowledgement of the fact. Unlike Stigwood, he never tried to get involved in Eric's recording sessions or critique his performances. He used to tell me, "Don't tap your foot at the side of the stage because you're out of time." I could do a running order all right, but as far as the actual songs went, I was tone deaf. We were once in Hong Kong at a sound check and I said, "This is easy what you do, easy, I could do this." Eric went, "Go on then," and handed me a guitar. When I put it on, he said, "Can I give you one word of advice? The strings are supposed to face the audience." Outwardly, Patty's defection seemed not to have left a mark on George. Within a couple of weeks, he started seeing Kathy Simmons, a 24-year-old model who'd previously been with Rod Stewart, and was reportedly happy and excited about the imminent launch of his own record label, self-referentially named Dark Horse, i.e., surprise winner in the ex-Beatles stakes. His few public reactions were notably lacking in anger or resentment, as if the Hindu philosophies he'd absorbed for so long were coming to his aid. A track on his first album for Dark Horse, also entitled Dark Horse, delivered a kind of blessing to the miscreants in a pastiche of the Everly Brothers' Bye Bye Love. There goes our lady with you-know-who, I hope she's happy, old Clapper too. Later, he was to send Patty a forgiving note showing some of the sweetness she thought he had lost. E&P, God bless us all, love from G. But his first solo American tour, alongside his sitar guru Ravi Shankar, at the end of 1974, told a rather different story. He described it as a kind of bender after years of being married, as if he'd always been the soul of monogamy. Rather, his plunge into drinking and drugging suggested a need to forget something, and so damaged his voice that it became known as the Dark Horse Tour. Surprisingly, his set list still included While My Guitar Gently Weeps, the White Album track on which Eric had played lead for him, and Something, the Abbey Road song inspired by Patty. But in the first, he changed the words to While My Guitar Tries to Smile, and in the second, something in the way she moves, became the more wistful something in the way she smiles. "Did you make a musical rebuttal to Layla?" he was asked at a press conference. "That sounds nasty, doesn't it?" he replied. "Eric Clapton's been a close friend for years, and I'm very happy about it." "How can you be happy about it?" "Because he's great, and I'd rather she was with him than some dope." On Christmas Day, he turned up at Hurtwood while Eric and Patty were at lunch. Seeing that Patty was eating turkey, he scolded her for abandoning the vegetarianism they used to practice together. However, he accepted some wine and Christmas pudding, and there was no trace of awkwardness between the three of them. Only later did she think it rather sad that he had nowhere else to go on Christmas Day. After that, Patty says, George and Eric went back to being as tight as they had been before. Tighter, in fact. And I played no part in their relationship. I was just caught in the middle, between these two incredibly manipulative men, feeling as if I'd become invisible. Nell's first taste of domesticity with Elle at Hurtwood lasted only a few months. The 461 Ocean Boulevard album had earned him a huge sum in royalties, and with the Labour government's current rate of 83 to 98%, it no doubt became attractive to become non-resident in the UK for the year 1975 to 76. The choice of the Bahamas promised both another chance at a honeymoon with Patty and healthier climes which hopefully might bring about a reduction in his drinking. The place of exile was Paradise Island, a few miles northeast of Nassau, where Stigwood had rented him a large beachfront estate adjacent to that of the actor Richard Harris. To remind him of home, and act as the gopher no rock star can be without, he took along Simon Holland, whose father, Dutch, ran the Windmill, the pub beside Hurtwood's front gate. Paradise Island fully justified its name, and at first, life there was idyllic. Eric went clean-shaven again, sunbathed and swam away the last of his heroin pallor, and limited himself to the few beers a day that for him counted as near abstinence. Musician friends like Mick Jagger and Ronnie Wood came to stay, allowing Patty to gratify her love of entertaining and dressing up with lunches where everyone had to wear a different kind of outrageous hat. Even being diagnosed with acute appendicitis and having to undergo surgery in Nassau could not spoil it for her. In the Bahamas, I was really, really happy. Much to Eric's disappointment, they never bumped into Richard Harris, but he instantly took to their other near neighbour, the Irish screenwriter Kevin McClory, who had scripted some of the earliest James Bond films and directed Thunderball. Himself no teetotaler, McClory would invite them to dinner, then screen a Bond film afterwards. Kevin would be so pissed when he worked the projector that we got used to watching them all in the wrong order, Patty says. But after a while, Eric tired of the sea and sun and took to lurking indoors where twilight and air conditioning soon effected a changeover from his daily few beers to brandy and vodka. We had glorious weather every day, a beautiful white sand beach right outside our door and lovely warm sea just a few feet away, Patty recalls. And Eric sat down and wrote a song called Black Summer Rain. The album he'd made during their first abortive honeymoon in Jamaica had come out just as he left Britain. In a dig at the idolatry that still dogged him, he wanted to call it EC is God. There's one in every crowd. But the record company didn't see the joke and insisted that the prefix be dropped. Despite pressing all the same reggae and buttons as 461 Ocean Boulevard, with a bit of gospel thrown in, it did not sell in anything like the same numbers, nor Don't Blame Me become another I Shot the Sheriff, notwithstanding Eric's faintly embarrassing mimicry of Bob Marley. Far better for his profile in Absentia was a live album, EC Was Here, recorded on the previous year's American tour. Its truth-telling cover a woman's bare neck with the title written across it in lipstick. If he missed the woods and pubs of Surrey, the Bahamas were a convenient jumping-off place for gigs all over the rest of the world, starting with a tour of Australasia, and Japan when the honeymoon feeling was still strong enough for him to want Patty with him. Here, once again, the former gourmandizer of heroin, coke, and acid could roam as he pleased while her sole drug conviction caused repeated problems. Eric could simply pick up his band in nearby America and fly direct to New Zealand, but Patty was still on the U.S. Immigration Service's blacklist, so had to make a vast roundabout journey via London. In a 1,000-to-1 coincidence, their respective flights both touched down simultaneously en route at Anchorage, Alaska, but Eric was unable to get her transferred over to his. Then, when they reached New Zealand, Patty was informed that her drug offence barred her from entry there also. Eric's rants against the immigration officials were of no avail, and she had to fly on to Australia, where no such ban operated, and wait there on her own for 3 days until he could join her. Roger Forrester arranged for her to be looked after by some Australian disc jockeys, who clearly thought she shared Eric's tastes. They wanted to take me pub crawling around these terribly macho bars, which held drinking contests where the prize would be a young Aborigine girl. This time on the road with Eric was rather less wonderstruck than her first one. In Adelaide, their hotel was opposite a strip club, and while Patty was absent from their suite, Eric called to the club to send over a couple of strippers to give a private show for Forrester and him. We were lounging on the bed, waiting for the strippers to arrive, when Patty came back unexpectedly, Forrester recalls. She laid into Eric, but he got out of it by saying it had all been my idea. Patty's disillusionments didn't end there. After the shows, when the rest of the band were lining up their girls for the night, I could see how much he wanted to be joining in. Thereafter, Patty's visa problems in America allowed him to go off there from the Bahamas on his own, leaving her in the charge of young Simon Holland. One trip was to play on Bob Dylan's new album, Desire, which once again proved not quite the honour it sounded. Eric arrived in the studio to find Dylan had hired almost the entire cast of his Rolling Thunder review tours the previous year, including 4 other lead guitarists, and when the album came out, none of them was on it. He also appeared twice with the Rolling Stones on their current American tour. Jagger had made further approaches for him to join up permanently following the departure of Mick Taylor, but in the end, the vacancy had been filled by Ronnie Wood. It must count as one of Eric's luckier escapes. The Stones' internal politics made Cream look like the Three Musketeers, and with Keith Richards around, there's no telling how long his heroin cure would have lasted. As a favour to his Tulsa sidemen, Radel, Oldacre and Sims, he journeyed to their home city for an appearance at the famous Cain's Ballroom that resulted in the second brief incarceration of his career. During the flight from Miami, he became drunk and troublesome, and when it reached Tulsa, the police were waiting. A humble apology might have cleared up the difficulty, but instead he threw 2 suitcases into a stairwell and was placed under arrest. With the drunk's characteristic overreaction to trifles, he took violent exception to being repeatedly asked, "Are you Eric Patrick Clapton?" storming that no one else had the right to use his middle name. He was thrown into the drunk tank and held for several hours, unable to convince anyone that he was the Eric Clapton until a guitar was produced for him to prove it. He was then released at a cost of only $25, joining his band on stage at Cain's Ballroom at 9 p.m. Next day, his picture appeared on the front page of the Tulsa Tribune, looking through prison bars with a guard beside him. Yet the Clapton luck still held. News of his ignominious 24 hours in Tulsa never leaked outside Oklahoma. 19. Wonderful Tonight? He was just as lucky when punk rock stormed the mid-70s British charts, like Sans Culotte, in this case with mohawk crests and safety pins through their cheeks, storming the Bastille to start the French Revolution. The upsurge of punk in the UK in 1976, following on from an earlier, lower-key version in New York, supposedly negated all the expertise and finesse that pop had acquired over the previous 15 years, and turned every musician of Eric's generation, most of them like himself still barely past 30, into dinosaurs. In reality, its annihilating screams of condemnation and mockery affected only pop's middle ranks, the bourgeoisie of glam rockers, rock and roll pasticheurs, and creators of pretentious concept albums with titles like Tales from Topographic Oceans. The aristos of the topmost echelon, the Stones, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Dylan, Clapton, not only held but increased their followings. Hence, the beginning of 1976 found Eric making a new album suitably called No Reason to Cry at Shangri-La Studios in Malibu, which had recently been purpose-built for Bob Dylan and the band. 8 years earlier, transfigured by the band's Music from Big Pink album, he'd visited their collective home in Woodstock to ask if he could join them, but then hadn't found the nerve. Even now, being outside that quintet of virtuosi who seemed like brothers felt like a hole in his life. All five played on No Reason to Cry, infusing it with their special mix of laid-back blues, country, hillbilly, and gospel. Eric shared the lead with the unreasonably pretty Robbie Robertson, who was amused to learn he'd once been after his job, and duetted with the shivery-voiced bass player Rick Danko in a joint composition, All Our Past Times. Dylan himself also happened to be on hand, living in a tent in the studio grounds, for reasons that were never clear. In contrast with his former cavalier treatment of Eric in the studio, he offered 2 songs for the album, 7 Days and Sign Language, and his services as vocal partner on the latter. Despite a feeling that Eric's collaborators somewhat overshadowed him and the increasing prevalence of punk, No Reason to Cry was a commercial success, reaching number 8 in the UK. Nor would it be the last time he got to realise his fantasy of playing with the band. A few months later, when their brotherhood came to a rather abrupt end, he joined Dylan, Neil Young, Van Morrison, Muddy Waters, Joni Mitchell, and others in the farewell concert filmed by Martin Scorsese as The Last Waltz. Back home, the upheaval in music and youth culture might not have hit his pocket, but, in a very rare instance, it did not leave him unscathed. The year 1976 brought the most damaging incident of his professional career and the most serious warning of the self-destructiveness to which alcohol could lead him. Britain, by now, had come a long way from the love and peace its young had pursued so ardently in the 60s. The far-right racist National Front, whose members were predominantly skinhead rock fans, waged a campaign of intimidation and mob violence against the country's unexceptionably peaceful, hard-working immigrant communities, for which it was rewarded by a surge of success in local government elections. The punks' ceaseless quest to shock and offend had turned the Nazi swastika, symbol of concentration camps and genocide, into a fashion statement. No less a stylistic tastemaker than David Bowie announced that Britain was ready for a fascist leadership and described Adolf Hitler as one of the first rock stars. In this highly charged atmosphere, in August 1976, Eric walked on stage at Birmingham's Odeon Theatre, very clearly under the influence, and before playing a note, launched into a barely coherent rant as bad as any to be heard at a National Front rally. Allegedly sparked by some fucking Arab who grabbed my wife's bum, it lumped all immigrants together as wogs or coons and urged them to leave the theatre and Britain forthwith. It was made all the worse because Birmingham had a particularly large Asian community, and just a few streets away in 1968, the Conservative politician Enoch Powell had made his notorious Rivers of Blood speech, prophesying that uncontrolled immigration would lead to Armageddon. Eric repeatedly invoked Powell's name as the only man who could send them all back and stop my country from becoming a black colony. The outburst was not filmed or recorded, but the writer Carol Phillips, one of the few black spectators, recalls that Eric seemed unable to drop the subject. He'd stop and play a couple of numbers, then start again. The general amazement and revulsion were matched by incredulity that someone could hold such views, who'd built a career on the work of black musicians from the bluesmen to Bob Marley. A humble apology might have diffused the outcry, especially as he'd never before been guilty of such a gaffe. But at a press conference at the Albany Hotel, Eric did not seem overly repentant and stuck doggedly to his support of Enoch Powell, maintaining that Powell's philosophy was not racist, but humanitarian. "I don't think he cares about colour of any kind," Eric asserted. "His whole idea is to stop being unfair to immigrants because it's getting out of hand. The government is being incredibly unfair to people abroad to lure them to the promised land where there's actually no work. Racial aggravation starts when white guys see immigrants getting jobs, and they're not." Not for years would he admit to having spoken through a drunken haze and feeling regret. Because unless you know what you're talking about, you should keep your mouth shut. The episode had one positive outcome. 2 weeks afterwards, the New Musical Express published a letter from the leftist actor and photographer Red Saunders, stingingly denouncing what he called rock's greatest colonist. "Come on, Eric, own up. Half your music is black. You're a good musician, but where would you be without the blues and R&B? Who shot the sheriff, Eric? It sure as hell wasn't you." Saunders' letter ended with a call for a rank-and-file movement against the racist poison in music. It received an instant, overwhelming response from performers and fans, who abhorred the rise of organizations like the National Front, but had previously felt powerless against them. So the highly articulate and effective Rock Against Racism movement was born. In June 1977, Patty's divorce from George was made absolute by their having lived apart for 2 years. Her settlement was £120,000. A laughable sum in comparison with later celebrity divorces, even then grossly inadequate for her contributions to his career and the sacrifices it had necessitated, steering him to the Maharishi, inspiring something, being smuggled around in laundry baskets, and acquiring a drugs record, to name but a few. She was also allowed to keep the red Mercedes he'd bought her, but Eric couldn't stand the thought of her continuing to drive it, and bought her a black one instead. Her future had seemingly been settled when she first left George, and the three of them were sitting together in the hall at Hurtwood Edge, although, such was the men's blokey bond, she might as well not have been there. "I suppose I'd better divorce her," George said. "Well, if you do divorce her," Eric replied, "I suppose that means I've got to marry her." However, after one failed marriage, she was in no hurry to try again, and he seemed not to be either. All the punk's studied ineptitude on guitar had not reduced the demand for Eric Clapton albums, and in 1977 it was Slowhand, utilizing the so flattering nickname which in his Yardbird days had been anything but. The producer was Glyn Johns, whose distinguished pedigree included both the Beatles and Stones, and whose brother Andy had lived with Patty's troubled youngest sister, Paula. As with There's One in Every Crowd, Eric and Patty chose images for the collage in the gatefold cover, credited as L and Nell Inc. Among them was a photograph of a wrecked Ferrari 365 GT4 BB, whose significance was lost on most purchasers. A year earlier, returning from his Australasian tour in his usual state of inebriation, Eric had insisted on driving himself back to Ewhurst in the Ferrari. A couple of miles from London Heathrow, he'd collided with a stationary dry-cleaning van, crushing the car so badly that firemen had to cut him out of the wreckage, yet suffering only a perforated eardrum, cuts and bruises. Rushed to hospital nonetheless, he ended up in the next bed to the van driver, Dave Birch, who'd also suffered only minor injuries, and was thrilled to discover who had caused them. Despite Birch's allegation that Eric had driven straight at him at around 90 mph, no police action resulted. Stigwood quietly paid off the dry cleaning company, and not a word about it got into the papers. Slowhand contained Wonderful Tonight, his most famous song after Layla, similarly inspired by Patty, and destined to create as much misconception as his nickname. Its genesis was an evening when they were to drive up from Ewhurst to London to launch a party for Paul McCartney's annual Buddy Holly Memorial Week. Patty couldn't decide which dress to wear and kept trying different ones on while Eric waited downstairs. His lyric, the best he'd yet written, recreated this moment in terms of glowing spousal adoration and contentment. The domesticated rock star, watching his wife put on her makeup and brush her instantly identifiable, long blonde hair, proudly leading this beautiful lady around a starry late-night party, then being driven home by her in a gently sozzled state and helped by her into his so enviable bed. To all her tender inquiries as to his well-being, his reply was a conjugation of "Wonderful tonight. You look, I feel, you were." The riff that went with it echoed the feeling of a safe haven after all the turmoil and insecurity of Layla, as slow-handedly warm and comfortable as the best marital sex. In reality, the time Patty took to get ready had put him in a bad mood. At the party, he had got rather more than gently sozzled, and little of the night had turned out wonderful, either for him or his second-time muse. The reality was that she was living with an alcoholic, albeit a still undeclared one, and having to deal with the unpredictability and distorted emotions and reactions that go with it. All the classic symptoms were there to keep her in a constant state of tension and confusion. The sudden mood swings, as when he'd say he was hungry, then refused to touch the Indian food she spent hours preparing for him. The bursts of rage, as when she could not immediately locate whichever of his 200 shirts he wanted to wear, and tried to fob him off with a similar one. The deafness to reason and common sense, as when he insisted on driving a Ferrari to the Windmill pub at the top of his drive, only to crash it on the 300-yard return journey. It was on private land, so no police needed to be involved. The unpredictable seesawing between barely sensate TV watching and promiscuous conviviality when he'd returned from other pubs with a crowd of strangers or derelicts he'd picked up en route. Men of the road, he romantically called them, and expect her to cook for them. Yet at other times, epic selfishness could give way to surprising intuition and sensitivity where she was concerned. In September 1978, George married a young secretary working at his Dark Horse record company named Olivia Arias, who had already borne him a son named Danny. Although greatly upset by the wedding, Patty didn't mention it to Eric, uncertain as ever how he'd react. "I thought I was giving nothing away, but I must have been showing shock or unhappiness because he picked up on it." A couple of days later, he played her a new song he'd written, Golden Ring, which clearly suggested they follow George's example. "If I gave you a golden ring, would it make you happy? Would it make you sing?" She didn't take him up on it, but was deeply touched, as well as flattered to have inspired him yet again. "I'd never realized before how perceptive he could be." Life at Hurtwood Edge might seem less and less wonderful for Patty by night or day, but there were still interludes of fun and fascination when Eric's drinking became merely a part, if not a prerequisite, of rock and roll's craziness. In his stadium-filling superstardom, he still felt the old lure of anonymity, half wishing to be back at the side of the stage with John Mayall's Blues Breakers or Delaney and Bonnie's Friends. So it came about, on the 14th of February 1977, that the village hall in Cranley, a few miles from Ewhurst, held a St. Valentine's dance to the music of Eddie the Earthquake and the Tremors. It was Eric with his band, ahead of another massive world tour, playing old numbers like Goodnight Irene and Alberta, and encouraging his stunned audience to dance and join in the choruses. The worst part of touring for him had always been the wearying short-haul flights between concerts. So on one European tour, when he was supported by Ronnie Lane's band Slim Chance, Roger Forrester arranged for part of the journey to be by train. Patty went too, as did Forrester's wife Annette and Lane's wife Kate. The women had a spot in the show, performing a can-can routine as an opener. Eric's party occupied 3 sumptuous Art Deco carriages, once owned by Hitler's deputy, Hermann Goering, which were attached to a succession of modern expresses. One carriage was for eating, one for sleeping, one for hanging out. Cordon Bleu cooks staffed the kitchen, and the passengers were awoken each morning with a glass of champagne. A film crew were on board too, shooting a documentary to be entitled Eric Clapton's Rolling Hotel. Also in the retinue was his old friend Ben Palmer, fully recovered from the trauma of being Cream's tour manager and entrusted with receiving and personally guarding the proceeds of each night's show. But Palmer, so often a steadying influence on Eric in the past, could do little to rein him in now. The train's claustrophobic atmosphere and long periods of inactivity between stops, plus the unlimited champagne, created ideal conditions for the pranks he so enjoyed, and in which, as always, he found plenty of willing accomplices. The main victim was a Danish promoter friend of Robert Stigwood's, named Eric Thompson, whose attempts to retaliate only spurred his tormentors to greater extremes. Finally, he was thrown off the train in a Hamburg goods yard at dead of night, with his head forcibly shaved and painted blue, the bottoms cut off his trousers, his wallet empty, and his passport defaced. When Eric grew tired of being interviewed by earnest continental journalists, one of the road crew who resembled him slightly would do them in his place without a single interviewer ever noticing the difference. 2 years later, he would be called upon to impersonate him again, at the most important and profoundly personal moment in any man's life, his wedding. After Goering's train came a sea voyage from Cannes to Ibiza, where Eric was to play in the bullring, though in transport of much lesser luxury. Patty recalls it as 2 tugboats without stabilizers. During the crossing, a storm of such ferocity blew up that she seriously thought they'd all drown, and threw an SOS message in a bottle over the side. But the Clapton luck was on watch as usual. Patty would also occasionally be included when he met or re-encountered one of the legendary bluesmen he'd worshipped as a boy. We once went to Muddy Waters' house, and he was sweet. He had an adult-sized tricycle that he let me ride. The best thing about such occasions for her was that Eric, his reverence undiminished, always took care not to be too drunk. One side activity of his that she relished, despite its alcoholic element, was a legacy of his tax exile year in the Bahamas and friendship with the Irish film producer and screenwriter Kevin McClory. In that era, McClory had staged a charity celebrity circus at his home in County Kildare, featuring some of the major movie names he'd got to know through his James Bond projects. The great director John Huston played ringmaster, and Eric appeared as a red-nosed clown, alongside Shirley MacLaine and the first and best Bond, Sean Connery, slamming custard pies into people's faces to his heart's content. McClory's guest artists were put up at the Barberstown Castle Hotel in the nearby village of Strafan. It had been converted from a genuine 13th century castle, but what most captivated Eric was that on his first visit to the bar, he was not asked to pay for anything during an entire evening. When the hotel subsequently came up for sale, Roger Forrester decided to buy it. Then Eric said to me, "You've got half my racehorses, so I want half of the hotel." Thus, the Barberstown Castle became that dream of every drunk, his own private pub. He would regularly take groups of his British cronies there for weekends. the hotel reserving all 12 of its bedrooms for their use while keeping the very good restaurant open to the public. For Patty, the only foodie and only woman among the drinkers, it was a chance to eat Irish soda bread and learn dishes like devilled kidneys from the chef. Despite his inclusion of J.J. Cale's Cocaine on Slowhand, a live concert crowd pleaser ever afterwards, Eric had managed to stay off hard drugs for more than 4 years. But the supreme test came when his old Cream bandmates, Jack Bruce and Ginger Baker, both of them still habitual users, visited him at Hurtwood at the same time. Ginger came and stayed the night, and Jack arrived the next day, Patty recalls. Eric had told me all about their fighting in the band, and I dreaded what might happen with the two of them in the house at once. But Eric was the mediator, just like he'd always been. Jack soon left. He just struck me as an angry little Scot, but Ginger stayed on. I took a photograph of him playing dice with Eric, looking completely mad, and though he was scary, he was very sweet. I'd got into a terrible muddle with my sewing machine and all the reels of cotton, so he made me a special board with hooks on it so that I'd know exactly where to find each one. The three of us were sitting round drawing, and Ginger said he thought I ought to try a little bit of heroin. After I did, I needed to throw up and went into the loo where I fell asleep. I woke up still sitting there and thought, well, that's a boring drug. Throughout the 70s, Robert Stigwood had become increasingly involved in his film and theatre projects, and so removed from regular contact with Eric. In 1977, he scored a massive hit with his film Saturday Night Fever, with a soundtrack by the Bee Gees that transformed the all-too-easily mockable Gibb brothers into super-smooth stars of the new disco era. Although Eric was perfectly content in Roger Forrester's charge, he still resented the loss of Stigwood's attention and began to harbour dark suspicions about his business dealings. The never-to-be-shown Rolling Hotel documentary contained an uncomfortable scene in Paris when he drunkenly accused Stigwood of using his money to finance Saturday Night Fever, and so put the Bee Gees in the record charts above him. Robert would go months without seeing Eric or even talking to him, Forrester recalls. Whenever they did have a meeting, he'd have to come to me first and say, "What have you been doing?" I'd say, "Well, we've been in America, Australia, Japan." Forrester, as it happened, was also unhappy in Stigwood's employment, shouldering the huge pressures and responsibilities of running Eric without commensurate financial reward. I had a meeting with Eric. It was at Ripley Cricket Club, and told him I wanted to start up on my own. He immediately said, "I'll come with you. Where's your office going to be?" I said, "Guildford." He said, "You can't move from Mayfair to Guildford." Eric's current contract with the Robert Stigwood organisation was about to expire, and Stigwood felt sufficient concern to turn up personally at Hurtwood with a new one for his signature. "Don't leave me alone with him or I'll sign it," Eric told Nigel Carroll, the newest recruit to his entourage. Stigwood was fobbed off by a pub crawl around Ripley, then departed without a signature, but with a tangible mark of Eric's disfavour. As farewells were being said in the front drive, the chauffeur of Stigwood's Rolls-Royce Corniche made a slighting remark about Eric's Ferrari collection. He said, "Still got those old bangers in the garage?" Nigel Carroll recalls. Eric said, "I'll show you an old banger," and kicked the door of the Corniche so hard it made a dent. So Forrester became an independent manager with just one client, and never adding to his roster thereafter. It was agreed that his commission would be 15%, but of Eric's net earnings rather than the usual gross. There was no contract between us. He could walk away at any time, and so could I. Robert was upset with me at the time, but he never bore me any grudge. Anyway, he was so big by that point that losing Eric was just an incidental detail. Only when invested with the full powers of Eric's manager did Forrester discover his total lack of interest in his own financial affairs. He refused to ever meet with his accountants. At the end of tours, I used to say to him, "Can I tell you how much you've netted?" But it was always, "Nah, Not interested. For 30, 40 years, he never knew how much he'd got. He called it excess baggage. As before, the bills for everything he bought were sent directly to the office. The only money with any reality for him was the weekly £200 in a brown envelope, delivered to him by Gladys Bates, now no longer Stigwood's bookkeeper, but Forrester's. He did once ask Gladys for a raise, Forrester recalls. She said, "No, Mrs. Thatcher won't allow it." Cycling apart, sport never seemed to have had much appeal for Eric, but in his late 20s, he became interested in both cricket and football. As always with him, interest meant instant, overwhelming obsession. It was first manifest in cricket, a game at which, unlike fellow rockers such as Mick Jagger and Elton John, he had never possessed the slightest aptitude. Yet, before sitting down to watch the test match on television, he would don immaculate cricketer's whites, as if expecting to be called out onto the pitch at any moment. Even tiny Ewhurst had its own team, and he became a regular spectator at home matches. One Saturday when they were playing Ripley, he spotted a familiar face amongst the enemy fielders. It was his closest childhood friend, Guy Pullen. They had been born a few houses apart, sat next to each other at primary and secondary school, and Guy had been his first audience out on Ripley Green as he struggled through Big Bill Broonzy songs on his £2 acoustic guitar. Then, in the early 60s, they'd lost touch when Eric went to Kingston College of Art, and Guy began to work for Ripley's Lord of the Manor, Charles Hughesdon, ending up as a broker in Hughesdon's insurance company, Stuart Smith. I suddenly heard this voice shout out, "Good God, it's Pullen," he recalls. We picked up our friendship again as though we'd last seen each other yesterday, and we both still had the same silly sense of humour. After that came reintroductions to other childhood cronies from around the green like Stuart Shoesmith and Gordon Scratcher Perrin, and yet more long sessions in pubs. Guy became a regular on drinking weekends at Eric's personal Irish hostelry, the Barberstown Castle Hotel, somehow staggering back to work at Stuart Smith on Monday mornings. In football, at which he possessed no more skill than at cricket, as Pullen well remembered from their boyhood games, he became a fanatical supporter of West Bromwich Albion, the Birmingham side better known as West Brom, WBA, or the Baggies. He claimed it was because his grandparents, Rose and Jack, had always been West Brom fans. Even so, they could hardly have been a more diplomatic gesture to Birmingham after his drunken outburst there in 1976. When not abroad on tour, he seldom missed a home game, wore his blue and white supporters scarf on every possible occasion, and had his guitar picks engraved, "Up the Baggies." In November 1978, Nigel Carroll joined the inner Clapton circle of Roger Forrester, bodyguard Alfie O'Leary, and Ben Palmer. 30-year-old Carroll had previously worked in real estate and for Terence Conran's Habitat stores, but his sole indirect experience of the music business had been dating Patty's sister Paula. The downward spiral for Paula that began when Eric threw her over for Patty had led to her becoming such a raging alcoholic and heroin user that Carroll had no choice but to end their relationship. Feeling sorry for him, and because Forrester as a chauffeur lacked almost all sense of direction, Eric offered employment as his driver. Roger told me my job was to get him on stage, on time, and as sober as possible, Carroll recalls. I managed the first two, but not always the third. To be sure, there was now barely a moment in the day when he wasn't drinking. In the limo in which Carroll took him to concerts, there was a black box with WBA, for West Bromwich Albion, on its lid, containing a bottle of Courvoisier, a bottle of 7-Up, and a single cocktail glass. The box was also taken on plane journeys, so that he wouldn't have to stop between takeoff and the start of drink service from the trolley. Carroll's job soon came to include spending weekends at Hurtwood Edge and driving Eric from pub to pub, never letting a drop of alcohol pass his own lips, but without seeming a spoilsport. I made a deal with the landlord of the ship in Ripley. Whenever he orders me a brandy, I said, just serve me a ginger ale. You can still charge the price of a brandy for it. When I stayed at Hurtwood, I always had the same room, above the kitchen. I'd get up at about 8. Eric would be in the study reading the papers with his brandy and 7-Up, and he'd keep topping it up through the day. Although Carol generally found his passenger a happy drunk and a lovely fellow, there were occasional disagreements. If, say, Eric suggested stopping at a pub when they had a concert deadline to meet, or wanted to drive the car himself when miles over the limit, then I'd have to say no. Roger would ring me up afterwards and say, "Don't contact him for a couple of days, he's just fired you." Then, the next Friday, Eric would ring and say, "Are you coming for the weekend?" Carol also served as an escort to West Bromwich Albion matches, where Eric proudly flaunted his blue and white baggy scarf, even though this was an infamous era of violence between rival British soccer fans. We once went up by train to see them play Manchester City at home, when they won 1-0. Afterwards, as we were leaving, we stopped to buy a hot pie at a stall, and the guy who served us said, "You were lucky to get this far." Eric thought he meant in the league and said, "Well, we're number 3, man." "No," the guy said. "I mean, you were lucky to get so far down this road," i.e., without being set on by aggrieved Manchester supporters. On the way to the station, we passed a model shop, and Eric went in and bought a replica handgun. We're sitting on the train when a Manchester supporter comes through the first-class section and says, "You had a lucky win today." Eric takes out the replica gun, puts it on the table and goes, "This says it wasn't." Even in those less security-conscious times, it was an appallingly silly trick which could have led to bad publicity at the level of his Birmingham rant. But it didn't. Patty was no longer invited to go on the road with Eric, and had given up hoping to be. She accepted his excuse that he couldn't have any distractions on tour, as if it were all some stern physical and intellectual test, requiring an almost monk-like dedication and solitude, and shut out all thoughts of what he must surely be getting up to, wherever he was. On these stag tours, there were times when his love of drunken pranks resulted in scenes she was lucky not to have witnessed. Like the night in Honolulu, when hotel staff spotted him climbing from his 30th floor room into an adjoining one, clad only in pajama bottoms and carrying a Japanese samurai sword at horrific risk to his genitalia. The idea was to give a passion-killing surprise to his drummer, Jamie Oldacre, who was in bed with a girl picked up after that night's show. Thinking the stealthy figure with the sword was a murderer, she began to scream hysterically, and 2 security guards instantly materialized, pointing handguns at him in the crouch position. Patty, meanwhile, resigned herself to the role of stay-at-home little woman, consoling herself with their 2 dogs and Matthew, the donkey she'd bought for Eric. She also began keeping chickens, baffled at first when she kept finding broken eggshells on the ground outside their run. As Hurtwood's gardener handyman, Arthur Egby explained, it was a sign of rats cleverly working in pairs. One lay on its back, clutching a stolen egg, while its partner scooped a hole under the chicken wire and pulled it through by its tail. During these lengthy periods of rock widowhood, she was no longer totally isolated. The middle Boyd sister, Jenny, had by now split from Mick Fleetwood, whom she would divorce, remarry, then divorce again, and had settled with their 2 young daughters in a cottage at Farley Green, only a few minutes away by car. Despite the sisters' closeness, Jenny hesitated to weigh in too strongly on Patty's side against Eric for fear of causing additional problems. Her relationship with her brother-in-law had, anyway, never been easy. "He liked to find your weakness and then play on it," she recalls. "Then, when he'd got you in tears, he'd put his arm around you. And you never knew what was going to upset him. I once said that shaking Bob Dylan's hand had felt like a wet fish, and he got so cross about that." He had begun keeping a diary, not just a record of appointments but a large format journal in which he made entries of 300 or 400 words of closely packed italic script without capital letters, each one signed with an elaborate EC and decorated with little line drawings. They had a spontaneity of which he was seldom capable in real life, veering between anguished soul-searching, attacks of guilt concerning Patty, and anorak chit-chat about West Bromwich Albion. Nellie saw me pouring myself a double brandy and lemonade about mid-morning, while she was talking to her mother on the phone, and gave me the evil eye, at which point I promptly slipped over and spilt my drink on Friday's page. My guitars are staring at me and screaming, "Play me, play me." I may be going mad. I dream about health and death all the time. Southampton won against Leeds last night, knocking them out of the League Cup. Come on, you baggies. Dear Nell, whatever you may think of my love, it is there, all the time, and sometimes it makes me do very foolish things. Pardon me. Patty was under no illusions about what he got up to on the road, for the evidence had a way of turning up at Hurtwood. One winter day, she answered the door to a young Spanish woman in torn jeans, to whom he'd given his address after some Iberian liaison, then forgotten about. That was almost funny, especially when he suggested insouciantly Patty might lend the ragged-kneed visitor, Conchita by name, something from her own wardrobe. But it wasn't so funny when the same thing started happening off-road. I couldn't bring any of my girlfriends home because Eric would automatically pounce on them. She still kept in contact with the couture world she had left to marry George, and took a keen interest in the very different generation of fashion models that had followed hers. During the winter of 1978-79, she got to know the newest sensation on London's catwalks, a pair of stunning twin sisters named Susie and Jenny McLean. One fateful March day when Eric was home, Jenny came down from London to visit her and stayed so late that she invited her to stay the night. Next morning when she came downstairs, neither Jenny nor Eric was in the house. They had gone shopping together, and then to the pub. Patty decided to pay a visit to the other Jenny, her sister. She returned that afternoon to find Jenny McLean and a very drunk Eric sitting close together on a sofa, he smitten by another of his instant apocalyptic infatuations. When Patty tried to speak to Jenny, he rounded on her furiously for intruding. "Can't you see I'm in love with this girl and I'm courting her? Go away and leave us alone." Patty fled upstairs and sat on her bed, in shock. One-night stands with nameless groupies in faraway places were one thing, but this exactly recreated the humiliation George had visited on her, with a supposed friend of hers, in her own home. Indeed, George's dalliance with Ringo's wife now seemed almost discreet by comparison. Eric thought there was nothing wrong in it, because we weren't married. She phoned her sister Jenny, who at once drove over from Farley Green to pick her up, but ever wary of Eric, did not come to the house or even approach too near. Without any further words with him, Patty ran out into pouring rain and got into Jenny's car at the end of the drive. Eric's diary entry the next day gave his version of the scene, after describing having got up at noon and being freaked out by the strong wind blowing through the Hurtwood forests. "I lost Nell, I asked her to go away, and she left without a word. I tried to find her, but I don't think she wants to be found. I do love Jen, and now I realize how much I worry about Nell." The following day's entry was headlined by its most important event in his eyes. WBA versus Red Star Belgrade, UEFA World Cup, away. No word from Nell yet, and I'm shaking so hard that I can hardly hold the pen. Jen called me and said she was going mad. Roger called me to tell me that WBA lost 1-0. He made little attempt to find out where Patty was. By the time she felt equal to phoning him, a week later, he'd recovered from his attack of remorse and simply said they could both do with a bit of a break. He admitted that Jenny McLean was still there. Patty had gone to Los Angeles to stay with a record producer friend, Rob Fraboni, and his wife Miel. On the journey, she'd cried so much that a flight attendant asked her to move to the back of the first-class cabin because she was upsetting the other passengers. Meanwhile, Eric's affair continued with the fashion model twin his diary now called Sweet Jen. He travelled to Ireland for some concerts, and on the 17th of March, Patty's birthday, recorded that the gig was great, and Sweet Jen flew in to make the day perfect. We talked and talked about our respective wounds. I am a bad man, and I think the world better roll on without me for a while. Anyway, all in love is fair. Patty herself was convinced their relationship had ended and resigned herself to never seeing him again, maybe even staying in America for good. Then, on the 23rd of March, she awoke to find that Eric had telephoned her host, Rob Fraboni, in the middle of the night and asked Fraboni to give her a message. It was that he wanted to marry her and needed an immediate answer, otherwise she could get on a bike. This most unromantic of proposals sprang from no great resurgence of love on Eric's part, but from a pool game between Roger Forrester and him a couple of days earlier. Forrester had warned him that if he were not more circumspect about the affair with Jenny McLean, his long immunity from the paparazzi might come to an end. Eric, in humble mode, had denied being that newsworthy, and the argument had somehow ended with him drunkenly betting £10,000 that Forrester couldn't get his name into a national paper the following day. Forrester had immediately contacted the Daily Mail's gossip columnist, Nigel Dempster, with the pure fiction that Eric was to marry Patty in Tucson, Arizona, at the start of his next American tour the following week. Next morning, the story featured prominently on Dempster's page. When Eric saw it, he drove to Forrester's office in a fury, his mood not helped by 2 Daily Mail readers, a petrol pump attendant, and a pub landlord, congratulating him on his imminent nuptials en route. He came storming in when I was having a meeting, picked up a phone and whacked it down on my head, Forrester recalls. Split it open, actually. Staunching a bloody comb over, Forrester not only managed to pacify him, but to convince him it was time matters with Patty were resolved one way or another, and he might as well go ahead with the wedding as advertised and get his proposal into Patty before she saw the Mail story. Patty herself was understandably dumbfounded by his change of tone since she'd seen him last, and far from enchanted by the "get on your bike" line. But when he repeated the proposal to her directly over the phone, phrased a little more alluringly, and swore that the thing with Jenny McLean was now over, she accepted. Why did I go for it? I was still so mad about him that I deluded myself into thinking he'd realized I was the only woman he wanted to be with. It wasn't until later that I found out it had all come from a game of pool between Roger and him. Eric's diary entry for the 23rd of March contained a drastically edited account of the episode. Proposed to Nell, and she said yes, even when I told her that always I'd be a bad boy. 20. God bless our wedlock. Eric and Patty were married on the 27th of March 1979 in Tucson, Arizona, as Roger Forrester had preordained. To reduce the risk of intrusive media, Forrester had booked several churches for the ceremony, only at the last minute choosing the modest red brick Apostolic Assembly of Faith in Jesus Christ. A Mexican cleric, Pastor Daniel Sanchez, officiated, assisted by a black organist bearing an uncanny resemblance to Billy Preston. Traditionally, bridegrooms are not allowed to see their brides on the wedding eve, but when Patty arrived from Los Angeles, she found herself firmly kept apart from Eric. They had separate rooms at the equally no-frills Sheraton Pueblo Hotel, and his driver, PA, Nigel Carroll, acted as go-between. As usual, everything had been arranged to spare him the smallest effort. Arizona law required that he take a blood test for venereal diseases, rubella, or genetic disorders. Because he was so terrified of needles, his vaguely look-alike assistant, who'd impersonated him for interviews on the 1977 European tour, took the blood test for him, once again with nobody noticing any difference. The wedding rings, 2 plain gold bands, were purchased by Carol from a local mall. Patty went to the altar in a cream silk satin dress with a lace jacket, while Eric wore a black braided white suit, cowboy boots, and a $200 Stetson. Roger Forrester gave the bride away. Rob Fraboni was best man, Patty's sister Jenny was matron of honor, and Carol and Eric's bodyguard, Alfie O'Leary, were ushers. His band and road crew all attended, wearing hired tuxedos in a variety of garish colors, set off by scruffy trainers as they'd forgotten to hire matching shoes. Afterwards, there was a small reception at the Sheraton Pueblo, and the newlyweds posed for a local photographer in front of their multi-tiered wedding cake. Bored by this over-lengthy ritual, Eric threw a piece of cake at the photographer, spattering the camera with white icing. It was the signal for one of the food fights so dear to his heart. His diary entry that night was headed, "We are wed," and accompanied by a little sketch of Patty and himself. "I married Nell today, hurrah! It was a beautiful wedding. The bash was unbelievable. What more can I say? God bless our wedlock." As he was starting a tour the next day, Patty accepted there could be no honeymoon. Far more important than that, he wanted her with him on the road again. At the opening show in Albuquerque, she watched from the wings, his guitar not only flooding her with desire, as of old, but smoothing away the pain and humiliation of his blatant affair with Jenny McLean. Halfway through, he called her on stage and sang "Wonderful Tonight" to her like a confirmatory wedding vow as the audience sent up waves of envious felicitation. It was the same the next night in El Paso and the next in Dallas. Then, as they headed for New Orleans, he suddenly announced that he wanted her to fly back to Los Angeles, pick up the luggage she'd left at Rob Fraboni's, and return to England. He gave no reason, but anxious not to spoil the new loving atmosphere, she didn't argue. The reason was that after only a couple of days of married life, he'd contacted Jenny McLean and asked her to come out and join him. The changeover was tight, his wife's flight taking off and his twin model lovers touching down within minutes of one another. "I took Patty to the airport and brought Jenny back to the hotel in the same trip," Nigel Carroll recalls. Even on a travelling rock show where considerateness towards women was seldom a high priority, Eric's treatment of Patty caused outrage. There was a total rebellion, Carroll recalls. The band, the road crew, everyone said, "This is not right, this is not fair," and Roger was really upset. It was a severe shock for someone so long accustomed to doing whatsoever he pleased without incurring so much as a raised eyebrow. All his life, in fact. But for the good of the tour, he capitulated. Jenny stayed just one night, then went home. Back in Britain, Patty threw her energies into organising a proper wedding party, which took place at Hurtwood Edge during a break in the tour, on the 19th of May. All the greatest names in British rock attended, along with Eric's family and Ripley cronies. There were 2 marquees, an outdoor stage and dance floor, and quantities of food and alcohol that would have amazed Jay Gatsby. The party was Roger Forrester's gift to Eric, with security provided by the many contacts Forrester still had in the old Cray organisation. As Eric walked down the drive, a man with a sawn-off shotgun popped out of a bush and demanded that he identify himself. The sole exception to the celebratory mood was Cream's bass player Jack Bruce, who still felt resentful about his treatment in the band and took it out even on the guiltless Patty. As he came in, he hissed at me, "You know what's the matter with you? You're not nearly as good as your sister, Paula." He meant that because Paula was on heroin, she was in the cool club, and I wasn't. The highlight of the afternoon was an orchestra-sized jam session, including Mick Jagger, Bill Wyman, Ronnie Wood, Robert Plant, Jeff Beck and George Harrison, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, playing live together in public for the first time since the Beatles' breakup. Earlier, John Lennon had phoned from New York to wish the newlyweds luck and said he too would have come to the party if he'd known about it, possibly creating the Beatles' only full-on-stage reunion. However, the star of the show was Lonnie Donegan, whose skiffle music had first ignited British boys' love affair with the guitar. They wouldn't let him off the stage, Guy Pullen recalls. Sitting with Eric's closest family, Rose, his Uncle Adrian and Aunt Sylvia, was an unfamiliar woman with auburn hair and a slightly hawk-like face to whom he seemed to be paying particular attention. It was his mother. After 35 years of seeming contentment in her marriage, Pat had left her Canadian husband, Frank MacDonald, and returned from Canada to the son she'd left behind when he was 2. This time, it was not the customary visit of a few weeks. She was back for good, accompanied by Heather, the younger of her 2 daughters with MacDonald, now aged 26. The geographical distance between her and Eric may have been greatly reduced, but the emotional one scarcely was. Having given birth to him at 16, Pat was still not yet 50 and hardly looked capable of having a son in his mid-30s. Although Eric introduced her as my mum, he went on calling her Pat, and she still behaved more like his older sister. That lie on which he'd been brought up remained inescapable. The trait that mother and son most definitely shared was partiality to alcohol, and this became the lubricant of their relationship. Pat joined what Patty called Eric's drinking team, along with Guy Pullen, Scratcher Perrin, and whichever band members happened to be around, reveling in the company of so many good-looking younger men and flirting shamelessly with them all. This persona made her very little like a mother-in-law to Patty, and certainly no kind of competitor. She was great fun and could be very witty in a rather sharp-tongued way. I always thought she liked me, but perhaps that was just a way for her to be accepted by Eric. She needed me on her side. Patty had hoped that now, at long last, Eric and Pat would be able to sit down and talk about her desertion of him as a 2-year-old and the reasons behind it, thereby finding the intimacy that had always eluded them. There was a certain closeness through alcohol, but they never had a proper talk, a sober talk. Once or twice, Patty herself tried to broach the subject, but was firmly rebuffed. She'd never go there. Numerous colour snapshots, mostly taken in pubs, show Eric arm in arm with Pat, seemingly the picture of filial pride. But as Patty recalls, he never really lost that wounded child's stored-up hurt and anger. There was always a moment when he put the brakes on. He never allowed her into his heart. Still, he was generous to her and his half-sister Heather as they adjusted to their new life. He bought Pat a car, a VW Beetle, Guy Pullen recalls. He had it parked in the drive at Hurtwood, ready to give her, but he left the handbrake off and it rolled down the slope and hit a wall. So he was, "Here's your present, but I'm afraid one wing's dented." Pat was never likely to lack male admirers, and before long moved in with Scratcher Perrin's bachelor uncle Sid, whom she'd gone out with when they were in their teens, before she became a teenage unmarried mother. Since Sid Perrin was one of Ripley's best-known figures, that meant a homecoming almost back to the place she'd started out from in 1947. His cottage in Newark Lane was just behind the little house on Ripley Green where she'd given birth to Eric. Sid had been Eric's boyhood hero before any bluesman with his legendary capacity for booze, his fund of hilarious stories, above all his impassioned vocal performances for the delectation of his fellow drinkers. Even now, he symbolized everything about Ripley that the international megastar remembered most fondly. A beamingly tipsy man getting up on Saturday night in a smoke-filled British Legion club and launching into Mario Lanza's Cara Mia, while Rick and his gang listened outside with their bottles of Stansfield Pop and bags of crisps. Eric's British tours always included an extra, unadvertised show at Guildford Civic Hall, for which the Ripley crowd turned out en bloc. At one of them, he got Sid up on stage to sing, Guy Pullen recalls. It was In a Monastery Garden, complete with all the bird noises. While Sid was doing it, Eric and the band gradually backed away, leaving him alone in the spotlight. Eric was therefore delighted when Pat got together with Sid, though at times he himself seemed less so. She had a sharp tongue and was very unpredictable. Any little thing you said could upset her, Eric's Aunt Sylvia recalls. She and Sid used to have terrible rows. He'd sometimes come round to our house saying, "Please, tell her to go home," i.e. to Canada. She took a part-time job at Ripley's Ye Olde Sweet Shop, still run by Miss Bush, as it had been during Eric's boyhood, where she revealed a love of practical jokes similar to her son's. A group of us went up to watch the cricket at Lord's one time and took a packed lunch, Pullen says. When Sid opened the sandwiches Pat had made him, they were cheddar cheese and red jelly babies. Eric entered the 1980s with his business affairs in excellent shape, ironically thanks to his old bugbears, the Bee Gees. Despite his perennial gripe about Robert Stigwood giving them preferential treatment, the Gibb brothers and he were signed to Stigwood's publishing company by similar agreements under which they gave up their song copyrights and received only minimal royalties. This used to be known as standard industry practice, although a more accurate term might have been theft. At the end of the 1970s, the Bee Gees had begun litigation to recover their copyrights, now hugely enriched by the Saturday Night Fever film soundtrack, on the grounds that Stigwood's dual role as a manager and publisher represented a conflict of interest. Thanks to an astute British lawyer named Michael Eaton, their entire back catalogue had reverted to them without the necessity of a hugely expensive and risky court case. By the time Roger Forrester took over as Eric's manager, Stigwood had all but quit the pop business, having sold his management and recording interests to Polygram and his publishing business to Chappell. Now retained by Forrester, Michael Eaton repeated his Bee Gees strategy, notifying Chappell that Eric's publishing agreement with Stigwood had also amounted to a conflict of interest, and threatening legal action unless his songbook was made over to him, too. There was a measure of bluff involved, as Eaton already knew Eric well enough to suspect he would shy away from the expense and uncertainty of actually going to court. However, Chappell's president, Nick Firth, took the view that more would be gained by keeping Eric with the company. An out-of-court settlement was reached, giving him the rights to all his past songs, as well as those of future ones, at an increased royalty, in return for supplying Chappell with 20 new works over the next 5 years. British pop's two greatest songwriting partnerships, Lennon-McCartney and Jagger-Richards, had both suffered a decade of vast legal fees and drawn-out court hearings in vain pursuit of the same objective, yet Eric's people had pulled it off for him without so much as a writ being served. Live performances, sadly, were another story, for by 1980 his drink problem was well known in every country where he appeared, and his audience braced for disappointment in many languages. "Eric Clapton too drunk to play," said a headline in a Munich newspaper after his performance there was cancelled, unjustly for once, as the problem had been purely technical. He usually walked on stage with a glass in his hand and kept drinking throughout the show, growing more and more belligerent towards the dissatisfied shouts his playing provoked. One heckler who told him with wounding accuracy, "You just keep relying on your past, mate," was invited to step up on stage and get filled in. At another UK show, he had to leave the stage after 45 minutes for fear of falling off it. Pete Townsend, so often his conscience in the past, happened to be guesting with his band that night and furiously berated him for unprofessionalism. Chastened, he went back on again and got through the rest of the show by miming to Townsend's singing and playing. Patty could only look on with dismay each far from wonderful night when he came to bed with a pint glass of Courvoisier and 7-Up, drank himself to sleep, and started sipping whatever was left the moment he awoke. He was getting through 2 bottles a day, in addition to all the beer he downed with his drinking team. As she had discovered, getting him away from Ewhurst and into seemingly healthier climes made little difference. Wherever they went, there were always people who enjoyed seeing him get drunk, or saw some advantage or profit in it. When they'd first got together, they'd spent what promised to be an idyllic holiday in Jamaica, staying at Goldeneye, the former home of James Bond's creator, Ian Fleming. Every morning the gardener would arrive with a huge spliff for Eric, then take him off to a so-called tea room, which sold rum by the mugful. By evening, he would have passed out, and the butler would say to me, "Dinner for one again?" She suspected the house was being cased for a break-in and would lie awake each night with a harpoon gun for protection while Eric snored, oblivious beside her. What worried her most was the rate at which alcohol was using up his seeming 9 lives. During a holiday in the Greek islands, they'd had dinner on Robert Stigwood's yacht. Then a more than usually plastered Eric insisted on driving the tender boat back to shore. Thanks to the Clapton luck, they collided with no other craft, but then back in harbour, stepping from one boat to another, he fell into the water and sank like a stone. Patty managed to grab one of his arms and hold on until help arrived. At other times, booze could literally be a lifesaver. Whenever his mind turned to suicide, as it often did, what held him back was the thought that if he were dead, he'd no longer be able to drink. Yet he fiercely rejected any suggestion that he was any more than someone who liked to drink, like Ripley's saloon bar colossus, Sid Perrin. "I couldn't see the end of it," Patty recalls. "I kept thinking and believing and hoping that one day he'd stop drinking and be sober, and life would be as it should be." In desperation, she turned to the drinking team's leading members, Guy Pullen and Eric's mother, for help in somehow cutting down his intake. "We used to have meetings about it," Pullen recalls. Eric's oldest friend recognized the problem and agreed to do what he could. Pat wasn't so passionate about the idea, Patty says, because drinking was the basis of her relationship with Eric. Lately, another local pub had come into his ken with a pull stronger than the windmill at his front gate or even Ripley's ship. This was the Parrot at Forest Green, owned by Gary Brooker, keyboard player for Procol Harum and the lead voice on their bark-inflected, gloriously nonsensical greatest hit, A Whiter Shade of Pale. Under Brooker's proprietorship, the pub put on regular music nights with an informal parrot band featuring musician friends like Ronnie Lane, Andy Fairweather Lowe, and Dave Mattox, at £1 per head including food. Between tours, Eric often sat in with them, relishing the anonymity almost as much as the free beer he received. Although born in London's East End, Brooker had turned himself into a thoroughgoing countryman, establishing a small farm alongside the Parrot and becoming one of the most expert dry fly fishermen in Surrey. When he talked about fishing, Eric pictured the kind the Ripley Green boys used to do with bent pins in the River Wey. Brooker then explained how fly fishing for trout, or salmon, was not mere angling, but a battle of wits with canny creatures that only the most skillfully cast artificial flies could deceive. Eric decided to give it a try, although for him that still meant ordering a full set of rods and creels from London's most famous dealer, Hardy's of Pall Mall. His first outings were to the lake behind Hurtwood Edge, whose inhabitants, while neither salmon nor trout, proved canny enough. At first, he kept complaining that he didn't catch anything, Nigel Carroll recalls. He told me he'd buy a fish from a shop in Cranley, take it home and tell Patty he'd caught it. He was instantly hooked, nonetheless, by the peace and solitude, the male camaraderie, timeless etiquette and subtle, cutthroat competitiveness of the riverbank. Gary Brooker showed him how to cast a fly on the pub lawn, and he practiced it as obsessively as he once had Muddy Waters licks. Casting of a different sort became an issue when George Terry left his backing band after 4 years as backup guitarist and vocalist. Terry's successor, Albert Lee, was no mere sideman, but a virtuoso soloist, albeit in the country-picking mode of Chet Atkins and Jerry Reed, who had always been seen as one of Eric's main British rivals. Amiable though the tiny, tangly-haired Albert was, he proved a disruptive influence, for he shared Eric's love of zany English humour, the Goons and Monty Python, like nobody since Cream's Pete Brown. Unfortunately, it was lost on the remaining Americans, the so-called Tulsa guys, Carl Radle, Dick Sims, and Jamie Oldacre. The band became increasingly divided along laughter lines until Eric ordered the firing of the Tulsa guys by telegram, while he himself looked the other way. To replace them, he hired 3 top London session musicians, keyboard player Chris Stainton, bassist Dave Marquis, and drummer Henry Spinetti, brother of the actor Victor, so creating the first all-British lineup he'd played in since Blind Faith. Gary Brooker took a sabbatical from pubkeeping to join up as well, which meant the band now had 2 vocalists and 2 keyboard men, as well as 2 lead guitarists. It was a supergroup, in fact, although no one mentioned the word. The new lineup was broken in on a mammoth world tour starting in November 1979 at Cranley Village Hall, and going on to Eastern Europe, Israel, Thailand, Hong Kong, and Japan. As ready as ever to share applause, Eric allowed both of his distinguished recruits their own spot in the show. Gary Brooker performed A Whiter Shade of Pale, and Albert Lee gave a dazzling display of fast-handedness alone in the spotlight. Unusually for him, he felt lingering guilt over dropping Carl Radle, who'd offered him his first way back to music from heroin addiction. In May 1980, Radle died of kidney failure brought on by drug and alcohol abuse, aged 37. It sent Eric into a black mood, both self-reproaching and self-pitying, which he sought to palliate in the usual way. Then, on the 9th of December at Hurtwood, his gardener handyman Arthur Egby had to answer an early morning phone call since no one else was up yet. There was a voice saying, "I'm a state policeman calling from New York with a message for Eric Clapton," Egby recalls. "I regret to tell you that John Lennon has been shot." I said, "Is he okay?" And the policeman said, "He's dead. Shot 5 times. Egby delayed breaking the news to Eric until he woke in the early afternoon. He and Patty had slept in separate rooms after a row and emerged stark naked, as was his wont, for his first cigarette of the day. I had prepared 2 glasses of brandy, one for him and one for me, and I said, "Take a sip of this. You're gonna need it." He didn't take it in at first. Then he shouted, "Arthur, I don't want to see you again today. You've brought me bad news. You've brought me very bad news." Then he went back inside and slammed the door, and that was the last anyone saw of him for hours. In March 1981, he took the new band on a 58-date American tour to promote their first album, Another Ticket, little dreaming how quickly it would lead to a return one. For some time, he had been suffering from severe back pain, the result, so he thought, of a too hearty thump between the shoulder blades from one of his Irish drinking buddies at the Barberstown Castle Hotel, and was taking a codeine-based analgesic called Veganin. Nigel Carroll carried what was intended to be the tour's whole supply, along with the usual 5 bottles of Courvoisier and 3,000 Rothmans cigarettes. By the end of the first week, Eric had run through almost all of it, and the effect was rapidly diminishing. In Madison, Wisconsin, a doctor had to be called to give him an injection to get him through the night's performance. When he came off stage, he collapsed in agony and was taken to hospital in the nearest large city, Minneapolis. He was released after X-rays appeared to show a shadow on his lung. Then the hospital revised its diagnosis to 5 bleeding ulcers, one the size of a small orange. Roger Forrester wanted to fly him straight back to Britain, but doctors warned that one of the ulcers was pressing on his pancreas and could burst at any moment. He was rushed back to hospital in Minneapolis and put on an IV machine, 45 minutes from death, according to one of the resuscitation team. A doctor was looking down his throat with a camera on a tube, Forrester recalls. Then he handed another one to me and said, "Here, you have a look." I was looking right into Eric's stomach. I could actually see the ulcers, all red raw. Forrester had no choice but to cancel all the tour's remaining 47 sold-out dates, causing such insurance losses that Lloyd's of London rang the famous lutein bell that normally signals major disasters at sea. Patty was sent for, and Nigel Carroll and Alfie O'Leary kept a round-the-clock watch over Eric, taking turns to sleep in a room next to his. He stayed in hospital for 6 weeks, being treated with the ulcer-healing drug Tagamet. Hundreds of get-well cards poured in, local radio stations broadcast regular bulletins on his condition, and the now valueless tour merchandise was given away. As he recovered, he was allowed supervised forays around Minneapolis, where his first act was to look for a fishing tackle store. He found one, bought 25 rods, and practiced casting in the hospital corridors. To complete his recovery, his doctors recommended a fishing trip, so Forrester and Patty returned to Britain, and Carroll drove him to Seattle in a Winnebago stocked with fishing tackle, a tent, and a canoe. The results were hardly recuperative. In Seattle, Eric went out to dinner with friends. Carroll recalled that Eric walked out in a huff, catching a lift from a young woman who'd been at their table. Chauffeuring Eric Clapton made her so nervous that she ran a red light and was broadsided by a taxi. He suffered bruised ribs and ended up back in hospital in Minneapolis, additionally diagnosed with pleurisy. From there, he wrote to Patty, begging her to come back in terms that melted her heart all over again. "You are the only one I can truly rely on for strength and cheer, and you can spend as much money as you like while you wait for me to mend." During his numerous medical consultations, the subject of his drinking inevitably came up. But because medication had temporarily killed his desire for alcohol, none of his American doctors realized the scale of the problem. When he returned home, he made a stab at moderation to placate Patty, but was soon back to his old level. One thing he'd been told categorically in Minneapolis was that he mustn't drink 2 bottles of brandy per day. So he switched to 2 bottles of whiskey, or vodka. The rest of 1981 brought several further grave warnings about what he was doing to himself, all of them similarly not taken to heart. First, Sid Perrin, his exemplar of barroom glamour since boyhood, now his mother's partner, so his unofficial stepfather, died aged only 60. Though the cause was bowel cancer, Sid's lifetime of drinking had left him ill-equipped to fight the disease. His protracted decline, which included undergoing a colostomy, wiped out all the ebullience that once seemed so magical to a fatherless small boy. When Eric last saw him, with Pat, he was hallucinating and talking to pub companions who weren't there. But rather than take warning, Eric made a point of getting smashed at the wake with his Uncle Adrian, because he told himself Sid would have wanted it. Then, on a visit to Japan, he returned to his hotel room to find a well-wisher had sent him a bottle of sake with flakes of pure gold floating in it. Downing the whole bottle by himself at one sitting, he came out in a horrendous rash that made his skin flake off like a leper's. Patty's efforts to keep temptation out of his way could have even more frightening consequences. That autumn, they spent a weekend with friends in Rutland, whom she had forewarned to make every meal alcohol-free. Eric passed out at the dinner table and woke up in an ambulance, having suffered a grand mal, caused by a sudden cessation of drinking while not under medical supervision. Admitted to the Wellington Hospital in North London, he was found to have a late-occurring form of epilepsy. The film footage of him in this era is harrowing. At one moment, he's seen sitting on the ground in a cowboy hat, clutching a bottle, the archetypal down and out amid all his millions and minions. His eyes meet the camera, so full of quiet desperation that one almost forgets it is wholly self-inflicted. Pop music history is littered with stories of stars drinking or drugging themselves to death, surrounded by highly paid entourages who don't lift a finger to help them. But the care Eric received from Roger Forrester now became literally parental. During stays in hotels, the location of choice for such deaths by misadventure, a baby alarm was put by his bed so that during the night Forrester, or Alfie O'Leary, or Nigel Carroll could check that he was still breathing. Rather than this holding operation, Patty wanted him to have a course of treatment for alcoholism, an idea she thought Forrester resisted because of the disruption to business. She discovered differently at a Genesis concert that December, when they both tried but failed to box Eric in to prevent him getting to the bar. During these first few minutes' privacy, Forrester said he'd booked him on such a course in the new year, but didn't want to break the news until after Christmas. Many guests had been invited to Hurtwood Edge that holiday season, but midnight on Christmas Eve found him alone and drunk beside the tree Patty had decorated with her usual splendor. Loath as ever to wait for anything or anyone, he began opening his share of the presents beneath it. Among these was the one thing lacking in his store of fisherman's requisites, a set of thermal underwear, which he decided to try on then and there. On Christmas morning, Patty awoke to find his side of the bed empty. As lunchtime approached, and there was still no sign of him, enlightenment came from Arthur Egby. "We started on the brandy a bit early. You'll find him on the logs." She went to the cellar and found Eric sprawled on the log pile, still wearing his new thermals and alternately laughing and weeping. Taking a firm line that was never more overdue, she banned him from the festivities and locked him in the bedroom, bringing him food and just enough drink to keep him sedated. The next day, having absorbed another skinful, he went to the River Wey in the new thermals to fish for pike. On the opposite bank were two hardcore anglers with a tent, who'd clearly been there all Christmas. He set out to impress them, but unfortunately did the opposite, drunkenly stumbling onto one of his delicate hardy rods and breaking it in two at the handle. True to the riverbank's taciturn code, the other fisherman's only reaction was an exchange of embarrassed looks. Yet for Eric, it was a humiliation worse than any he'd ever brought on himself in front of larger audiences. In that moment, he finally recognized that he didn't just like a drink, but was a full-blown alcoholic in desperate need of help. 21. Made in Montserrat. On the 7th of January 1982, he and Roger Forrester took a Northwest Airlines flight back to Minneapolis, where bleeding ulcers had almost killed him a year earlier. He'd been given only a day's notice of departure and at the outset had no idea where he was going. In a final fling before the bar closed forever, he drank the plane almost dry. His destination was the Hazelden Foundation, a non-profit treatment center a few miles outside Minneapolis. It proved to be a Gothic-looking mansion surrounded by drab grey concrete blocks reminiscent of a low-security prison, looking all the bleaker under a thick covering of snow. When Elvis Presley had been brought here in the 1970s, he'd taken one look and refused to get out of his limo. Eric was booked in as a resident patient for an initial 6-week period, following which, if insufficiently responsive to treatment, he would be moved to the clinic's psychiatric unit. Forrester's plan had been simply to drop him there, then returned to London. But during the registration process, when Eric gave his manager's rather than his wife's name as the person to contact in an emergency, it transpired that Forrester's reliance on Valium, mostly to allow him to sleep on plane journeys, put him, too, in the addict class. "So they booked me in as well," he recalls, "even though I only had the clothes I stood up in." There were different units for different kinds of addiction. Eric went into the booze unit, and I went into the pills unit. For the whole 6 weeks, they kept us completely segregated. We could say hello if we passed each other in the corridor, but we weren't allowed to socialize. Since, as Eric already knew, sudden total withdrawal from alcohol could have dire physical consequences, he spent his first 48 hours in the hospital wing, receiving heavy doses of Librium. He'd been asked for a list of everything he was already taking, but hadn't liked to admit to sharing Forrester's Valium habit, regarding it as a woman's drug. This macho conceit so unbalanced his medication that he suffered another frightening grand mal seizure. Hazelden operated Alcoholics Anonymous's 12-step program, which is as much psychological and spiritual as medical, demanding total frankness on the sufferer's part, as in the obligatory self-introduction, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm an alcoholic," and recognition of a higher power as an indispensable part of overcoming it. The inmates were divided into single-sex units of 28, each a self-contained, mutually supportive community named after a pioneer of the 12-step program. Eric was not allowed to take a guitar into his Silkworth unit and found that here his celebrity meant nothing. They were all simply fellow victims, characterized only by the histories of their addictions. Not the least shock was having to share a room, something he hadn't done, at least not with a man, since Yardbird days. But his roommate, a New York fireman known only as Tommy, didn't know who he was and didn't care. Tommy was only concerned with the way we connected on a personal level, and I had no idea how to do that because I was either above or below everybody, he would recall in hindsight. I was either towering above as Clapton the guitar virtuoso or cringing on the floor because if you took away my guitar and my musical career, then I was nothing. To begin with, his fellow patients looked after him. Then he had to do his share of the chores, cleaning up and making his own bed for the very first time in his life. Any neglect of these duties brought a severe reprimand, another first for him, from a group leader known as the Pig Master. So packed with lectures and activities was each day that he went to bed exhausted, and so for the first time in years could drop off to sleep without a beaker of brandy or vodka. Yet like an amputee who can still feel a vanished limb, he continued to wake in the morning feeling drunk. The most difficult part for him were the group therapy sessions, where one was encouraged to spare no detail of the ruin one had suffered and caused. I had never learned to look honestly at myself. In fact, to protect my drinking it was important not to do that, he would recall. Lying and deflection had become second nature to me. To help patients face the truth about themselves, questionnaires had been sent to their wives or partners. Patty had completed one, and part of Eric's therapy was to read it aloud, which reduced him to tears. That broke my heart. I was made to understand that I'd behaved like an animal. Such moments apart, he began to enjoy what was in effect a complete rest from all the pampered agonies of being Eric Clapton. The dormant student in him lapped up the lectures, often given by highly distinguished doctors or scientists, and he had many fascinating conversations with fellow inmates, some of them far worse cases than himself on their 4th or 5th spell at Hazelden. He saw how many drugs were smuggled into the anti-booze citadel on its weekly family visitation days, but felt no pull in that direction, and anyway, had nobody to supply him. Elsewhere, too, Hazelden's vigilance proved fallible. Male and female patients were totally segregated, with even social intercourse between them strictly forbidden. However, Eric managed to convince the management that he needed a private room, and subsequently found several nocturnal companions, more rewarding than a drying-out fireman. Patty, who was enrolled in AA's Al-Anon organization for the wives and partners of alcoholics, flew out to spend 5 days on the course with him. In group discussion, she found it far easier than he had to share experiences that had previously been bottled up, and the clinic's atmosphere so calmed and reassured her that she didn't want to return home. After alternating fits of despair and rebellion, Eric was by now determined to finish his treatment in the allotted time and so avoid the disgrace of the psychiatric unit. His innate competitiveness kicking in, he refused to join those many who gave up and discharged themselves prematurely. One wealthy inmate had his wife land a helicopter in an adjacent field and disappeared overnight. He applied his newly clear head to strategic thinking, working out just what responses his counselors most wanted from him and supplying them. In group discussions, he became adept at turning the counselor's attention away from his problems to other people's, so adding to the image of steady progress. As a result, he received his discharge bang on time, with a certificate and medallion warranting him to be clean, but not permanently, as it would prove. On his return home, Patty found him quiet, introverted, and a bit too clean, like he'd been through the dry cleaners a few too many times. Ironically, one of the first things that happened to him back in Surrey was being stopped by the police and breathalyzed, which he'd avoided for all those years of drink driving. Hazelden had arranged aftercare in the form of a sponsor named David who lived in Dorking. Under AA rules, 2 people constitute a quorum for a meeting. But David's was a lone voice in a world seemingly united in a beckoning, winking, rib-nudging campaign to lure him back to the bottle. Patty had cleared all hard liquor from the house, but no one at Hazelden had told her she should stop drinking too, and a sizable stock of wine, which he didn't normally care for, remained in the cellar. Hardest of all to resist was the rosy embrace of the pub. His drinking team, Guy Pullen, Scratcher Perrin, and the rest, had all been solidly behind his quest for sobriety, but could hardly be expected to turn teetotal in sympathy. Rather than have to sip orange juice while they sank pints, he cut himself off from them completely. I didn't see him for the next couple of months, Pullen recalls, but I realized it was the only way. Not everyone was so understanding. The first Saturday after his return, a regular drinking buddy stopped by to collect him for the time-honored morning session. When Eric explained the situation, his visitor shouted, "Fuck you then," and drove off. His driver, PA Nigel Carroll, who hadn't been with him in Minnesota, was amazed at the transformation. Whenever I went to Hurtwood, he'd always open the front door with a brandy in his hand. When I caught hepatitis and had to stop drinking, it would be a large port and brandy. That was his idea of a joke. Now when I arrived, he said, "Do you fancy a cup of tea?" Carroll realized that the clinic partly blamed Eric's management team for his addiction, when in fact they'd been largely responsible for keeping him alive through its worst excesses. We'd been cast as the enablers, and he was a bit wary of us, as if he thought we wanted him to fall off the wagon. But I was more than happy not to have to carry brandy in the car all the time. Though the craving for alcohol might have gone, he mourned it like a lost loved one, and hugely resented the fact that Patty could continue drinking, which she now did rather heavily, albeit on nowhere near his former scale. He tried to compensate by smoking even more and buying huge quantities of clothes. He'd go to Armani and find a nice suit, she recalls, and then want it in every colour. His main solace, that convalescent summer of 1982, was fly fishing, the one activity outside guitar playing at which he'd ever shown any skill. on the nearby Clandon estate or in the lakes at Willinghurst and Whitley Farm near Dunsford. Sometimes Patty would accompany him and spend the time photographing wild flowers, but mostly he went alone, leaving home at 7:30 a.m. and not returning until late afternoon with a creel full of trout for her to clean, which he'd learned to do at express speed. Though the fish had literally lost their innards, he was the one whose booze-free life left him feeling gutted. The L-Nell sexual chemistry, which once sold millions of records and cuckolded a Beatle, had already dwindled to almost nothing in his drinking days, when Patty would deliberately go to bed first, hoping that by the time he followed, he'd be too out of it to try anything. Yet she remained totally in love with and in thrall to him, an addiction she now admits, as real as any of his. I absolutely adored him. He would adore me, but then be cruel and hurt me, and my only desire would be to get that adoration back. It was a treadmill. I often wanted to leave because I knew it would be healthier for me, but there was always such a strong pull to stay with him and hope things would be better tomorrow. The booze might have gone, but the mood still came out of nowhere. Once, while he was out of the country, a new addition to his Ferrari collection was delivered, this one sky blue with cream upholstery. When he returned, Patty thought it would be a nice surprise for her to be waiting at the airport with the new car. Instead, he was furious because someone else had driven it before him, saying that it was spoilt now and he'd have to sell it. 4 months after leaving rehab, he returned to work with an American tour. It was so long since he'd gone on stage completely sober that he barely recognized the sound of his own playing, without its habitual veil of alcohol and drug distortion. Touring offered the greatest temptations of all to get drunk, but now at least there was powerful additional therapy to hand. At every stop in the vicinity of rivers or lakes, he and his co-star keyboard player Gary Brooker would go fishing. He also kept a conscientious lookout for AA meetings and attended a few that didn't conflict with gigs. At the final show, in Pembroke Pines, Florida, on the 30th of June, Muddy Waters made a guest appearance, and he and Eric duetted on Blow Wind Blow. It would be their last. 10 months later, the father of the Chicago blues and secret tricycle rider died in his sleep, age 70. Time was also running out for the all-British band Eric had so patriotically formed in 1980. After the tour, they were to make their second album at Compass Point Studios in the Bahamas with producer Tom Dowd. But the beery bonhomie that had launched them seemed to be evaporating. Not only was Eric off beer, but Dave Marquis, the bass player, had become a devout Christian and was antagonizing his colleagues by trying to convert them. Dowd had been quite happy with their performance on Another Ticket the previous year, but this time around, he told Eric that all of them, except the guitar wizard Albert Lee, were substandard. In their place, he wanted to use 3 brilliant Americans, bassist Donald Duck Dunn from the Stax Studios in Memphis to replace Marquis, keyboard player Roger Hawkins from the Muscle Shoals Studios in Alabama to replace Chris Stainton, and the singer, producer, and matchless slide guitarist Ry Cooder. Offered such stellar support, Eric felt no compunction about firing his whole lineup, excluding Lee, but including the very unsubstandard Gary Brooker. With the new self-reliance instilled by Hazelden, he didn't look the other way, as usual, while Roger Forrester did the dirty work, but took them all out to dinner and broke it to them personally. He later reprieved Stainton, who, as an undischarged bankrupt, needed money badly and was popular with the Ripley crowd for playing piano for sing-songs at the cricket club. Recording with the new American sidemen, especially the prodigious Ry Cooder, was a stressful experience that could no longer be relieved by drinking. During the sessions, he suffered a mini breakdown, at one point bursting into tears in front of Tom Dowd. The album contained 2 more songs about Patty with a mood swing like those she so dreaded in real life. Pretty Girl was in his old, worshipping Wonderful Tonight mode. My love will always guide me home, my pretty girl. But The Shape You're In bitchily bemoaned her freedom to drink when he couldn't. I could tell by the smell that she'd had a few. Grieving for alcohol was in the album's very title. He called it Money and Cigarettes, that seeming to be all he had left, albeit both in very large quantities. He was more inclined to count his blessings when his friend and occasional songwriting and jamming partner, Ronnie Lane, was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at the age of 33. Lane coped bravely with the cruel disease, and in September 1983 was the motivator for an event in aid of the charity Action into Research for Multiple Sclerosis, ARMS, at London's Royal Albert Hall. Eric headed a large cast that also mustered Jimmy Page, Steve Winwood, Jeff Beck, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts, and afterwards led them on a short American tour. Later that month, he was back at the same familiar venue with a similarly large company in a show for Prince Charles's personal charity, the Prince's Trust. The new, blonde, beautiful Princess of Wales had introduced rock fandom into the British royal family, along with a great deal else, and he was one of her favourites. Most alcoholics emerge from treatment resolved never to touch another drop, but Eric's aim was merely to change from a drunk into a moderate drinker, using alcohol as a lubricant for pleasant conversation and good fellowship. He fantasized about standing in a pub on a sunny evening, savouring a tall glass of ice-cold lager with a dash of lime juice. Banished from his memory were the nights unimaginable at that glamorous royal gala, nights alone with a bottle of vodka, a gram of coke, and a shotgun, seriously wondering whether to blow his brains out. He thought he could have a couple of beers and there'd be no harm done, Nigel Carroll recalls. But the beers were always Carlsberg Special Brew, which is incredibly strong stuff, and it never stopped there. Money and Cigarettes had neither coined it nor set the world alight, so as a follow-up, Roger Forrester suggested an overtly commercial move such as would have disgusted the purist Yardbird Eric of 10 years earlier. The newest sensation in British pop was Phil Collins, the drummer in Genesis, and latest incarnation of the British white blues voice, now to be heard in massively successful hit singles like Something in the Air Tonight and You Can't Hurry Love. Forrester's idea was an album with Collins in the dual role of producer and co-instrumentalist. Eric had no love for the synthesizer symphonies pioneered by Genesis, which had pushed the guitar to the sidelines, but Collins was a Surrey neighbour and had become a frequent visitor to Hurtwood, especially during his traumatic divorce from his first wife, Andrea, so at least the sellout would have a friendly face. The pairing had the desired effect of putting Eric on his mettle. To write new songs for the album, he had Nigel Carroll rent him a cottage in the Wild West region known as the Brecon Beacons, where he lived alone in Hazelden's Selp-Help style, chopping his own logs for the open fire and visiting the village pub only to sip an anonymous lemonade. Recording began in March 1984 at George Martin's Air Studios on the West Indies island of Montserrat. Collins proved to be an inspirational producer who, far from swamping Eric's guitar with synthesizers, coaxed it to a form it had not reached in many half-blotto years past. He wrote euphorically in his diary, "Between now, midnight, and yesterday we've got 5 great tracks. Phil is so great to work with, you get so much done, but it doesn't feel like hard work at all. I hope it never stops." He hadn't checked out what AA support was available on Montserrat, but at first seemed able to do without it, doggedly sticking to soft drinks while his fellow musicians gargled the local rum and did blow. The management of his hotel had not been forewarned, and on first arriving in his suite, he'd found the welcome gift of a bottle of rum on the sideboard. Rather than overreact by pouring it down the sink, he put it away in a cupboard where he couldn't see it. Then, one evening, out to dinner with the band, he tried his social drinking formula of a couple of beers. It was enough to reopen the floodgates that operated only inwardly, and later, alone in his hotel suite, he downed the bottle of rum at a sitting. The next day, he followed this dive off the wagon by seducing Air's studio manager, a beautiful young, married woman of mixed Yorkshire and Montserratian parentage named Yvonne Kelly. Now, beyond any help from his AA sponsor, David in Dorking, he went straight into another tour, this time as sideman to Roger Waters, promoting Roger's first solo album, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. The staging had all Floyd's trademark grandiosity, with its backdrop of Gerald scarf animations directed by Nicholas Roeg, but Waters insisted there should be no mention of the band in the advertising. That had to change because they were playing 120,000-seat arenas, with only about a few hundred people turning up, Nigel Carroll recalls, and there were quite a few shouts for Layla. Eric's section of the itinerary, covering Europe and North America, brought him, in his own words, some pretty crazy sexual liaisons, ménage à trois and the like. I knew nothing about that, Carroll says. I was never one of the trois. Back to drinking as heavily as ever, he suffered a couple of mini seizures, not bad enough to require medical help, but a serious warning nonetheless, and another in the realm of the spiritual rather than physical. In Toronto to play the Maple Leaf Gardens, he polished off 2 six-packs of beers and hit a wall of desperation. When I saw the absolute squalidness of my life, it inspired a song called Holy Mother, an appeal to a divine entity whose name assuredly was not Pat. Full of longing for the moment, when my hands no longer play, my voice is still, I fade away. His new record company, Warner Brothers, to which Forrester had signed him, had by now listened to the tapes made with Phil Collins and such sober enthusiasm on Montserrat. But the verdict on what was supposed to have been a commercial no-brainer was crushing. Warner Brothers felt that his songs as they stood were not strong enough and wanted much of the album to be re-recorded in Los Angeles with different studio musicians under 2 in-house producers. They also sent Eric some demos by a young Texan singer-songwriter named Jerry Lynn Williams, with instructions to make his own versions and add them to the Montserrat material. There had been a time when such interference would have made him threaten to quit the record label and brought an instant contrite backdown from said label. But these were different days. He was no longer a boy prodigy, but a well-worn 39. Record companies were no longer fawningly indulgent, like Ahmet Ertegun's Atlantic. As Van Morrison had recently shown, no artiste was too big to be dropped if he or she proved recalcitrant. Eric therefore passed over Warner Brothers' huge slight to Collins and bowed to their wishes. It was made easier by discovering that Jerry Lynn Williams, the songwriter they'd forced on him, not only looked like Jack Nicholson and sang like Stevie Wonder, but was a willing companion on his fast-accelerating backward journey. He took to hanging out with Williams at the band's Shangri-La studios, and before I knew it, I was up and running again with blow and prescription drugs, as well as alcohol. Montserrat had come back to haunt him in another way too. On returning from the Roger Waters tour, he found a letter from Yvonne Kelly at Air Studios telling him that she was pregnant, and he was unquestionably responsible. Yet even as his private hell plumbed new depths, the Clapton luck that had carried him through 1,000 one-night stands without comebacks still held. Kelly did not go public with the story, and her husband, Malcolm, agreed to accept the child as his, both of them seeing it as a way of strengthening a marriage in difficulties. Apart from making some financial provision, Eric did not have to be involved. The sad irony was that Patty had wanted a baby since she and Eric first began living together, but even in the days of their fieriest passion, had never been able to conceive. She put all the blame on herself, despite the possibility that his drug-taking, drinking, and smoking had reduced his sperm count. He would never moderate his lifestyle in the cause of fatherhood, and regarded any querying of his sperm count as a slight on his masculinity. Now, unbeknown to her, it had proved serviceable. Towards the end of 1984, she decided to try IVF, the fertilization of eggs outside the womb pioneered by British doctors 6 years earlier. Eric thought it unnatural, but agreed to go along with it, although he refused to talk through the procedure with her specialist, Professor Ian Kraft. Her initial high hopes began to fade as one after another ovary implant failed. In addition, she now lived with a drinker not secret so much as schizophrenic, attending AA meetings but at the same time hiding liquor all over the house or in his cars, half bottles of vodka, for example, fitted snugly under drivers' footmats. In the years of being left on her own, Patty never so much as looked at another man. That she did so now was due to Pink Floyd's Roger Waters, who had done what Eric once could have and married an aristocrat. Her name was Lady Caroline Christie, and her old Etonian brother, Willie, was a photographer and video director. Patty met him at a mutual friend's wedding while Eric was away on tour, then again by chance at a party at the Natural History Museum, where the paparazzo Richard Young snapped them together. The picture got into Nigel Dempster's Daily Mail gossip column with a story saying no more than that Christie was helping her with her photography. When Eric saw it, he was outraged, impeccably faithful spouse that he'd always been, and refused to believe Christie was merely an acquaintance. After that, the addiction that had tolerated everything he threw at her finally began to weaken. More than ever, her main strength was her sister Jenny, who had also been experiencing tough times following the collapse of both her marriages to Mick Fleetwood and problems with alcohol and cocaine. One day, the sisters went together to Vidal Sassoon and had their long blonde hair, Patty's stamp on Wonderful Tonight, shorn to almost nothing. That evening, Jenny showed her a photograph of herself, which shockingly revealed how bloated and unkempt all the drinking with and without Eric had made her. In September, with her IVF treatment still ongoing, she walked out on him, choosing a moment while he was comatose on the sitting room couch. Her mother, Diana, happened to be living in nearby Hazelmere, a few miles away, where her youngest sister Paula, now separated from a second husband, rug dealer David Philpott, and with 3 children, but as much prey to drug addiction and alcoholism as ever, had been placed in local authority accommodation. Patty moved in with Diana and resumed her habitual efforts to help Paula while she tried to decide on her next move. Eric soon tracked her there, and every day for the next 4 weeks sent her a dozen red roses. Finally, he turned up in person, looking pale and haggard, never less welcome to Diana, and begged her to return, but she refused. Subsequent entreaties proving equally useless, he agreed to a trial separation. She moved into a small house in Devonshire Mews, West London, paid for by Roger Forrester, and began dating Willie Christie, a sympathetic, restful man who did help her with her photography. Jenny was currently seeing a psychotherapist who'd proved so beneficial that Patty did the same, much to the puzzlement of her mother, who thought she'd do better to consult the local vicar. But sessions with a female therapist, who was also an astrologer and dream analyst, did not bring the same comfort or insight Jenny had found. We were just exchanging information. Mine was learnt by experience, hers was mostly read in books. Eric had also begun seeing a therapist, recommended by Roger Waters. His main emotional outlet, however, continued to be his diary, where he recorded feeling lost and desperate after learning of Patty's involvement with Willie Christie. He had even driven up to London intending to bring her back to Hurtwood, caveman style, but she was out, presumably seeing Christie. As a result, he'd suffered a complete relapse with all the fears and guilt of the drinking days, and the coke was the worst part of it. He spent a whole day getting more and more suicidal, until a phone call from Roger Forrester pulled him back from the brink, and he threw away the coke and neutralized its effects by drinking glass after glass of water. Despite having been so rudely displaced as its producer, Phil Collins continued to work on the Montserrat album, now called Behind the Sun, after a line from one of Eric's favorite Muddy Waters songs, Louisiana Blues. He recorded the title track at Collins' house with a simple guitar synthesizer arrangement, then took it straight to Patty, hoping to weaken her resolve as Layla once had, with a vocal palpably on the edge of tears. My love has gone behind the sun, since she's gone the darkness has begun. In November, before leaving on an Australian tour, he wrote in his diary, I walked and talked with Nell this afternoon. She is lovelier than ever, and I believe she wants to be left alone with her new man and her new life. But I still believe that she loves me and that I can net her with patience. I have hope and persistence on my side, and I will never give in. As he went on to tell himself, there was no inconsistency in sleeping with an occasional girlfriend named Valentina the day he arrived in Sydney. It felt so good to be cared for again. I've been hungry for so long, but it doesn't stop the deeper yearning which I keep for my wife. A week into the tour, he heard from Forrester that his marital troubles were headlines in Nigel Dempster's Daily Mail column. Mortified by this first ever invasion of his privacy, he had a phone conversation with Patty that went far beyond anything he'd intended. Well, it's over, he wrote afterwards. I spoke to Nell about divorce, and she agrees to it. I have gone back into shock, God help me. He hastily phoned back, asking her to spend a week with him in Florence, where they had a rented apartment, to talk things over. Meantime, returning home confused and depressed, he did himself no favours with Patty by writing to Willie Christie, wondering whether Christie appreciated the seriousness of usurping the love of someone's life. Equally counterproductive was his view that behind Patty was a blonde mafia dedicated to turning her against him. Roger Waters' wife, Caroline, was certainly a staunch supporter, but she had precious few others. One night, he received a phone call from Alice Ormsby Gore, whom he hadn't seen since throwing her over for Patty, but who, despite all else that she'd lost, had never lost hope of getting back with him. She kept the conversation light, joking that she'd always known Patty would end up with a toff, like Christie, but suggested Eric should come and see her in Paris, where she now lived. Fortunately for them both, he didn't. Florence is a city that should be able to replenish any love affair, especially backed up by the heart-shaped ruby set with diamonds, which he'd bought for Patty in Australia. But he was over-eager to restore the Layla passion, and she refused to be pushed. The most memorable part, he told his diary, was the fact that she has proved or established that she finds me sexually repulsive. In the run-up to Christmas 1984, he decided he could no longer endure Hurtwood on his own and wanted to be near her in London, however useless it might be. Nigel Carroll booked him temporarily into the ultra-traditional Connaught Hotel, reassuring a nervous management that there'd be no screaming fans and he'd be using an alias. Mr. W.B. Albion then found him a flat in Davies Street just off Berkeley Square. He stayed there over Christmas, even though Patty was on holiday with a female friend in Sri Lanka. I had to go out and buy a tree, Carroll recalls. When Patty returned from Sri Lanka, she found another of the letters with which Eric had been bombarding her, but instead of the usual apocalyptic emotion, it was full of news about their dogs and Rose and Pat, guaranteed to get her. It ended, I ask you please don't take up with Will again the moment you get back. I think it would be the end of me. Please come home where you belong. I promise I won't let you down again. She agreed to go away with him again and try to sort things out, this time to Eilat in Israel. On a drive into the desert, Eric gave her a tablet of something called ecstasy, which, he said, had been developed by therapists to help couples regain lost intimacies. Later, they bathed in the Dead Sea, its high salt content allowing them both to float weightlessly like astronauts on the moon. Buoyed up and ecstatic as she felt, Patty could hold out no longer. 22. Captain Smirnoff. The honeymoon was short-lived. 2 weeks after their return from Israel, Eric left on a tour of the UK and Europe. Meanwhile, his first child had just been born to Yvonne Kelly, the Air studio manager he'd seduced on Montserrat the previous summer. Kelly had returned to her hometown of Doncaster in Yorkshire to have the baby, a girl named Ruth. Thanks to her refusal to capitalize on her situation, not a word of it had got out, either to the media or Patty. To celebrate Eric's 40th birthday on the 30th of March 1985, Patty threw an extravagant party for him at Hurtwood Edge. The throng of musicians who attended made the house come alive again and seemed to set the seal on Elle and Nell's reconciliation. Immediately afterwards, he was back on the road for 15 more weeks in the US and Canada. He took a break on the 13th of July to join Live Aid, the simultaneous marathon concerts on 2 continents instigated by Bob Geldof for victims of the horrific famine in Ethiopia. His recurrent conscience, Pete Townsend, got him involved, and his new collaborator Phil Collins linked the 2 shows, first performing at London's Wembley Stadium, then crossing the Atlantic on Concorde to play drums for Eric before his own set at the John F. Kennedy Stadium in Philadelphia. Eric's contributions were the Cream classic White Room, taking Jack Bruce's vocal as he once would never have dared. She's Waiting from the Behind the Sun album, and inevitably Layla. The acts with whom he was competing, among them Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, David Bowie, Elton John, Tina Turner, Madonna and Queen, brought on a near paralyzing fit of nerves. His microphone was giving off electric shocks, and both he and bass player Donald Duck Dunn almost fainted from the heat. Patty was with him in Philadelphia to hear herself hymned to a worldwide TV audience of almost 2 billion. For, as part of his pledge to reform, Eric had revoked the no wives on tour rule. However, she had too many bad memories of joining him on the road, when he'd be all over her at first, but soon start to feel the magnetic pull of stag drinking and groupies. I went to the odd concert, and wouldn't have missed Live Aid for the world, but I didn't want to trail around watching women throw themselves at him. She therefore wasn't around late that October, when Eric played 2 concerts at the Teatro Tendo in Milan. Otherwise, he might not have mentioned to the local promoter that despite his love of all things Italian, from Ferraris to Armani suits, he'd somehow never dated an Italian woman. The promoter took the broad hint, and at the after-show dinner introduced him to an exquisite representative of the species, with a heart-shaped face, an unruly mass of black curls, and a slightly wicked smile. Her name was Loredana, aka Lori Del Santo. 27-year-old Lori was a sizable celebrity in her homeland as the star of several films and a regular on Drive-In, a TV comedy show modelled on America's Saturday Night Live. She was just as considerable a socialite, whose successive rich and powerful men friends had once included the billionaire Saudi Arabian arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi. On first meeting Eric, she claimed not to know who he was, a virtually guaranteed way for an attractive woman to entice a rock bigwig. Along with her physical charms, he would recall, she had a playfulness that instantly broke through what he still liked to regard as his innate shyness with the opposite sex. Lori, on her side, would maintain that he'd snared her. At any event, Barely 10 months after reuniting with Patty, he was smitten yet again. Back at Hurtwood, a few weeks later, he asked her to make a dinner reservation at a local Italian restaurant, a seeming treat as they seldom went out by themselves. Instead, amid painfully appropriate breadsticks and Chianti flasks, he announced that he thought he was in love with Laurie Del Santo and was going back to Milan to be with her. Laurie showed typically Italian pragmatism when he reappeared at her apartment without any prior warning. Her attitude was one of, "Come and live here, and let's see where it takes us," he would recall. He needed no second invitation to give up everything and become a troubadour again on the threshold of middle age. I thought, I'm going to start my life from scratch here in Italy without any idea at all of where it's going to go. Laurie was developing an additional career in fashion photography, and for menswear assignments she began using him as a model, something few British photographers beyond the Queen's brother-in-law had ever done, and taking him to shows by labels like Armani, Valentino, and Versace, of which he'd never been able to get enough. She would later claim not to have really noticed his drinking, for serious alcoholics seldom appear drunk, but as a typically voluble, forthright, passionate member of her race, she was baffled by his sudden dark moods and silences that could sometimes go on for days. He was so difficult to be with, she would reflect. But then he'd say one beautiful line to me, and I knew I had to stay. Very soon, their respective accounts agree, they began to discuss having a baby together. Possibly in the looseness of pillow talk, Eric said he'd always wanted children, and represented Patty's inability to conceive as a sorrow rather than the escape he might have considered it. At 27, especially in matriarchal Italy, Laurie felt her biological clock ticking. I said I wanted a baby, and he said, "Oh, me too," she would recall. "If you're really, really serious, let's do it." They moved on to Rome, where Laurie had a second apartment. One day while she was out, he found some albums of photographs of herself with the many other famous men she dated, footballers, actors, politicians, and musicians. In every shot, he would recall, she struck the same pose, wearing the sort of smile that wasn't really a smile at all. For an actress, it was hardly an unusual foible, but together with the backlog of old boyfriends, it traumatized Eric. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. I went ice cold and my hair stood on end. In that moment, I knew we were doomed. Nonetheless, he brought her to London to live with him at the flat in Davies Street, Mayfair, which he'd acquired when Patty left him. It did not go well. He found this street noise oppressive, although neither Milan nor Rome had been exactly quiet, and filled the flat with recording equipment to make demos for his next album. When he began writing a song called Tearing Us Apart, about the blonde mafia he blamed for turning Patty against him, it was clear in whose direction his thoughts were returning. After 2 or 3 weeks, he told Laurie their relationship wasn't working and he was going back to his wife. She would recall that once she was snared, he seemed to lose interest in her, a syndrome which other women, to say nothing of guitars, had already experienced. He drove down to Hurtwood, expecting to walk back in with a, "Hi, I'm home." But during his absence, Patty had again begun seeing the restfully uncomplicated Will Christie. Looking in at the kitchen window, Eric saw the two of them and Christie's small daughter cooking together like the happiest of families. Patty refused to let him in, deaf to his aggrieved protests of, "It's my house." With a mistress he no longer wanted, and a wife who no longer wanted him, feeling that my world was absolutely in tatters, he attempted suicide by swallowing a whole bottle of Valium. But the Clapton luck refused to abandon him. 10 hours later, he awoke with no after effects, except feeling stone-cold sober. Unable to wrest any future commitment from him, the independent-minded Laurie returned to Milan. When he renewed his pleas to Patty, she agreed to have him back yet again, believing that, like Jenny McLean after their wedding, the threat had now gone away. One day, while she was arranging flowers in a vase, Eric came in and told her Laurie was pregnant. That he should easily have achieved with someone else what they had so long failed to do together, and she was still pursuing with round after round of IVF treatment, each time reducing her chances of conceiving naturally, made her feel like my heart was about to disintegrate. For rock stars in such situations, there was normally a ready remedy, but because Laurie was a Catholic, an abortion was out of the question. Twisting the knife in the womb, Eric went on to extol her talent and success in the field of photography, where Patty was struggling to get started. She did not instantly start divorce proceedings, believing with her usual optimism that they'd somehow get through all this. But she refused to go on sleeping with him and insisted he move into a separate bedroom above the kitchen. The two principals in Eric's family, his grandmother Rose and his mother Pat, both loved Patty, but neither one ever breathed a word of criticism of him, and they weren't about to start now. I did try talking to Pat about things. She'd just say, "That's awful, dear," and never go any further, Patty recalls. But with Rose, it was clearly useless to raise the subject. To her, Eric could do no wrong. He was her king. It wasn't a conversation she'd ever want to have. Much the same happened with George, to whom Patty still felt a connection all these years after their divorce and his remarriage. I went to see him and told him everything. He seemed sympathetic, but didn't really engage with what I was saying. Keeping his friendship with Eric was obviously the most important thing to him. That friendship was reaffirmed when the two appeared together with Ringo and Johnny Cash's daughter Roseanne on a Channel 4 tribute to Carl Perkins. It was George's first public performance since his disastrous America solo tour in the aftermath of losing Patty to Eric a decade earlier. Now came their first television appearance together, picking Perkins' classics like Matchbox and Blue Suede Shoes as reverential sidemen to a country rock legend they both adored. What woman could possibly be more important than that? To add to Patty's anguish, the British press, still as unaware of this Clapton pregnancy as of the earlier one, stuck doggedly to her so recent reunion with Eric and obediently printed every story they were fed that it was going fine. In February 1986, he won a BAFTA award for his soundtrack to the hit TV thriller Edge of Darkness. Patty was beside him at the awards ceremony as he told reporters they were back together for good. In the spring, he was away again, making an album in Los Angeles, co-produced by Phil Collins and Tom Dowd in an undiminished vodka haze. He and Nigel Carroll shared a house, where at intervals Carroll would discreetly collect and dispose of the empty bottles. I rented a Mercedes for him, and a Volkswagen Polo for me. In California, you can have anything you like on a car's front registration plate, so I had one made for Eric saying Captain Smirnoff, and one for Phil saying Little Elvis. Eric had been driving around for days before he noticed his. Despite the current chaos of his home life, the album turned out to be full of good things. It's in the Way That You Use It, co-written with the band's Robbie Robertson, would be used in the Tom Cruise film The Color of Money. Tearing Us Apart, his fulmination against Patty's alleged blonde mafia, became a storming duet with Tina Turner. Holy Mother made no reference to the mothers of his children, born and unborn, but was dedicated to the band's keyboard player Richard Manuel, who had hanged himself in March. The friendship with Phil Collins was to cool when, in an interview with Q magazine, Collins questioned how Eric could play the blues with any conviction in a £5,000 Armani or Versace suit. "Well, the point is, Phil," he bristled back, "that the blues is a state of mind. It's got nothing to do with acquisition, it's an inside job. Once you find out that money and fame and success don't do it, where'd you go? When I was at the height of my drinking, I had a beautiful wife, cars, home, money, friends, all the things you think a man could need. And I was depressed. I was suicidal. The only inaccuracy there was the past tense. Laurie spent most of her pregnancy believing that Eric didn't want the baby. In her 3rd month, she later said, she received a phone call from someone in his management pressuring her in painful terms to have an abortion. This was unthinkable, not only on religious grounds — her mother had raised her and her sister single-handedly after their father's premature death, and she was determined to follow that example come what may. The signals from Eric himself were at best contradictory, at worst deeply disquieting. At one point, Laurie alleges, he telephoned to tell her he'd made a 2nd suicide attempt, this time by hanging himself, but had fainted and then awoken to find himself still alive. Always his most eloquent on paper, he sent her a letter, couched in such loving terms that she kept it under her pillow. It was his only written acknowledgement of paternity, and during one of his visits, so she claimed, it mysteriously vanished. But as the date in late August neared, he finally recognized the one thing in my life that good could come out of. When the LA album wrapped, he went to see Laurie in Milan, and from then on gave her every attention. Because the baby's father was English, she insisted, it must be born in London. Eric therefore had Roger Forrester book her into the private Lindo maternity wing at St Mary's Hospital, Paddington, and rent her a mews house in Chelsea for the pre- and postnatal periods. On the 21st of August, she gave birth to a boy by caesarean section. Putting a lifetime of squeamishness and all of life's unpleasantnesses behind him, Eric chose to be present at the delivery. To the very last, he remained his old self, asking how long all this would take as he was exhausted and needed to get away on holiday. But, as for every parent, the baby's first piercing cry was a command to start growing up. When his son, to be named Connor, was put into his arms, it felt as if it were the first real thing that had ever happened to me. Patty at the time was staying in the south of France with the Genesis guitarist Mike Rutherford. Rutherford's wife, Angie, was pregnant, as was Patty's fellow guest, Chris O'Dell. Everyone was pregnant, she recalls, except me. One evening, as she sat with the Rutherfords in their garden, Eric rang up to tell her of Connor's arrival. He seemed to have no awareness that for the wife who had so long yearned to bear his child, it might be less than welcome news. He described every detail of the birth and how it had thrilled and moved him, all as if he was talking to his sister or a friend, not his jilted wife, Patty recalls. For months, she had managed to hide her feelings in the proper English way, but that made her finally break down. The responsibilities of fatherhood this second time were to be a little more onerous than with Yvonne Kelly. Laurie accepted that she and Eric would separate after Connor's birth, and she assumed custody of him and take him back to Italy while allowing his father regular visitation rights. So, after going on holiday as he had planned, Eric could return to Hurtwood with another, "Hi, I'm home." For Patty, that sensation of a heart disintegrating had barely got started. The album he'd made earlier in the year was named August, in honor of Connor's birth month, and reached number 3 in Britain. Actually, he'd made an attempt to spare her feelings by withholding a track called Lady of Verona, inspired by Laurie. His first idea was that Connor should live with them at Hurtwood for extended periods until he reached school age. Laurie vetoed that, however, and instead he began paying monthly visits to Milan, assuring Patty that they were for no other purpose than spending time with his son. At the beginning of 1987, she began a new course of IVF, clinging to the hope that his newly awakened paternal feelings might yet be invested in a baby she had given him, but was disappointed yet again. And after every visit to Milan, He would return full of heart-shredding stories of Connor's adorability and leaving her wondering what might have gone on with Laurie while the baby was asleep. The strain of commuting between two homes in different countries began to tell on him too, and was alleviated in the usual way. Only for about 4 hours per day would he be coherent, and then often verbally abusive, railing against his banishment to a separate bedroom and accusing Patty of using the house like a hotel. I thought he was going to go mad with the drink or kill himself, and eventually I knew I had to get out for his sake as well as mine. After seeing various divorce lawyers, one of whom observed that if Eric fished, he couldn't be such a bad chap, while another seemed to favour putting out a contract on him, she went with the venerable firm of Theodore Goddard, whose eponymous founder played a leading role in the abdication of King Edward VIII. Goddard's advised that she should on no account leave the marital home, so Eric reluctantly moved back into his Davies Street flat. He hated being there, but all Roger Forrester's pleas on his behalf couldn't persuade Patty to vacate Hurtwood. She did, however, yield to Forrester's sympathetic-sounding diagnosis that she needed a complete rest and allow him to send her skiing in France with Nicole Winwood, the similarly estranged wife of Eric's blind faith bandmate Stevie. As if a broken heart were not enough, she broke a wrist while ice skating and had to have her arm put into a cast. Returning to Hurtwood, she found Eric back in possession. Early in the morning of the 17th of March, her 43rd birthday, he burst drunkenly into the marital bedroom, from which he was now banned, accused her of not being a proper wife, ordered her out of the house, and began hurling her possessions through the window. A cruel and vicious thing to do, as he himself would later admit. With no one, certainly no blonde mafia to shield her, she had no choice but to go. During Eric's first months of fatherhood, he did not allow it to alter his lifestyle. He never drank while he was with Connor, but spent the whole time in a state of what he called white-knuckle sobriety, waiting for Laurie to take the baby away to be fed or changed so that he could pour himself a vodka, then another, and another. Occasionally, he thought of drying out again, but the social bonds of alcohol were too strong. He now headed a drinking team in the literal sense, having formed his own cricket 11 in partnership with the Robert Stigwood organisation's former chairman, David English. His incompetence at the game was such as to confound even the Clapton luck. On his first appearance as a fielder, he sustained a broken finger. Then, as he walked back to the pavilion, a bumblebee stung him on his other hand. To him, cricket was mainly another excuse for a good piss-up, whether in the company of fellow musicians like Rolling Stone Bill Wyman, who kept a cigarette in his mouth while fielding and even bowling, or the current stars of England's national team, David Gower and Ian Beefy Botham. Touring Australia in the summer of 1987, he began suffering uncontrollable shaking fits. These prompted the sudden awful thought that he might somehow pass on alcoholism to Connor, that the flawless baby in his cot might one day go through the exact same cycles of delusion and humiliation. I realized I had to break the chain and give him what I never really had, a father. In November, he asked Roger Forrester to book him back into the Hazelden Clinic. This time around, the treatment was dominated by a counsellor named Phil, whose disrespectfully caustic humour was a tonic in itself to someone so steeped in deference. Nonetheless, Eric once again found himself ticking off the days until his sentence ended and he could return to the bottle. As time ran out, the prospect so overwhelmed him with panic and despair that his legs gave way beneath him. Finding himself on his knees, as so many times metaphorically in Layla, he began to pray for real. He had in his time worshipped many deities, from Robert Johnson to Muddy Waters, and been worshipped as one himself. Despite that double idolatry, heaven proved as ready to let him off as everyone down below. This time, when he left Hazelden, he would never touch alcohol again. After being evicted from her home on her birthday morning, Patty decided she would still go to the celebratory lunch she had arranged with some girlfriends at San Lorenzo in Knightsbridge. She looked so grief-stricken that the restaurant's motherly Italian owner, Mara Berni, slipped her a small statuette of the Madonna. She spent that first night at a hotel and stayed with Eric's guitar tech, Alan Rogan, then Nicole Winwood, until Roger Forrester provided her with a small rented flat in Queensgate Place, Kensington. She had left Hurtwood with little more than the clothes she stood up in, but put off returning to collect her possessions until a day when she knew Eric wouldn't be there. Her friend Chris O'Dell had promised to accompany her, but Chris too was having marital problems and couldn't get away, so she had to ask her mother, Diana, the last person I wanted to see. Walking from room to room in a trance of grief, she had no idea what to take, and in the end came away with little more than some photographs and her passport. The worst part was leaving her beloved Airedale Terrier, Trooper, in the care of the Eggbys. Eric bombarded her with letters, some angry, some reproachful, but most pleading with her to return in the tone of mingled adoration and self-condemnation he seemed to reserve for his italic nib. One was addressed to the adorable butterfly and signed Majnun, L, Slowhand, Rick, all of me, kiss, kiss, kiss. In April 1988, she began divorce proceedings on the grounds of his adultery with Laurie Del Santo and unreasonable behavior. He had kept on trying to talk her out of it, if not for his sake, then because of the distress it would cause Rose. When the process finally got underway, her lawyers received 2 defendant affidavits. One was signed by Eric, the other by Roger Forrester, she recalls. I was divorcing both of them. A month later, a New York-based nightclub singer named Alina Morini told the London Daily Express she was pregnant by Eric, and as proof was photographed in a maternity dress. Her former manager then claimed she merely stuffed a cushion up her dress, although she allowed a British interviewer, Leslie Ann Jones, to feel the bump, which, Jones recalls, was no cushion. Eric Clapton and Pattie Boyd call it quits after a baby boom, was People magazine's headline. Therapy had shown Pattie how, since the age of 21, she'd had no real existence of her own, but lived entirely for and through 2 hugely powerful, charismatic rock stars. It also made her regret how easily she had segued from one to the other, despite an inner warning voice that things with Eric would not turn out well, and wish she had fought for her first marriage harder than with a pair of water pistols. She recognized she was grieving as much for the loss of George as of Eric, and realized which loss cut deeper. Eric and I were playmates, but George and I were soulmates. Even so, she couldn't bear to go near Hurtwood Edge again, or even drive the tree-tunneled Surrey roads around it. Once, when she had to go to nearby Cranley, she was pulled over for careless driving and burst into tears so far beyond what the circumstances warranted that the kindly local copper let her go with a warning. She wasn't so lucky after attending a charity lunch when she got stopped on Hammersmith Bridge, breathalyzed, and charged with drink driving. With no Roger Forrester or Brian Epstein anymore to smooth things over, she was fined and banned from driving for a year. London provided little relief, for the underground she now had to use was full of posters for Eric's 4 current albums. Shops and department stores pumped out his music in uniform disregard for her feelings, and, a few streets away from her not very nice flat, the Royal Albert Hall would be hosting him yet again for a run of 9 concerts with an extra sideman, guaranteeing, if any were needed, that they'd all be sellouts. Despite the dehumanized machine-made sounds that dominated 80s pop, Britain's biggest band was built around a single free-range lead guitar. They were called Dire Straits, and their part-Hungarian frontman, Mark Knopfler, could solo and sing simultaneously just like Jimi Hendrix used to do. Like so many younger players, Knopfler's passion for the guitar dated from hearing Eric's Gibson Les Paul on the Blues Breakers album in 1966. Eric had seen Knopfler in action at Live Aid and recognized the most distinctive talent to appear since Hendrix's death. So admiring was he that when Dire Straits toured their Brothers in Arms album at the end of that year, he volunteered himself as a special guest for 7 nights at the Hammersmith Odeon. Although his and Knopfler's techniques could not have been more different, the one visceral, the other lyrical, their temperaments were remarkably similar. Knopfler had never aspired to be a frontman any more than Eric had, and after several years' huge success with Dire Straits, swelled by the accolade of being Princess Diana's favourite band, was longing for some anonymity as someone else's sideman, as Eric had been for Delaney and Bonnie. He was also just as unassuming. When he heard of Eric's 9-night London season in January of 1988, he contacted Forrester's office, asking if he could come to the Albert Hall. At first, this was interpreted as simply a request for tickets. His and Eric's approaches to performance were as different as their playing styles. Mark was so meticulous that at rehearsals he wrote out all his songs on a blackboard, Dire Straits' then manager Ed Bicknell recalls. Eric's set changed so little from year to year that he'd just call out the next one to his band. But on stage they proved natural brothers in arms. I loved the feel of just helping Eric to keep things going, sometimes slipping a little extra bit into Lay Down Sally, where I thought it would help, Knopfler recalls, and I felt strangely protective of him. Dire Straits were first to sign up to a Live Aid-style concert on the 11th of June, marking Nelson Mandela's 70th birthday and adding to worldwide pressure for Mandela's release from life imprisonment by South Africa's apartheid regime. The band's second guitarist, Jack Sonny, had to drop out as his wife was about to have twins, so Eric was invited to deputize. The organizers initially objected, citing the charges of racism leveled at him in 1976. Dire Straits replied that if he didn't appear, neither would they, and there was no further attempt to edit their lineup. Eric was still not long out of Hazelden, and Knopfler and the others showed great sensitivity to his fragile condition. Whenever any of them ordered a drink in a bar, they always asked him if he minded, Ed Bicknell recalls. Subsequently, Knopfler took a sabbatical from Dire Straits to join Eric's next US tour as an unpaid alternate lead guitar, in each 2-hour show playing only one song of his own, the aptly titled Money for Nothing. Rehearsals took place on a soundstage at La Colinas, just outside Dallas. We had to get used to Eric's little japes, Bicknell says, like locking a roadie in a cupboard for a couple of hours. He was still a very naughty boy. One night, the whole band, except the girl backup singers, went to this lap dancing club called the Pink Pussy or something, and Eric ended up with one of the dancers. Everyone else was saying, "Is he really serious?" Eric and Patty's divorce action was settled out of court in 1989. She received a settlement of £600,000, allowing for inflation not a great deal more than the £120,000 from George in 1976, plus a small 2-bedroom flat at Thames Reach in Richmond. Some years later, Eric bought a £360,000 cottage in West Sussex, where she lived as a tenant, until he eventually gave it to her. A few years later, she would have had an automatic claim on half his assets, bolstered by the extent to which she'd advanced his career by inspiring his 2 most famous songs. At the very least, she could have sought a share of the royalties from Layla and Wonderful Tonight. She tried to improve the sum on offer, which was £100,000 less than Nicole Winwood had received from Stevie, a nowhere near comparable name. But my lawyers were old-fashioned English gentlemen. They were no match for Roger, and he said Eric couldn't afford any more. The previous year, he'd had 4 albums out, including Crossroads, the first double platinum selling box set. Rose was indeed greatly upset by the divorce, but aside from Patty herself, the one most hurt by it was probably her nephew, Will, the son of her sister Paula. Hurtwood had been Will's refuge from his unstable life, with a mother who'd never shaken off the drug and alcohol addictions she'd picked up while Eric's 18-year-old girlfriend. Patty had given Will his own room, paid some of his school fees, even considered fostering him, and Eric had been good to him, buying him guitars and taking him fishing, thereby indirectly making some amends to Paula. All attempts to help Paula by her mother, sisters, and 3 children were doomed to end in failure, and she would die in 2007, age 56. Though there were no suspicious circumstances, Patty believes she committed suicide, knowing she'd never get clean and wanting to spare her family any further trouble or shame. I once asked Paula why she needed heroin so much, Patty recalls, but all she said was, "It's the pain." When I asked Eric what he thought she meant, he just said, "Don't you know?" 23. Please just don't cry. In Eric's first shaky years of sobriety, fatherhood should have been a heaven-sent replacement for alcohol. His son, Connor, was a spectacularly beautiful child, with the same golden hair he himself had had as a toddler, and a joyful, loving nature that made itself felt even from the cradle. The word used by everyone who knew Connor, in the later sad past tense, would be magical. As a rule, his father visited him in Milan, but from time to time, Laurie brought him to stay at Hurtwood Edge, sometimes accompanied by both her mother and sister. The house that had always looked like a stray bit of Tuscany now echoed to the sound of Italian, for Laurie's mother Clorinda didn't speak a word of English. There, too, he found a doting great-grandmother in Rose, and a more guarded grandma in Pat. Laurie handled all the childcare, proving herself an efficient and loving mother. Even so, Eric found it hard to cope with the mess of baby maintenance, and with no longer being the centre of all female attention. Things became easier as Connor started metamorphosing into a boy and they could kick footballs around Hurtwood's tiled veranda together. He soon discovered his father's occupation and demanded a little plastic guitar of his own, which he would thumb proudly, albeit left-handedly. But it was inevitable that he should always turn first to his mother, and such innocent snubs wounded Eric out of all proportion. Trapped as he felt with Laurie, he began casting wistful backward glances at his ex-wife, now happily involved with a property developer named Rod Weston. Journeyman, his first completely sober album since going solo, included Old Love, co-written with Robert Cray, its inspiration as plain as Layla or Wonderful Tonight. Old Love, Leave Me Alone. There were also wistful letters in which his italic pen could still sink a hook into Patty's heart. Sometimes, one of them ended, it's enough just to know that you're somewhere in the world smiling. Ever magnanimous, her divorce settlement notwithstanding, she would occasionally meet him for lunch at San Lorenzo, hardly recognizing the precise, well-organized individual he'd become since his cure. She even visited Hurtwood during one of Connor's visits, smiling bravely while father and son played together. Eric later wrote to her, with a practicality equally new for him, that Connor was suffering from traumatic asthma caused by emotional stress, and he would have to leave him in Italy for a while. Once Connor had learned to walk, Laurie began talking about having another child. That seemed to decide Eric to back out of their relationship. Towards the end of his marriage, he'd had a brief affair with the freelance stylist currently doing his hair, an elfin young Englishwoman named Vivian Gibson, later Griffin. Their casual no-strings liaison turned into friendship, and early in 1988, immediately after parting from Laurie, he invited Vivian to go on holiday with him to Antigua. He'd recently come out of rehab, she recalls. He was a bit shaky, and I went along as a non-drinking friend. At the outset, Eric made an attempt to restart their affair, even though in the interim, Vivian had become seriously interested in another man. As always with him, he wanted whatever he couldn't have. It was the more or less reflex action of people who find themselves together on a tropical island paradise. It wasn't significant, it wasn't very serious, and it wasn't acted on. The constant dread of all recovering alcoholics is encountering some old boozing buddy who will irresistibly tempt them back to their old ways. It could well have happened to Eric on this Antigua holiday when he bumped into Keith Richards on the beach, and Keith invited him to a party at his villa that night. However, with Vivian to lend moral support, he managed an immaculately dry half-hour there before making a graceful exit. Immediately after their return to Britain, Vivian was astonished to hear that he'd not only returned to Laurie, but become engaged to her. God knows how he'd let himself be talked into it. She did genuinely love him, but he just wasn't there. Vivian was quietly amused that he could make a pass at one woman, as he had to her in Antigua, then propose marriage to another within days. Assured that the sex and the drink were both out of the way, Vivian became his secretary, another sign of the new, organised Eric, for one day a week. Being organised felt so good that he asked her to join his 1990-91 world tour promoting the Journeyman album. She agreed, despite Roger Forrester's well-known hostility towards anyone who might come between him and the boy. The tour's American leg saw Eric give himself his stiffest ever onstage competition, with guest appearances by Robert Cray, his greatest living blues idol Buddy Guy, and the Texan guitarist Stevie Ray Vaughan, a tousled force of nature whose drinking and hell-raising he could at least enjoy vicariously. On the 26th of August, the troupe appeared at a Wisconsin ski resort named Alpine Valley. The show was a specially good one, ending with Eric, Cray, Guy, Stevie Ray, and his brother Jimmy together in a 15-minute version of Robert Johnson's Sweet Home Chicago. Eric was keenly looking forward to further appearances with Stevie Ray at the Royal Albert Hall or a tribute to Jimi Hendrix in Paris the following month. By the time the audience let them go, it was well past midnight, and a thick fog had descended on the fleet of helicopters chartered to ferry them back to their Chicago base. Stevie Ray had intended to drive, but at the last minute decided to join the flyers instead. As Eric boarded his helicopter, he noticed the pilot using a concert souvenir T-shirt to wipe condensation off its Perspex dome. Ever since Buddy Holly's fatal plane ride in this same part of the Midwest, fear of crashing had haunted every performer and come true for many. Jim Reeves, Patsy Cline, Otis Redding, Ricky Nelson, Jim Croce, and 2 members of Lynyrd Skynyrd, but the new calm, rational Eric said nothing for fear of causing unnecessary alarm. As the rotors began to turn, there was a flurry of seat switching. Vivian Griffin expected to ride with Eric, but instead Peter Jackson, the tour manager, put her on the helicopter assigned to Stevie Ray, booking agent Bobby Brooks, and road crewman Colin Coley Smythe. Roger Forrester then told Eric's bodyguard, Nigel Brown, to travel with Vivian, overruling Brown's protest that he shouldn't leave his boss. Brown boarded Stevie Ray's helicopter, but at the last minute, Vivian found a place aboard the smallest of the fleet, with the tour's female backing singers. When the choppers lifted off, it seemed to Forrester that the one carrying Stevie Ray's party abruptly vanished. However, as the fog almost immediately gave way to clear night sky, he thought no more about it. At 2 o'clock the next morning, Vivian was woken by a call from Forrester and summoned to his hotel room with such urgency that at first she thought it was one of his habitual pranks. Roger was there with Peter Jackson. They'd been told that one of the helicopters was missing. Peter was on the phone, and some information was just coming through. "What?" I heard him say. "All of them?" The chopper carrying Stevie Ray Vaughan, Bobby Brooks, Nigel Brown, and Colin Smythe had banked the wrong way on takeoff and flown straight into an artificial ski slope. There were no survivors. When Eric was woken with the terrible news, his first thought was that Vivian had also been lost. He'd seen her board the missing aircraft and not realized she'd switched to another at the last moment. The names of the dead couldn't be given out until their families had been informed. So the first newspaper headline said, "Eric Clapton and manager killed in helicopter crash." The old Eric would have left Forrester and Jackson to deal with the crash's grim aftermath, but the new one involved himself totally in it. Someone had to break the news to Stevie Ray's brother, Jimmy, Vivian recalls. "I'll do that," Eric said at once. He also volunteered to accompany Forrester and Jimmy Vaughan to the Chicago mortuary where the bodies had been taken. He was ready to go in and identify them, Forrester says, but I told him there was no need for both of us to do it. "How do you deal with something like that?" he said to me afterwards. Alas, he would find out for himself soon enough. It was decided to finish the tour with a nightly dedication to Stevie Ray Vaughan. Everyone voted to carry on, but without Eric, it probably would have fallen apart, Vivian recalls. He kept the whole show together. By early 1991, he had managed to end the engagement to Laurie and detach himself from her without endangering his access to Connor. She had taken up with a wealthy Milanese businessman named Silvio Sardi, who lived part of the time in New York. In the meantime, Eric had been smitten yet again. A friend of Laurie's, in fact, introduced him to a combination of almond eyes, sculpted cheeks, and perfect frame that pulverized his heart as never before. She was a 23-year-old supermodel, half Italian and half French, who also happened to be heiress to the Seat car tire fortune. Her name was Carla Bruni. "I absolutely loved Carla," Vivian Griffin recalls. "She wasn't only the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, but was so charming and had such good manners. For once, I didn't blame Eric for thinking she was the love of his life." Though Carla, in fairness, never made any kind of commitment to him, everything seemed to go well until they chanced to be in New York together when the Rolling Stones' Steel Wheels tour came to town. Carla asked Eric if she could meet the Stones, by which, like every other woman who wanted to meet the Stones, she meant Mick Jagger. Eric could not refuse, despite knowing it would be like introducing a wolfhound to a Tournedos Rossini. "Please, Mick," he actually said as he did so, "not this one. I think I'm in love." It may be too much to suggest Jagger had been out for revenge since Patty had passed him over for Eric 2 decades earlier in Paris. More likely he was simply exercising his automatic droit de seigneur over any beautiful female who crossed his prancing path. Whatever the explanation, Carla was soon deep in an affair with Jagger. Eric made an attempt to win her back at her family home in Saint-Tropez, but received a frigid reception. Around town later, he met a couple of her ex-boyfriends who told him commiseratingly how quickly she tended to go through men. He was absolutely devastated, Vivian Griffin recalls, and very angry with Mick. It still didn't stop him guesting with the Stones later in their tour, often with Carla present backstage. For all his chagrin at the time, he would come to realize that he'd got off lightly. The 4-year romance that followed fatally undermined Jagger's sort-of marriage to Jerry Hall and gave the world's #1 heartbreaker his first ever taste of the runaround, while for Carla, it was but a stop on the road to meeting Nicolas Sarkozy and utilizing her immaculate manners as France's First Lady. Indeed, The episode was of positive value to the 12-step recovery program Eric was following through AA. Its most important psychological step weans alcoholics away from the belief that they're helpless victims and makes them acknowledge how their behavior for years or decades past may have led inexorably to their predicament. In his case, he realized how much it was bound up with a compulsion to pursue women that almost amounted to an obligation, with never a thought for the resulting havoc. Bad choices were my speciality, he would reflect in his autobiography. I thought I wasn't worthy of anything decent, so I could only choose partners who would ultimately abandon me, as I was convinced my mother had done all those years ago. If anything honest and decent came along, I would shun it and run the other way. But now something had come along answering that description in excelsis, and he was neither shunning nor running. In February and March 1991, he wound up the Journeyman Tour with a run of 24 shows at the Royal Albert Hall, breaking his own, and the House's, record of 18 the previous year. For the first 6 nights, he fronted a small band with Phil Collins. For the next 6, a larger band including percussionist Ray Cooper. For the next 6, a pure blues band with Robert Cray and Buddy Guy. And for the final 6, the National Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Michael Kamen. On the 19th of March, Laurie handed Connor over to him at Silvio Sardi's luxurious New York apartment on the 53rd floor of the Galleria building on West 57th Street. It was the first time he'd ever taken the 4-year-old out anywhere by himself, and rather old-fashionedly, he'd bought tickets for the circus at Nassau Coliseum on Long Island. That sawdust-scented afternoon showed him what he'd been missing. When they returned, with Connor chattering excitedly about the clowns and elephants, Eric told Laurie that from now on he intended to be a proper father and look after him unaided on his visits to Hurtwood. The next day, they were to visit the Bronx Zoo, followed by lunch at an Italian restaurant. In the morning, before Eric's scheduled return, a janitor arrived at the Sardi apartment to clean the windows. Laurie was in the bathroom and Connor in the care of a nanny, but careering around excitedly, impatient to see his papa again. The janitor had been working on the ceiling-high cantilevered windows in the living room, one of which still hung open. Most New York high-rises were required by law to fit such windows with protective guards, but not condominiums like the Galleria. He called out to the nanny to watch the child, but before she could react, Connor dashed past her, jumped up on the low window ledge where he'd normally press his nose against the glass, and disappeared. Eric was preparing to set off from his hotel, the Mayfair Regent at Park Avenue and West 64th Street, when Laurie came on the phone, screaming that Connor was dead. The idea was so beyond monstrous. All he could find to say was, "Are you sure?" She managed to convey that she was. Their little boy had fallen from the living room window on the 53rd floor. Eric was in such a daze that he chose to walk the 7 blocks to the Galleria, amid the normality of yellow cabs and uniformed doormen, still thinking there must be some mistake. As he neared his destination, he saw an ambulance, a police line, and crowds outside the entrance, and at first continued down the street as though it was no concern of his. Realizing later that Connor might have been in that ambulance, he was engulfed in shame that would stay with him for the rest of his life. Roger Forrester was at home, near Brookwood in Surrey, when Eric telephoned. He said, "You're not going to believe this. Connor's dead," Forrester recalls. "In my shock, I said the stupidest thing. Are you sure?" Forrester persuaded British Airways to hold their supersonic Concorde until he could get to Heathrow Airport, and so was able to reach New York in only 4 hours. As I'm on my way to Eric's hotel suite, I see a copy of the New York Post, and on its front page is a picture of Connor, dead, lying on the concrete. Some woman who lived in the same building had photographed him from 40 floors up. Forrester accompanied Eric to the formal identification process at Lenox Hill Hospital's mortuary, where light bulbs of only 15 watts did their best to minimize the ordeal. Whatever physical damage Connor suffered in the fall, by the time I saw him, they had restored his body to some normality, Eric would recall. I remember looking at his beautiful face in repose and thinking, this isn't my son. It looks a bit like him, but he's gone. I went to see him again at the funeral home to say goodbye and apologize for not being a better father. In Eric's mind, despite the rival claims of Italy and Catholicism, there was nowhere his son could be laid to rest but in the churchyard of St. Mary Magdalene in Ripley, a few hundred yards from where he'd been born and grown up and next door to his first school. Accordingly, he and Laurie flew back to Britain with Connor's body into the first real media storm of his career. In Surrey, before burial could be carried out, he had to formally identify his son all over again. The American mortuary had only 15-watt bulbs, Roger Forrester recalls, but in Britain, they were 100-watt. The Reverend Chris Elson had been vicar of Ripley for only 3 years and had never met Eric until he asked him to officiate at Connor's funeral. Elson was relatively young, so knowledgeable about pop music and fully aware of his parishioners' celebrity, unlike a Ewhurst cleric who'd once got Eric to play in the church there with no idea who he was. I think it helped the situation that when I was growing up, I hadn't followed Cream, but the Beatles, Elson recalls. If it had been George I was talking to, I would have found it harder to retain my professional composure. Theoretically, St. Mary Magdalene's tiny churchyard was open to any member of Elson's flock, but over the years had become so crowded that interments took place in the adjacent parish burial ground. However, a place was found for Connor in the protecting lee of the church, below a stained glass window, which in another life his father might have constructed. When the news reached Vivian Griffin, she'd gone straight to Hurtwood Edge to offer whatever practical help she could. Eric was in the kitchen, she recalls. The first thing he said to me was, "Please, just don't cry." The house was full of Italians, Laurie, her mother and sister, and I think her new boyfriend. They were all at one end of the house wailing, and the stiff upper lip English were at the other, having cups of tea. The funeral took place on the 28th of March, designated in the Anglican calendar as Maundy Thursday, the start of the Easter festival, and 2 days before Eric's 46th birthday. Everyone connected with it had been sworn to secrecy, but the pact was broken by one of the florists who supplied wreaths, it was thought, and a brief official statement had to be issued by Chris Elson. However, the media who descended on Ripley in a ravening pack found the whole village united in protecting Eric. Reporters who toured the pubs, trying to pick up gossip about him, met only blank stares and turned backs. Residents with windows overlooking St. Mary's refused all offers to rent them out as vantage points. Cameramen who'd chained stepladders to the church railings overnight found the chains sawn through the next morning. One photographer hid in a tree in the churchyard, but was betrayed by the noise of his camera's motor drive and shaken down like a bad apple. The mourners included George, Phil Collins, and so many other faces from Chris Elson's teenage record collection that he almost pinched himself in the pulpit. Patty, characteristically, was there too. At the graveside, there was an awful moment when Connor's Italian grandmother, Clorinda, tried to throw herself on the ornate, vastly oversized American coffin. But Eric, recalls Elson, behaved with enormous dignity and maturity throughout. Connor's English grandmother was not one for such displays of emotion. In her spasmodic reunions with Eric during his childhood and throughout the fame and torments of his adulthood, Pat had stayed the same rather remote, wary, and sharp-tongued presence, seemingly incapable of giving him the affection he'd craved, in the second phase hardly less than the first. But now, as the funeral congregation dispersed and the limos rolled up, she and Eric's Aunt Sylvia went back into the churchyard and stood wordlessly by the newly covered grave. She was very destroyed, Sylvia recalls. Hundreds of letters and messages of condolence had poured in from all over the world, including one from Prince Charles. After the Italians had gone and the house was empty, Eric began to open them. The hardest moment of all was finding a sheet of green paper, posted when he still had a circus outing in New York to look forward to. It read, "I love you. I want to see you again. A kiss. Love, Connor Clapton." In the waking nightmare of the next few months, literally since he barely slept, even music seemed to lose its power to comfort and heal. But at last his current producer, Russ Teitelman, persuaded him to listen to the tapes of his Royal Albert Hall shows the previous March that were to be used for his live album, 24 Nights. There were plenty of blues masterpieces there to ease the pain, but the track he found himself playing over and over was Wonderful Tonight. For it brought back a seemingly idyllic time in his now bleak morning, with upsets no bigger than Patty taking too long to dress for a party. And the sound of his own slow, somnolent riff sent him to sleep like a lullaby. As perspective returned, he saw how his loss could be turned to positive effect in highlighting the dangers to all children living in high buildings. That summer, he filmed a message on behalf of the New York State Health Department that could not fail to strike any parent to the heart. Fit guards on windows and safety gates on stairs. It's easy, and it could prevent a terrible tragedy. Believe me, I know. When he could bear to pick up a guitar, it was only a small Spanish model, not much more assertive than Connor's toy one, and before he knew it, chords began arranging themselves around the golden-haired vision in his head. Their source was not the blues this time, but reggae star Jimmy Cliff's Many Rivers to Cross, and black spirituals back into history on the themes of sorrows patiently endured. Such was the genesis of Tears in Heaven. However, it stayed at the back of his mind until the American director Lily Feeney Zanuck offered him the diversion of co-writing a song for an already completed action movie called Rush. Although not enamored of film work, he responded to its theme, that of an undercover female narcotics agent, and would have a distinguished collaborator in Will Jennings, whose credits included several of Stevie Winwood's solo albums. They had already completed a ballad entitled Help Me Up when Lily Zanuck heard Tears in Heaven and insisted on using it in the film. Eric had written only its first verse and left Will Jennings to write further ones and a bridge, despite Jennings' reluctance to take over something so profoundly personal to him. The marvel was that he ever got through it in the recording studio, not just once but in take after take until producer Russ Teitelman was satisfied. Whatever the internal cost, he gave a performance that would cause tears on earth for many years to come. Unfathomable, indescribable grief pushed his voice into a new register, stripped of its usual bluesy roughness, a near falsetto that might have come straight from the bewildered child who had always lived inside him. Yet Tears in Heaven had none of the mawkishness and melodrama of most death songs, nor did it express any of the despair or rage or self-reproach for which it might have acted as catharsis. It did not describe Connor or even mention his name. He was an invisible celestial presence, to whom his father reached out rather shyly, as if still uncertain of having won him over in life. Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? There has never been a better example of what Carlos Santana called Holy Ghost music. Not until December of 1991 did he feel equal to touring again, and then only in a brief 12-concert visit to Japan. George and Olivia Harrison had been among the most supportive of his friends in the aftermath of Connor's death, and now he invited George to co-headline with him in Japan. Like the Delaney and Bonnie tour in far-off 1969, it showed a concern for his Beatle buddy that could always override his own troubles. George hadn't been on the road since his disastrous American tour of 1974, just after Patty had left him. As in the Beatle breakup time of '69, Eric's idea was to ease him back to the concert stage, with which he'd always had such a troubled relationship. Eric said, "Look, Japan is the easiest place to tour, and you can have my band and my whole setup," Vivian Griffin recalls. Even so, George took a long time to make up his mind. First it was on, then it was off, then it was on again, and he didn't want Roger Forrester there, though Roger did go in the end. The six-piece band had been chosen for their sensitivity to Eric's fragile emotional state and continuing determined sobriety as much as for their musicianship, considerable though it was. They included Elton John's longtime percussion wizard, Ray Cooper, and, on third guitar, Andy Fairweather-Lowe from the 60s band Amen Corner, who clearly could not expect to feature with his biggest solo hit, Wide-Eyed and Legless. However, the two headliners' musical empathy was no longer quite what it used to be. Latterly, George had developed an enthusiasm for the ukulele and a fixation on George Formby, the toothy North Country comedian who'd played that midget great-nephew to the guitar in numerous British films of the 1930s and 40s. He brought along a couple of ukuleles, Andy Fairweather-Lowe recalls, but Eric took no interest in them at all. The shadow of tragedy overhung the whole tour, on stage as well as off. George's section of the program included While My Guitar Gently Weeps, in which Eric's riffs seemed to take on a new, searing intensity. And you had to be careful not to say the wrong thing, Fairweather-Lowe said, like complaining because the windows in our high-rise hotels were always sealed shut. Far from being a good companion to Eric, George relapsed into the same minxiness, to use Patty's term, as on the Delaney and Bonnie tour all those years ago. Eric didn't hang out with the band, but George was always inviting them to his room to drink and listen to him play the ukulele, Vivian Griffin recalls. He kind of seduced the band and split the camp. The minxiness did not stop there. When the troupe reached Hiroshima, Laurie turned up at their hotel, the Sun Plaza, having come specially from Milan to see Eric. Since Connor's funeral, she had had a child with Silvio Sardi, another son, Devin by name. Sardi, with whom Eric got on well, had sent him a fax warning that she was on her way. He talked to her, saying it was completely inappropriate and he didn't want her there, Vivian Griffin recalls. But George was very sweet to her, and she ended up staying a few days. In 2007, Laurie would claim they'd had a 3-day affair, which on her part had been sweet revenge on Eric for leaving her, and on George's for his wooing away of Patty. Vivian recalls much gossip about it, especially among the tour's female backup singers, which somehow never seemed to reach Eric. 10 months after Connor's death, the inquest took place, not in New York, but Guildford, Surrey, where it had been registered. Again, no stand-in was possible. He relived the terrible morning of the 20th of March calmly and clearly, refusing to place any blame on Jose Pastrana, the janitor who had left the window open. He had kept up his attendance at AA throughout the Japanese tour, and by now had become so involved in the movement that he was sometimes asked to chair meetings about the third step, in which one hands oneself over to a higher power. Then he described that turning point at the Hazelden Clinic, when, in the words of Layla, he'd gone down on his knees, begging of you, please. The very fact of his still being in AA after what he'd been through proved a motivation in itself. After one meeting, a woman told him he'd taken away an excuse for going back to drunkenness she'd always kept in reserve, that it would be pardonable if something terrible ever happened to one of her children. But you've just shown me that's not true. Eric turned out to have huge strength of character, Vivian Griffin says. The kind of tragedy he'd suffered would have sent most people back to the bottle. What kept him going, he always says, was the thought that it would be a betrayal of Connor. 24. A Place to Stand. Ever since Eric learned the blues, he'd been haunted by the legend of Robert Johnson's soul-bartering rendezvous with the devil at a midnight crossroads. Now he discovered for himself at what a terrible price success could come. Tears in Heaven, released as a single in January 1992, went to number 2 in the Billboard Hot 100 and by the year's end had sold almost 3 million in the US alone. It would become one of the best-selling singles of the 1990s, and his biggest apart from I Shot the Sheriff, which would stand as his only American number 1. It was premiered in the restrained ambience of an MTV Unplugged concert, where purveyors of high-voltage rock could be heard in softer acoustic mood. Seated before a small British studio audience, the first ever to see him wearing glasses, Eric seemed at once a figure of infinite sadness and heroic resilience who still didn't neglect his tailoring. Also in his set was an unamplified version of Layla, played at a gentle lope rather than thunderous gallop, its frantic importuning now the mildest of suggestions. The show won MTV more viewers than any other in the series, and Eric's Unplugged would set a new record for live albums, selling 26 million worldwide. At the same time, retrospective honor was being done to 2 of the bands he'd left behind in his ascent. In 1992, 24 years after breaking up, the Yardbirds were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame by U2's lead guitarist, nowned rather than named, The Edge. 2 of the band's other Guitar Hero graduates, Jimmy Page and Jeff Beck, were present, but not Eric. There was, in fact, a slight edge to the occasion, as if memories of his disruptiveness still lingered. The only absent friend to receive a mention was vocalist Keith Relf, who had died in 1976, ironically not from his awful respiratory problems, but from accidentally electrocuting himself with his own guitar. The following year, Cream also took their place in the Hall of Fame, inducted by ZZ Top, a latter-day trio whose long-bearded lead guitarist and bass player resembled twin Old Testament prophets in sunglasses. All 3 ex-Creamers attended, with all hatchets firmly buried. Jack Bruce, that sadly undervalued talent, thanked Ginger Baker for showing me some mad African rhythms that I can't get over, omitting other things such as knives, and paid tribute to Eric for clearing my mind and teaching me the purity of the blues and the honesty of it. Baker, whose later career had taken him to Africa, raising horses and, somewhat implausibly, playing polo, contented himself with a simple wolfish thank you. Eric said that rehearsing the inductees' traditional performance had been the first time they had played together in 25 years, and it was pretty amazing. It was wonderful. Sunshine of Your Love followed in a necessarily chamber version, Eric alternating lead vocal with Bruce as they never had in the old days. But enough of the old passion and precision was there to make Cream mourned all over again. A month later at the Grammy Awards in Los Angeles, his heartbreak took him to the summit of his career. Tears in Heaven won in 3 categories: Record of the Year, Song of the Year, and Best Male Pop Vocal. Unplugged won Album of the Year, and Best Male Rock Vocal, and the Unplugged Layla won Best Rock Song. "I have received a very great honor, but I've also lost the one thing I truly loved," he told an audience of 5,000 at the Shrine Auditorium. "I would like to thank a lot of people, but the one person I would like to thank is my son for the love he gave me and the song he gave me." Then, as the reality of the 6 little gilt gramophones sank in, "I just feel so incredibly guilty. I don't know why I feel so guilty about taking so many of these." Recovering alcoholics can be as difficult as drunks, or even more so, and Vivian Griffin wisely spent some time on the Al-Anon program for spouses and relatives to help equip her for the 12 years she would be Eric's personal assistant. In some respects, sobriety only magnified old traits like his impatience and whim of iron. He'd say to me that he wanted a certain jacket. I'd tell him, "It's in transit by road, Eric. It means finding out where the truck is, stopping it, and then searching through the back for the right wardrobe trunk." He'd smile and say, "Yes, and I'd still quite like that jacket." In other ways, his personality seemed to have changed completely. He could get angry very suddenly about the smallest things, and I had to learn it usually had nothing to do with me and not get upset by it. When he was drinking, he'd been a typical lackadaisical rock star who never cared what time it was. Now he got annoyed if anyone was even a minute late for a meeting. The first pressing requirement of this new Eric was new surroundings. He could not face living on alone at Hurtwood Edge, with its echoes of a golden-haired tot kicking footballs around the terrace. The house's very name, and that of the Hurt Forest below it, seemed to conspire to rub in the pain. After years of cherished rural isolation, he felt drawn back to the distracting noise and bustle of London, specifically to Chelsea, where he'd had such great times with the Oz crowd and artists and criminals and philosophers at the Pheasant Tree. On the first day of viewing potential properties with Vivian, he fell in love with the third they saw, a 3-story townhouse in Old Church Street. Roger Forrester arranged the purchase without demur, and the interior designer, David Monster Mlinaric, was hired to effect a complete refurbishment. There was also a ready-made refuge in Antigua, for many years past the one place where he'd felt able to relax. He bought a plot of land in the south of the island, near English Harbour, intending to have a house built on it. At one point, he wanted to sell Hurtwood and buy a new country retreat near Oxford, but Forrester decreed that the property splurge had gone on long enough. Connor's death did have one positive outcome, thanks to a woman who must be reckoned a major occurrence of Clapton luck. For 6 years, the recording studio manager Yvonne Kelly, now Robinson, had been quietly raising her child by Eric in Montserrat, without seeking any recognition of the child from him. While he'd always been fully aware of his daughter, Ruth, and never shirked financial responsibility for her, the distance between them had prevented any meaningful contact. Latterly, Yvonne had moved back to her hometown, Doncaster in Yorkshire, for the sake of Ruth's education. When she heard of Eric's loss, she wrote to him, offering as much access to his daughter as might bring him comfort. Moved by this incredibly generous act, he invited Yvonne to bring Ruth on a cruise round Antigua with Roger and Annette Forrester in the summer of 1991. The beautiful, bubbly 6-year-old offered him a lifeline in the sea of bewilderment and confusion, and back in Britain, he began seeing her regularly and trying to be a real dad. He was by now attending AA meetings twice a week and proselytizing for AA and the 12-step program at every opportunity. In 1992, for example, he inaugurated an annual booze-free New Year's party at Guildford Leisure Centre. Even in his never-slackening love life, he looked for women in recovery like himself. But the tendency to be smitten regardless of common sense or consequences remained as strong in the new Eric as in the old. and soon led him into trouble yet again. Francesca Amphitheatroff was a part Italian, part Russian-American jewelry designer who supplied major fashion houses like Lagerfeld and Chanel and would eventually become creative director of the Tiffany Company. Eric met her because her mother, a fashion PR, worked for his favorite suit maker and now friend Giorgio Armani. She combined the gamine look of Lori Del Santo with the killer cheekbones of Carla Bruni, and within a few months he would recall, in yet another echo of Layla, "I was on my knees." The trouble was that Francesca was only in her mid-20s, while he was now pushing 50 and increasingly conscious of a generation gap between her and himself. He was, for instance, unaware of younger people's hostility to nicotine until she forbade him to smoke in her New York apartment. People did not normally say no to Eric. It sent him off to take a hypnotherapy course, which ended the 40-a-day habit he'd begun on his 21st birthday. Francesca meted out the kind of treatment he'd escaped when Carla chose Mick Jagger, refusing to live with him or make any kind of commitment. Their relationship had a volatility he might have found exciting at 24, but which, at nearly 50, was merely nerve-wracking. As far as he was concerned, she was a total nightmare, Vivian Griffin recalls. But the more she led him round the houses, the more he pursued her. As usual with Eric, it was the attraction of the unavailable. In the Queen's New Year's Honours List for 1994, he received the OBE, Officer of the Order of the British Empire, for his contribution to British life. He went off to the palace on his own to collect it, Vivian recalls. Then, in the evening, he had to pick up another award from GQ magazine. Later, I found him sitting at the kitchen table with both of them in front of him, looking absolutely miserable because he'd had to come home to an empty house and there was no one to share his honours with. A few months later, Rose Clapp died from cancer, aged 87. She had been the most important person in Eric's life, both as a mother and grandmother, offering him unfailing, unconditional love, and it would be harder than ever to face the world without her. As Rose had grown frailer, he'd brought her back from Shamley Green to Ripley, buying her one of the new houses on the site of his old primary school, next door to the church, and installing his mother Pat in a similar dwelling just across the high street. He had thought that living barely 50 yards apart would be more companionable for them both, but instead it created a rivalry where he was concerned that had never existed before, and he could never go to see one without feeling guilty that he wasn't with the other. Rose's funeral service at St. Mary Magdalene was conducted by the Reverend Chris Elson, as Connor's had been, and the eulogy was given by Guy Pullen, whose mother Peg, her old neighbour from the Green, would pass away at the same age not long afterwards. Eric arranged for a local florist to place fresh flowers on her grave every week. After Rose's death, he bought Pat a new house on the outskirts of the village, with a bigger garden in which she delighted to work. She was by now in poor health herself, suffering from emphysema as a result of a lifetime's heavy smoking, and dependent on oxygen and prescription drugs that her formerly heroin-addicted son viewed with concern. For all the years she'd been back in his life, they never seemed to have found any real intimacy or trust. He had hoped that someday they'd finally be able to talk about her abandonment of him as a 2-year-old, when Rose had assumed the title as well as duties of his mother, but she still always refused to go there. Once, when Pat was receiving inpatient treatment at London's Lister Hospital, Vivian Griffin spent a whole morning running errands for her, and so committed the new sin of being late for lunch with Eric at San Lorenzo. However, he was more concerned that in the process of buying her soap and toiletries, Pat might somehow have turned Vivian against him. Not long after Rose's death, Pat decided to return to Canada, whither she had originally decamped in 1947. Her 2 daughters, with her ex-husband Frank MacDonald, were still there and wanted her near them for whatever time she had left. Although the circumstances were vastly different this time, she was rejecting and abandoning Eric all over again. His brief time with Connor had inevitably stirred thoughts of his own father, the Canadian soldier Edward Fryer, who'd had a wartime one-night stand with 15-year-old Pat, then abandoned her the moment she fell pregnant with him. Rock stars' long-lost fathers had a tendency to resurface when their offspring became famous and wealthy. John Lennon's the best-known case in point. But throughout Eric's decades in the spotlight, nothing had ever been heard from Fryer. Those wonderings about the man who'd rejected him prenatally refused to subside, and eventually went into a song as atypically personal as Tears in Heaven. My father's eyes juxtaposed the adoring gaze Connor had received from him with the one he never had from Edward Fryer, to his ultimate, irreparable cost. I'm like a bridge that was washed away. My foundations are made of clay. When My Father's Eyes was released 3 years later, it would bring some answers about Edward Fryer at long last. The song's Grammy-winning success prompted a Canadian journalist, Michael Woloschuk, of the Ottawa Star, to investigate Fryer's history after he returned to his homeland with a dishonourable discharge from his regiment sometime around 1945. It turned out to have paralleled his discarded sons in all sorts of ways, minus the celebrity. He had resumed his pre-war occupation of playing piano in clubs and bars, travelling extensively through the United States, once even visiting the Mississippi Delta and earning extra money, though never very much, from his talent as an artist. Highly attractive to women, he had married several times and had numerous affairs. One ex-wife portrayed him as selfish, charming, feckless, and prone to apocalyptic emotion, recounting how he'd once tried to commit suicide by driving a hired car into Niagara Falls. He had died from leukemia in 1985, apparently without ever having identified himself as Eric Clapton's father, leaving, so far as could be computed, 2 daughters and a son, also named Edward, who'd grown up to be a rock musician with a drug problem. Eric was chary about making contact with these possible reincarnations of his father's eyes. Although the alleged photograph of Fryer in the Ottawa Star certainly resembled him, he felt that conclusive identification could only come from Pat, something impossible to ask of her. He was in 2 minds about the whole thing, Vivian Griffin recalls. At the start, he wanted to follow up on it, but then things all started to get a bit muddy and murky, with more and more people claiming to be related to him. He was only really interested in his father, not partners or children. He remained locked in the tumultuous on-off affair with Francesca Amphitheatroff. Despite its withering effect on his self-esteem, there seemed no way out until 2 married friends from the therapy world, Richard and Chris Steele, came to stay at his new house on Antigua's Galleon Beach. Richard had been his staunchest supporter in the battle for sobriety, while Chris headed the Alcoholic and Addiction Unit at the Priory Psychiatric Hospital in Roehampton. One evening, he confessed his troubles with Francesca to the Steeles and showed them a letter he proposed to send to her. Chris's immediate response was, "Why are you giving all your power to this woman?" Aside from her executive duties at the Priory, she agreed to give him one-to-one counselling there. Her first question, "Who are you?" was one that he'd never been able to answer without a guitar in his hands. The sessions that followed were in effect a mental sobering up, showing him that his problems really had nothing to do with Francesca, but reached right back into a childhood that he'd never managed to let go. That for all his formidably adult achievement in slaying his addictions, he was emotionally still only about 10 years old. There followed a major step in the evolution of the new Eric, realizing that other people had problems too. He volunteered for peer support work at the Priory, taking a short training course that allowed him to sit in on the group therapy sessions at the start of each day. Going outside himself and trying to help other people made him feel like a real, substantial person, Vivian Griffin says. I remember him telling me, I finally found a place to stand. His semi-official status at the Priory brought a visitant from the darkest of the old days. Towards the end of 1994, Alice Ormsby Gore's family contacted him with the news that she had left Paris, where she'd lived for some years, and was seriously ill in a hospital in Shrewsbury. Eric got Richard and Chris Steele to visit her and persuade her to check into the Priory. After decades of drug addiction and alcoholism, Alice was unrecognizable as the frizzy-haired sprite who'd seemed to fly into his life straight from the pages of Lewis Carroll. Although still barely into her 40s, she looked like an infirm, malnourished woman 20 years older. Yet, despite a later life of increasing financial hardship, she'd made no attempt to sell the story of their 5 years together to tabloid newspapers that would have paid her a fortune. It did not quite come about that the man for whom she had scored heroin as a teenager turned into her drug counselor. Because of their past association, Eric was excluded from the group therapy sessions in which she participated. However, Chris Steele told him that she still felt a lot of anger towards him and suggested he speak to her in private. The half-hour encounter was a kind of shock therapy in itself, as Alice furiously spelt out all she'd done for love of him and the consequences she had suffered in his heedless wake. It was terrifying, he would recall, to realize the damage I had done to this poor girl. The Priory seemed to be making that good at long last. Whenever Eric bumped into her later around the clinic, they could talk in a friendly way, and Alice said her treatment was going great. She did indeed complete the course, then went on to a halfway house in Bournemouth, where he had once spent some time, seemingly on track to full recovery. The next and last time he saw her was at Rose's funeral, a tribute, as Laurie Del Santo's presence also was, to his grandmother's sweetness. In April 1995, a few days before her 43rd birthday, Alice was found dead in a Bournemouth bed-sitting room after shooting up 6 times the fatal dose of heroin. It had happened some time before, but nobody had missed her. Everything she possessed was in 2 plastic bin liners, and the syringe was still stuck in her arm. A post-mortem found that she'd also been drinking heavily. Back at the Priory, she'd told Chris Steele what Eric had felt for so many years, that she couldn't stand the pain of being sober. On the evening of the 25th of March 1996, Eric returned to his house in Old Church Street, Chelsea, after a day out. When he opened the front door, black smoke billowed into his face. Unnoticeably as yet from the street, the whole top floor was on fire. He had been lucky, like always. The fire had started in a light fitting in the corridor outside his bedroom. No one else was in the house, and had he been in bed asleep, he would have suffocated. As it was, he had time to rescue all the guitars he had on the premises before the fire brigade arrived from nearby King's Road and ordered him to safety in a nearby mews. The flames had not reached the other 3 floors, and most of the damage was from the smoke. For Eric, the event symbolized the recent collapse of his combustible affair with Francesca Amphitheatroff into ashes, and his determination not to get burned like that again. He started from scratch with the house, Vivian Griffin says. He got rid of his art collection and all the antiques David Mlinarek had put in. He had the whole interior painted white, with just a double bed, a sofa, and a TV set. When he started refurnishing it, he didn't go back to Mlinarek or any other interior designer, but went out and chose everything for himself. I thought that was a really important moment for Eric, when he had the confidence to take control of his own surroundings. Taking control of fabrics and furnishings proved to be only the beginning. Latterly, his stays at his house on Antigua had been marred by the number of drug addicts and drunks always to be found around nearby English Harbour, so much so that, as he told his friends Richard and Chris Steele, he was thinking of selling up and leaving. Rather than that, Richard suggested, he should provide the island with its first treatment centre, as payback for the refuge it had given him and in thanksgiving for his own recovery. The new altruistic, socially aware Eric seized on the notion of a clinic that would serve the whole Caribbean area, using its income from wealthy American and European clients to fund free treatment for local people, taking from the rich to feed the poor, as he saw it, just like Robin Hood. The plan was for him to put up a third of the cost and assume an advisory role based on his own hard-won experience. The remaining capital and professional know-how would come from the American company that owned the Priory, Community Psychiatric Centers, Inc., and construction be carried out by a local subsidiary of the McAlpine Company. The new Eric showed a patience, concentration, and attention span unknown in the old one as he attended meetings and briefings, studied reports and financial forecasts, and made personal submissions to the Antiguan government, whose approval and cooperation were vital. In the Caribbean, drug addiction and alcoholism still meant social ostracism, and many officials to whom the project was outlined simply did not get the point of it. One asked if he'd be able to stay at the clinic if he needed to lose some weight. Nonetheless, the government threw its weight behind the project, virtually donating a 10-acre site for the new clinic on a peninsula jutting into Willoughby Bay. Its name expressed its aim to be a turning point in its future patients' lives, while also harking back to the location of Robert Johnson's diabolic midnight tryst, since referenced innumerable times on stage by his heir apparent. It would be the Crossroads Centre. Construction was about one-third complete when boardroom machinations back in the US threatened to bring the whole hopeful edifice crashing down. Without any prior warning to Eric from its executives, his alleged partners, Community Psychiatric Centers, were taken over and renamed the Transitional Hospitals Corporation. This new entity felt no sense of mission towards rehabilitating addicts on Antigua and immediately announced its withdrawal from the partnership. At this late stage, if he wanted Crossroads to open, his only recourse was to buy out THC's 2/3 interest. The unequivocal view of his manager, Roger Forrester, was that the project had become a bottomless pit, and he should cut and run. But for the first time ever, Eric flatly rejected Forrester's advice. He repaid the Transitional Hospitals Corporation their entire investment, save for around $2 million that they wrote off, and henceforth would effectively shoulder Crossroads costs on his own. Long before this, he and Forrester had been inevitably approaching their own crossroads. In Forrester's eyes, he was still the boy, a helpless man-infant who needed protecting from himself, even to the extent of a baby alarm in his bedroom at night. Roger had done a great job of looking after Eric the boy and Eric the drunk, says Vivian Griffin. But after he got sober, he stopped being a boy. He wanted more of a say in the running of his career, but Roger couldn't move with him. Roger didn't want anything to change. He loved Eric, but he didn't love him enough to help him grow up and turn into a normal human being. He still wanted to keep the same control as before. As so often in such situations, a build-up of small grievances on both sides led to the final showdown. When Eric received a personal invitation from Luciano Pavarotti to appear in the Great Tenors Modena Festival, he said yes on the spot, a breach of managerial protocol that made the telephone practically ice up when he informed Forrester. During this period, Eric and the Scottish musician Simon Climie, with whom he had co-produced My Father's Eyes, were working on an album seasoning traditional R&B with contemporary music styles like trip-hop, ambient, and club. They called their studio band TDF, standing for Totally Dysfunctional Family, and in a throwback to Derek and the Dominoes, Eric was credited only as X-Sample. TDF's bills at Olympic Studios made Forrester blanch, but again he managed to bite his lip. Though Forrester had worked as hard as anyone to help Eric achieve sobriety, he now felt he'd been brainwashed by his AA people. When Eric was drinking, his friends had always been music people that Roger could keep an eye on, Vivian says. Now they came from a completely different environment and weren't subject to Roger in any way. That was another bit of control that he'd lost. By 1998, when Crossroads Centre opened its doors and My Father's Eyes won the Grammy for Best Male Pop Vocal Performance, the two were barely communicating. I went to see him in Portland, Oregon, and he refused to even speak to me, Forrester recalls. Finally, he sent his errant boy a long, reproachful letter, reminding him of all the great deals he'd made for him and listing the mistakes which, in Forrester's view, he was now making on his own. It only served to push Eric into his most impressive feat of self-reliance to date. The greatest courage I ever saw him show was when he sacked Roger, Vivian Griffin recalls. He said, "I'm going to do it myself, and I'm going to his office to do it." Expecting he knew not what kind of verbal onslaught from the famously acid-tongued Forrester, he took the precaution of wearing a necklace of sacred Tibetan Z beads under his T-shirt. The meeting took barely 10 minutes, and the expected storm never broke. Sad rather than angry, Forrester behaved with dignity and restraint, even offering to find Eric a new manager to replace him. It rubbed several bushels of salt into an already grievous wound to discover that he'd already unwittingly done so. His successor was to be his lawyer, Michael Eaton, who had negotiated the recovery of Eric's song copyrights from Chappell in 1983 and was already playing an active part in the Crossroads project. Eaton, however, would have the lesser title of business manager, not dictating to Eric as Forrester had in so many areas, but implementing whatever he decided. Forrester would always suspect his lawyer of having plotted against him, but Eaton says his elevation came as a complete surprise. "I knew Roger and Eric were going to have a row, but I had no idea Roger was going to get fired." Although there had never been a formal management contract between them, Forrester could have created huge problems over his summary dismissal, perhaps even dragging Eric into court for the very first time. But he says it didn't cross his mind. "In all the years we'd worked together, I'd never sued anyone, and I wasn't going to start now. I was holding all his money. He still didn't really know how much, but I just arranged for it to be transferred to him." Less compliant was Forrester's bookkeeper Gladys Bates, who for years had handed Eric his weekly workman's pay envelope containing £200. Afterwards, he sent Gladys a guitar and some other things, but she sent them back to him with a letter saying she thought he'd behaved disgracefully. "I think that at first Roger didn't think Eric was serious, and that after about a week he'd be reinstated," Vivian Griffin recalls. But then Eric wrote him a letter, thanking him for everything he'd done, and he saw it was really over. After all the laughs they'd had together, Eric still wanted there to be some relationship between them, but Roger cut himself off completely, even from people in the team that he'd always got on with, like Peter Jackson and Nigel Carroll. We'd had a bit of a checkered history, but even I felt terribly sorry for him. The severance terms eventually agreed were generous. Eaton recalls that Forrester would continue receiving his full commission for 5 years, and half of it for a further 5, plus some further money from tours he'd set up, which Eric had yet to make. But the emotional impact of losing Eric was greater than anyone who knew the lean, hyperactive man with the outside specs and careful comb-over would have imagined. Roger was gutted, absolutely gutted, his fellow manager Ed Bicknell recalls. He'd been Eric's crutch for years. He'd done good, brilliant deals for him, and got him out of one after another impossible situation. Bicknell realized the stress level of Forrester's job one night during Eric's Japanese tour with Mark Knopfler, when they were joined on stage by Elton John at the 60,000-capacity Tokyo Dome. The set started with Eric playing Crossroad in the wings. As soon as Roger heard the opening chords, he went white and gripped the arms of his seat, because, for all those years when Eric was drinking, there was never any telling what he'd do when he came on. Roger had once to sit and watch him play a whole show at the Tokyo Budokan, lying flat on his back. Eric had always known that in addition to his investment of around $6 million, his name would be a huge promotional asset to the Crossroads Centre. But, with his new sensitivity to patient care, he found it hard to reconcile giving out commercials from the concert stage with the privacy and discretion its clientele were guaranteed. After barely a year, Crossroads' need for some further boost from him was becoming urgent. Its overseas clients, paying $9,000 per 29-day course, did not nearly cover the free treatment to Antiguans known as scholarships, yet he wouldn't hear of expanding one to the detriment of the other. Early in 1999, he admitted the centre was struggling and warned that he couldn't go on bankrolling it forever. He had lately bought himself another new home, this one in Venice, California, and struck up a friendship with the Oscar-winning Hollywood producer-director Lily Finney Zanuck. It was she who came up with the answer to his dilemma over Crossroads: a charity auction of his guitar collection, followed by a benefit concert and a live album of it in the mode of his old friend George. While he was involved in preparations for both events, his half-sisters, Cheryl and Heather, telephoned from Canada to say that their mother was gravely ill with cancer. He immediately flew to see Pat in hospital in Toronto, where he was informed that her condition was inoperable and she only had a little time left. Even in such circumstances, mother and son found communication little easier. Having benefited so much from counselling, Eric felt it might help Pat too, but she refused to entertain any thought that she might not get better. Only after she slipped into a coma did he discover she had told her doctors she didn't wish to be resuscitated. At all events, the unerasable wound he had received from her was not repaid in kind. She had left him at the beginning of his life, but he stayed by her as if she were the best of mothers until the end of hers. Since returning to Canada, she had spoken to Eric's old friend Guy Pullen on the telephone and expressed a wish to be buried in her home village. Accordingly, she was cremated and her ashes were brought back to Ripley for a funeral service at St. Mary Magdalene. The Reverend Chris Elson officiated, as he had done for her mother and grandson, and to general surprise, the mourners included Laurie Del Santo. At Eric's request, Pullen gave the eulogy, skirting round the controversial aspects of Pat's life and accentuating her positive qualities, like her vivacity and sense of humour. I said to Rick afterwards, "You owe me for that," Pullen recalls. He said, "Well, I'll do yours." On the 24th of June, the auction of 100 of his guitars for Crossroads Centre took place at Christie's, New York, ahead of the benefit concert at Madison Square Garden featuring Bob Dylan, Andy Fairweather Lowe, Mary J. Blige, and Sheryl Crow. Previously, the record price paid for a Guitar Hero's axe had been £320,000 for one that had belonged to Jimi Hendrix. Eric's 1957 Tobacco Stratocaster, Brownie, which he'd played on Layla, received an opening bid of $200,000 and finally went to an anonymous buyer for $497,000. The actor Michael J. Fox paid $36,800 for a 1949 Gibson ES-125, similar to one used by B.B. King in the 1950s, and $42,500 for a 1930s National Duolian. The net proceeds for Crossroads after deductions were just short of $4.5 million. Eric was rehearsing for the concert in Los Angeles, so could only watch on a live internet feed as so many old, true friends went under the hammer. But he had attended a preview of 40 Lots a few days earlier at Quixote Studios in West Hollywood. The event included music from Jimmy Vaughan, the unlucky Stevie Ray's brother, with whom he naturally got up and jammed. During the evening, one of the young women showing guests to their table asked him if they could have a picture taken together. To the love-wearied yet still love-seeking superstar, her smile seemed totally open and genuine. Her name was Melia McEnery. 25. The Hem of God's Garment. Having already made the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice as a member of the Yardbirds and Cream, Eric received an unprecedented and still unmatched third induction, this time as a solo performer in March 2000, just before his 55th birthday. His friend Robbie Robertson delivered the citation, recalling with amusement how in 1968 he turned up at the band's Woodstock headquarters, overtly coveting Robertson's lead guitar spot. Also in 2000, his uncle Adrian, whom Rose always called Son, died after a long illness. Adrian had been an indelible part of Eric's childhood with his record collection, extravagant jitterbugging, and habit of sprinkling vinegar over all his food, puddings included. He had never strayed far from Ripley, working for years in the office of a local Ford Motors dealership. Yet his celebrity nephew had always rather envied his innate joie de vivre, and how early in the vivacious Sylvia he had found the love of his life. With Billy Preston on keyboards and the Impressions on backing vocals, Eric's 2001 album Reptile might have seemed like a homage to black soul music, but white working-class Ripley in the 1950s was curled around its heart. Reptile was the childhood nickname given to him by Charlie Cumberland, the village pub celebrity. "Still playing that old banjo, boy?" The cover artwork included a snapshot gallery of family and Ripley friends, while a gentle instrumental track, Son and Sylvia, celebrated his uncle and aunt's long, happy marriage. The same nostalgia carried over into his 2002 live album, One More Car, One More Rider, a memory of the funfair on Ripley Green and the bumper cars sparking on their poles, when he would await that command to jump into an empty car from the owner's formidable wife, Mrs. Benson. Since his rather uncomfortable Japanese tour with George in 1991, there had been no further musical interaction between them. Indeed, his best friend's life had taken a turn unimaginable back in the days when being a Beatle was equated, however misguidedly, with unadulterated happiness. In 1997, George was diagnosed with throat cancer, the result of a lifetime's heavy smoking, but had seemingly made a full recovery after surgery and radiation treatment. Then, on the 30th of December 1999, a deranged Beatles fan named Michael Abram broke into Friar Park and stabbed him repeatedly with a carving knife. He suffered a punctured lung and lacerations to the head and was resigned to dying there in his own bizarre baronial hall when his wife Olivia courageously fought off his assailant, wielding a poker and a lamp. Eric had last seen him early in 2000, when they'd sat in Friar Park's kitchen with a mutual friend, the rock book publisher Brian Roylance, and George had relived the episode, as drolly Liverpudlian as ever, but still plainly shaken to the core. Since then, Eric had been living with Melia McEnery at his house in Los Angeles, heavily preoccupied with matters of a non-musical sort. In June 2001, Melia gave birth to their first daughter, Julie. There was an initial period of anxiety when the baby refused breast milk, and her skull was found to have insufficiently decompressed after delivery, making it difficult for her to swallow without gagging. The problem was corrected by a sacrocranial therapist, but for some months she suffered badly from colic, and her father had to get used to carrying her around while she was screaming with pain. Not much chance of keeping a low profile there. Meanwhile, George's cancer had returned with a vengeance. That May, he had a malignant growth removed from one of his lungs. In July, he received treatment for a brain tumor, first in Switzerland, then in Staten Island, New York, where in November they told him there was no further hope. Coincidentally, Eric was back touring Japan when George died on the 29th of November, in a Los Angeles house rented and later owned by Paul McCartney. On front pages and TV news throughout the world, it was the only story capable of displacing the fallout from 9/11, and brought the same chill thought to Fab Four lovers, now of every age and nationality. Only 2 of them left. His first wife, at least, knew he'd felt no more bitterness about losing her to Eric. A few months before his death, he'd phoned Patty out of the blue at her West Sussex cottage. He said, "I'm in the area visiting Ringo and Barbara Bach, Ringo's second wife, and if you're home, I'll drop in and see you," she recalls. "He brought me flowers and little presents, like a figure of the Indian monkey god Hanuman. We walked in the field behind the cottage. He looked very fragile, and I somehow knew he knew it was the last time we'd ever see each other." On New Year's Day 2002, Eric returned to the Church of St. Mary Magdalene in Ripley in infinitely happier, more secluded circumstances than in March 1991. The Reverend Chris Elson conducted the double christening of a now healthy 6-month-old Julie and Eric's first daughter Ruth, now rising 17, just a few feet from where their little brother lay beyond the stained glass window. The baptisms then segued into a wedding ceremony for Eric and Melia, which to the entire congregation, her parents included, came as a complete surprise. So well had the secret been kept that not a single paparazzo was lurking. I said to Rick, "I'll bet you're the only bridegroom who's ever been pleased to find no one outside the church," Guy Pullen recalls. On the first anniversary of George's death, a memorial concert of his songs performed by his closest friends took place at the Royal Albert Hall, organised by Olivia Harrison, their son Danny, and Brian Roylance, with Eric as musical director. The cast included Ravi Shankar, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, from his first Not Altogether Happy band, Jeff Lynne and Tom Petty from his later, much happier one, The Travelling Wilburys, and members of the Monty Python team whose film Life of Brian would have been stillborn if he hadn't mortgaged Friar Park to finance it. The new Eric was everywhere, ruling the backstage corridors where the old Eric used to lounge passively before showtime with a drink and a cigarette. He was especially nice to 24-year-old Danny Harrison, an almost uncanny facsimile of George, and a talented guitarist and songwriter in his own right. With George-like shyness, Danny expected to make only a brief appearance, but Eric insisted on his being a full member of the illustrious outsized band. The only slight backstage argument was over something, George's one-time love letter to Patty and the most covered of his songs. Olivia asked Eric to sing it, but Paul McCartney had long been doing it in his own concerts, plucking a ukulele George had given him. Eric wanted Paul's main contribution to be All Things Must Pass, which he considered the show's key moment, so they compromised by doing something as a duet. But even with McCartney and a ukulele added, the echoes of rock's strangest love triangle remained inescapable. With Eric, as always, the most poignant memory of his touchy, vulnerable, spiritual, sweet and sour friend was While My Guitar Gently Weeps, and being brought into Abbey Road Studios to play on it for George, after the other Beatles could scarcely be bothered. Now he was singing for George too, backed, yes, backed, by Paul, and there was extra meaning in the line, "With every mistake we must surely be learning." After the birth of his second daughter, Ella, in January 2003, he ticked the final box in a country squire's recreations after cricket, fly fishing, and racehorse owning by taking up shooting. The two events were not wholly unconnected. Pigeons roosting in the eaves at Hurtwood had been waking his little girls with their burbling at ungodly hours of the morning. From his teenage days as a humble beater for pheasant shoots around Ripley, he knew several people involved with the sport. One of them was Ivor Powell, a fellow primary school pupil who'd given him an early taste of fishing. "I arranged for him to join a shoot over at Cranley," Powell recalls. "When he turned up, he had a gun worth about £100,000, which the makers had just let him borrow. The next time I saw him, he'd bought a pair worth about £150,000. True to form, he began collecting guns as obsessively as he once had guitars, cherishing them for their comparable craftsmanship in metal and wood, rather than their power to knock inoffensive birds out of the sky. All were tailor-made for him by the finest English gunsmiths, Purdy or Holland and Holland, with the initials EPC in gold under their stocks, and soon there were so many that a special room had to be built at Hurtwood to display them. Shotguns became his special passion, and, in a way, another symbol of the new Eric, since there was now no risk whatsoever of his plunging into an alcoholic depression and turning one on himself. The most lavishly customized were a pair of William Evans 12-bores, engraved with vignettes of him playing a guitar and playing a trout on a line. But the streak of working-man puritanism he'd acquired from his step-grandfather Jack Clapp drew the line at that. However beautiful, he said, a gun should remain primarily a tool. Fellow musicians like Gary Brooker, Roger Waters, and Mark Knopfler had also caught the shooting bug, so there was always a chance of a kindred ribald spirit among the Gulf States princes and city financiers who made up the most desirable shoots. His hardiness in the field would have amazed Patty, who used to plead in vain with him to take more physical exercise. "I walk on stage and I walk off," he would reply. "That's enough." In 2004, the Queen's New Year's honours, whose ancient anachronistic titles nowadays descend on rock celebrities as freely as on politicians or captains of industry, upgraded him to CBE, Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, from the OBE, Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, he received in 1994. The award was seen as a near miss of the knighthood already bestowed on Paul McCartney, Elton John, Mick Jagger, and Tom Jones, although Rod Stewart would have to sweat out 9 years as a CBE before his eventual elevation to Sir Rod. The album he set out to make in 2004, with an elite studio band including Billy Preston and Andy Fairweather Lowe, was intended to be a reflection of his newfound domestic contentment. But contentment, unlike its opposite, is a tricky thing to convey in music, and despite the talent on hand, the project stubbornly refused to come together. Whenever work stalled, rather than let his sidemen mope around in frustration, Eric made them play a Robert Johnson song. These mounted up, and eventually made an album of their own entitled Me and Mr. Johnson. In fact, he'd always subconsciously wanted to offer such a tribute to the long-lost, little-known genius of the Delta blues, Hendrix 20 years too early, who'd been his ultimate exemplar since he was an art student. The album cover underlined that closeness with Eric seated on a bentwood chair, guitar on knee in traditional sepia pose, respectfully clean-shaven and besuited, beside the only 2 extant photographs of Johnson. Through all his chameleon changes, that soul-shivering voice recorded in a 1930s hotel room had remained the landmark I navigate by whenever I feel myself going adrift. I have always trusted its purity and always will. That same year, he organized his first Crossroads Guitar Festival in Dallas, Texas, featuring B.B. King, Buddy Guy, J.J. Cale, and Carlos Santana, all of whom were asked to donate an instrument to another Christie's auction in aid of Crossroads Centre. He himself parted with his Stratocaster Blackie and the cherry-red Gibson ES-335 he'd had since he was with the Yardbirds. He visited them privately to say goodbye before they went for $959,500 and $847,500, respectively. In 2005, his 60th year, the arrival of a third daughter, Sophie, came as some relief, for he'd grown used to little girls and had mixed feelings about starting afresh with another boy. Melia organised a 60th birthday bash for him at the banqueting house in Whitehall, a huge gathering of past musical colleagues, even including some of the Glands, with whom he'd made that bizarre road trip to Greece in 1966. Since Cream's performance for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1993, he had often been asked if they might ever reunite in earnest. It was a time when many other historic bands who had dissolved in acrimony were coming back together, setting aside their mutual hatred for the sake of the huge money on offer. The initiative could come only from Eric, since he was the one who'd broken up the trio in the first place, and, in 2005, he decided the moment had come. On paper, logic seemed to be on his side. Almost 40 years on, the trio were still considered the most influential British band of the 60s after the Beatles and Stones, and the model for every generation of heavy metal since. Although Jack Bruce and Ginger Baker had kept working in the interim, neither had any current pressing commitment to another band or project. There was just the question of whether sufficient amnesia could be found to blot out fistfights, flying knives, and one member getting so fed up that he walked off stage in mid-performance and went home without the other two even noticing. Bruce, whom Eric approached first, and who might have been expected to harbour most ill feeling from the old days, was immediately in favour. The latterly Africa-dwelling polo-playing Baker initially refused point-blank, but was talked around. A week of concerts was booked for May at the Royal Albert Hall, where they'd made their farewell appearance in 1968 and sold out within hours. Rehearsals took up most of the preceding month. Bruce had recently undergone major surgery and was not yet fully recovered, and Baker was suffering from back problems, so both had to build up gradually to the almost 2 hours on stage, which for Eric had remained second nature. Yet apart from one minor skirmish at the outset, they again seemed to hit it off well enough. Baker had mellowed sufficiently to credit the other two with the perfect time he used to claim as his alone. Bruce said that hearing Baker's 60s whimsical monologue, Pressed Rat and Warthog, played live, almost brought a tear to his eye. Eric said how good it felt to be back with two perfectionists and devoted musicians. Just before opening night, he developed a flu virus, but insisted the show must go on. They walked on stage to a standing ovation that continued for 3 minutes. The advances in sound technology since they'd last played together meant that for the first time they could hear themselves as a balanced ensemble rather than just their own individual combative roar. And the chemistry was still there, if now with a faint whiff of liniment. 3 sexagenarians with shirts untucked around thickened waists, summoning back a whole pot-smoky world of caftans and headbands and joss sticks and light shows and nudity and male dominance and flower power. Eric thanked the audience for waiting all these years, and blamed Cream's too brief life on the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune that cut us down in our prime. "What do you mean?" Baker roared from behind him. "This is our prime." The reviews were mostly ecstatic. "Focused power and undiminished strength," Rolling Stone. "Cream are just getting reignited," New York Times. "Massive, glorious," Daily Telegraph. And so, despite Baker's misgivings about returning to America, it seemed only sensible to go on to a 3-night engagement at Madison Square Garden, like the Albert, a scene of many former triumphs, the following October. In preparation, rather like a boxer between rounds, Eric took his family and parents-in-law to his new house in Provence. Then, joined by Brian Roylance, they spent a month cruising round Corsica and Sardinia in a rented luxury motor yacht named the Va Bene. Learning that the 150-foot craft was for sale, Eric decided to buy that too, even though it would put him in the novel and uncomfortable position of needing to borrow money. Ripley values remained as strong as ever. But the 3 Madison Square Garden concerts, for which tickets changed hands for as much as $4,000, brought an end to Cream's second honeymoon. After their cohesion at the Albert Hall, individual egos began to materialize like dinosaurs conjured from long-dormant DNA, and 2 of them recommenced roaring at each other as Ginger Baker renewed his old complaint that Jack Bruce's over-loud bass playing had permanently damaged his hearing. Eric was no longer willing to be piggy in the middle, and besides, thought that in the Garden's huge spaces they sounded small and tinny. "I was pretty sure we'd gone as far as we could without someone getting killed," he would recall, "and I didn't want to be part of some tragic confrontation." So for them there were to be no return trips to what someone had called the biggest ATM in the universe. Bruce would die in 2014, still grossly undervalued for his musicianship, and one of the most individual singing voices in rock history. Baker would be recognized in a 2012 film documentary about his life, the opening scene of which showed him breaking the filmmaker Jay Bulger's nose with a cane. Its all too appropriate title was Beware of Mr. Baker. What keeps them going so long after normal retirement age, those former long hairs who were once told with such certainty that they'd be forgotten by the age of 30? It's money, of course, even though they already have more than they could ever spend. It's mass adulation, a drug more potent and harder to kick than any they ever smoked or snorted. It's still being able to mesmerize an audience in the same way one did half a century ago, and the insatiable need to do so, regardless of the increasing physical toll. In 2016, Eric revealed that he now suffers from peripheral neuropathy, a chronic tingling sensation in the legs and hands to which guitarists are especially prone. "It's hard work to play," he admitted, "and I've had to come to terms with the fact that it will not improve." He also has the precedent of his greatest blues idols, the Muddy Waterses and the B.B. Kings, on whom age set no limits of virtuosity, vitality, or cool. With him, too, there is a spiritual dimension, albeit never one overtly professed. Carlos Santana was not alone in thinking him capable of Holy Ghost music. His former sister-in-law, Jenny Boyd, likewise instances moments in performance when he seemed to touch the hem of God's garment. From being the nonpareil Beatles insider, Jenny went on to become a psychologist and co-author of It's Not Only Rock and Roll, a collection of revealing interviews with major rock figures about the roots of their creativity. Eric described the moment of perfect communion with his audience, which normally happens only once in every show, and which for him, unlike many of his peers, was not just about rampant personal ego. "It's not something I could experience on my own. It has to be in the company of other musicians on stage, and of course with an audience. Everyone in that building or place seems to unify at one point. It's not necessarily me that's doing it, it may be another musician, but it's when you get that completely harmonic experience, when everyone is hearing exactly the same thing. You could call it a unity, which is a very spiritual word for me. The defeating aspect is that the minute you become aware of that, it's gone." He continues to live largely out of the headlines, seldom if ever seen on television talk shows or red carpets, more likely to figure in his local Surrey press for philanthropic gestures, like helping his old primary school in Ripley build a 4-classroom extension, than in any tabloid or trade paper. Such interviews as he gives tend to be about his shooting or fishing. Men's Journal, for instance, received generous access when, for the second year running, he caught the biggest salmon of the summer season in Iceland. Other than on stage, his main appearances have been by proxy in plush auction rooms on both sides of the Atlantic. Kingston College of Art proved not to have been such a waste of time when in 2001 he paid $3.4 million for 3 outsized canvases by the German abstract painter Gerhard Richter, which he sold piecemeal over the next decade for a profit of around $74 million. In 2012, his Philippe Patek Platinum watch, said to be one of the rarest in the world, fetched $3.6 million. Recent years have brought the deaths of almost every important figure in his career, surrogate fathers all. Ahmet Ertegun after a fall backstage at a Rolling Stones concert in 2006, aged 83. B.B. King in 2015 at the prodigious, for a bluesman, age of 89. His first 2 managers, Giorgio Gomelski and Robert Stigwood, both in 2016, aged 81. Among collaborators and friends, he has lost Billy Preston, publisher Brian Roylance and his former bodyguard, the reluctant heavy Alfie O'Leary. The greatest blow was Ben Palmer's death from motor neurone disease in 2017. He owed an incalculable debt to the gentle woodcarver turned blues pianist, not least for talking him out of quitting the music business when he left the Yardbirds. His entourage is a tiny one for a rock star of such magnitude, and its central figures have barely changed over 3 decades. Vivian Griffin spent 15 years, first as his secretary, then his PA, only leaving with the greatest regret in 2005, when she and her husband went to live in Normandy. Nigel Carroll, his man in America, and Peter Jackson, his tour manager, have been with him since his drinking days, a distinction both wear with the pride of military campaign ribbons. Peter was always like daddy to everyone on the tours, Vivian says. He's very big and always completely calm. I've seen him literally enfold Eric in his arms when he had a cold and various aches and pains, but still had to do a 2-hour show. He put his head on Peter's shoulder and said, "I just can't face it." "Don't worry," Peter told him. "When you get out there and in front of the mic, you'll be fine." In 2016, Eric followed the example of other historic rock names, notably Mick Jagger and the Stones, by financing, and thereby controlling, a definitive film documentary on himself. Unusually in such circumstances, the aim was not to sanitize his life, but come absolutely clean about it. The producer-director was Lini Finney Zanuck, for whose film Rush he had co-written Tears in Heaven. Zanuck's 2-hour Eric Clapton, Life in 12 Bars, was premiered in 2017, a depressing, sometimes harrowing watch for its subject, but proof that from all of that mess I could end up as a reasonably behaved human being with a sense of responsibility. It was dedicated to my friend and mentor, Robin Benwell Palmer. In a TV interview after its premiere in Toronto, the question of his retirement came up yet again. 4 more shows and it's over, he replied, and I've been saying that since I was 17. It's appropriate to end on a sartorial note. Back before he enjoyed even a glimmer of fame, he used to travel up from Ripley to London for the Marquee Club's weekly blues nights, even though they ended too late for him to catch the last train home. And, unable to afford even the cheapest hotel, he would have to walk the West End streets until dawn. Often, his wanderings would take him along Piccadilly to a shop named J.C. Cording & Co., purveyors of country clothing since Victorian times, in whose window a boot stood submerged in a tank of water to demonstrate its utter impermeability. So famous was this hardy boot that it became one of the London landmarks which taxi drivers had to know before receiving their licenses. Even when Eric's taste inclined more to caftans and beads, he fantasized about a particular cording suit, three-piece in green herringbone, with enough give in the shoulders to let a gun user take aim in comfort. When at last he could afford to cross the shop's threshold, it felt like entering some exclusive gentleman's club. Cordings had been struggling for years under successive corporate owners, and in 2004 he became part of a management buyout, purchasing just under 50% of the business and assuming the role of design director. His influence was immediately felt in a new decor of unashamed traditionalism, with sporting prints, fishing rods, and stuffed pike in glass cases. One tradition was not included. After more years than anyone could remember, the eternally resilient boot in its water tank disappeared from the shop window. But another great survivor had taken its place. This has been a Hachette audio production of Slowhand, the life and music of Eric Clapton. Written by Philip Norman, read by Peter Coates, produced by Lisa Kahn, directed by Bob Lukomsky and Lisa Kahn, recorded by Bob Lukomsky at Prose Garden Productions, post-production by Tim McCarthy at A1 Sound Studio. This program includes a Mac and PC-compatible PDF of images. Slowhand is available in print and digital formats from Little Brown & Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2018 by Philip Norman. Audio production copyright 2018 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights.